Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. And yes, it's WTF Monday. Why is it WTF Monday? Because why the fuck is Admiral not on? But seriously, since we're doing a show on Monday, I decided we're going to have a WTF Monday. So I'm going to go ahead. Let me get this tweeted out as normal. And then we'll go ahead and, of course, it takes its time loading up because, of course, I don't know, probably because it's Monday, because I can say that. So now I've got the message out. I've gotten a few. And good morning, Get the Lemons. And you're right, you're not last. In fact, you're first. So what's going on today? Since I'm streaming. Lazy. Okay. Lazy. Wow. You're keeping busy there. You really are. That's a good thing. By the way, did you get money from oh crap, I can't say NB Geek. He's supposed to send some to your PayPal. It's to help pay for a month of your program. So, anyhow, let me go ahead and get the link out there just in case anyone in the chat wants to come on. And yes, that includes you as well, Yitza, in case you want to come on. And Son of Red Shirt, good morning. A tricktastic take. Ugh. You know what? Tricktastic day? That's going to be hard to say. Yeah, it's not. It's okay so far. So far, so good. And yes, I finally remembered this time. Not only did I get coffee, I went ahead and took my medicine before I started. So I'm not having to wait till somebody's on. And greetings, Admiral. Well, you're going to get up on the panel afterward. I mean, yeah, I know you have to see Mrs. Doom off to work, but you're the reason for the WTF Mondays. So, yeah, see her off to work and get your ass back on the panel. I sent you a link in your Discord. You can also check on Twitter in the group. So, Anyhow, what's going on this morning? I'm having my coffee. Hopefully, it'll last long enough for a couple people to get on. No guarantees. Because one never knows. Yes. Oh, yeah. You kind of figured, okay. And hashtag blame Admiral. I don't know about that. Cheating though, letting Cap do all the work. Yeah, well, cheating. In this case, I like cheating just a little bit. Yeah, making coffee is a good thing. I actually woke a little bit early and made a pot of coffee. Doesn't hurt that I went ahead and set it up the night before. Because usually I'll wake up in the morning and have to set it up and then make it. And trust me, when I'm first waking up without coffee, my I don't move very fast. I need coffee in my system before I actually start to move fast. And not that I do anyhow with the wound that I have, I'll just say. And so how do you have your coffee, son of a red shirt? Let's see here. Monday morning, anything going on? Not that I can think of. I did get some cleaning done over the weekend. I need to still kind of pick up a little bit, straighten things out. At least it's far better than it had been. I kind of procrastinated a little bit. Just off the top of your head, I'm curious, what are your 3 favorite comedies, at least at the moment? Anybody feel free to answer. And yes, anybody feel free to answer. Comedies. You know what? I'd have to give that some thought. I don't watch TV. I don't have time. I'm on YouTube. And I'm trying to work on some stupid videos, so I don't have time. And there's also 3 kids here, so I have to limit my online time and my recording time to when the kids are being. I don't know the word I want to use. Better. Medicated. Well, I'm not quite. Let's see here. Watch TV while you're on YouTube medicated. Let's see here. Well, first of all, I don't. I prefer doing one thing at a time. Now, while I'm streaming, I have to do at least 2 or 3, but that's only minimal. If I'm online and watching TV, that's 2 things constantly. That's a bit of difference there. So, for the channel, videos for your channel or personal stuff. No, definitely not personal stuff. Yeah, videos for the channel. That's where I'm having a hard time. Because it seems like everybody comes up with something that sounds well scripted, and I'm going, what the fuck? Again, fitting with the title for WTF Monday, except how about this one? What the fuck? How do I make a video? And yes, I know I can do a private live stream and record it and then set it, blah, blah, blah. And even disable chat so it doesn't look like it's a video from a live stream. Since there won't actually be any live stream to watch. So, other than that, because quite honestly, I've had people make a few suggestions, and I am going to try to implement those. Some of those are a little more difficult than others. And in fact, I'm going to have to get back to the person I was talking to before, because they provided a wonderful idea and I lost it because I lost my old computer. Or technically, I lost it when I had to reset this computer. Because it had a WTF moment, and it was like, okay, gone. So I had to reset it. I don't want to oversimplify it, but I don't think you can go wrong with what you're passionate about. At least then it won't seem like work, and you'll want to get it right. That's the problem. Son of a red shirt. I want to get it right, aka I want to get it perfect. I want it to actually be a video that people will want to watch. Now, these live streams, nah. People will watch or they won't watch. I'm not counting on live streams to give me tons of views, because most people want to watch a live stream live. And there are a few people that will watch to see what happened, or if they missed part of it, they'll catch up to where they started watching. Other than that, there are not usually a lot of people who watch. Now, I get 3 to 5, sometimes 7 viewers that will watch after, sometimes a few more. But other than that, it's just simple. They sit there. And I do appreciate, don't get me wrong, I do appreciate the people who watch after the live stream's over. It actually helps. But the thing is, like I said, they're not made to be rewatched because, well, part of it is you never know what's going to happen. Some days you could have different guests appear, which I guess is why people will watch. But other than that, most of the time I just make them to honestly give me something to do. And I'm already out of coffee. I was hoping I could go at least 20 minutes without being out of coffee. Well, let's see here. Hopefully, I don't know how long it'll take Doom to get his wife off to work. Of course, I know he can hear me because he listens all over the damn house. So let's see here. Yeah, I woke up hearing the Admiral going, the stream going off, and I'm going, what the fuck? So I thought, okay, WTF Monday. So it took me a few minutes, opened up my image, added a little bit of text to it. And yeah, there is the WTF Monday. Other than that, I wish I could do something. Because obviously, wait a minute. Okay, let's go with. Got that taken care of. In fact, I was looking at the brand on the StreamYard account, and I happened to notice the show display names option. And because obviously I knew it was there because there are some streams you go on and none of the names appear. And I've always wanted to write and say, why do you not have the names on there? So at least I can know who the hell's on. The host, obvious because it's on their channel. But sometimes I'm looking at the guests and going, I don't know. So if you're a creator who likes to do live streams and keep the names off the screen, please put them in the description below so at least we know who the hell is supposed to be on the panel. Another WTF. Yeah. Looking forward to at least Admiral being on. And let's see here. Okay. Of course, you want to get everything perfect, but you're not Spielberg. Rewrite your idea 3 times, then film it and put it out there. Here's the problem. How do I write it? I honestly don't know how to write it. If I knew what the fuck to do, I would do it. Let's see here now. Also a couple minutes behind because paused to make coffee. Well, at least that's understandable. Well, I don't know how it would be, how different the experience would be. And good morning, Project Story Time. How are you this morning? Okay. Okay. Yitza? Okay. I know where to write. Notepad is an excellent option. Now, I say I don't know what to write. I mean, literally, don't know what to write. I mean, if I'm doing a video of top 5 whatever, yeah, that's going to be obvious. But necessarily what I'm going to say in that video, not so much. All right. And good morning, son of a red shirt.
Good morning, Captain Trek. How are you, brother?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm surviving another day. I was listening to you go on, and I couldn't help but
Oh, damn it. I lost volume. Let me check the mic setting. Get rid of that. No, that didn't work. Edit. No, that's that. Let's go back, try that. Edit and echo cancellation again. See if that works. Not hearing you, son of a red shirt. So what's going on, Project Story Time? How are you doing, Josh? I'm actually surprised you're up. And I see that Senator Red Shirt dropped out probably because of some technical issue, which is unfortunately commonplace. It happens. And we'll see if he's back. There he is. Hello again. What's going on? Oh. Not sure what it is. Not hearing him now.
just having one of those mornings.
Nothing. There it is. Now,
you can hear me?
Back. Now I can hear you.
Oh, okay. That's good. I don't know why the animation on the screen here can't tell me when I'm speaking, but when I press it and the little bar for the microphone and the camera, the all that shit disappears, then you can hear me. So, I assume you see an animation or a picture of me. You know where I took my avatar from?
No, I don't actually.
Have you ever seen the movie came out in the mid '80s called Rock and Rule?
No,
It
I
was a
haven't.
Canadian animated film made by the same people that made the more famous film Heavy Metal.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
And this, the thing about this is that all the music, they had like Iggy Pop, Deborah Harry. Deborah Harry was the voice of the heroine. Iggy Pop, no, Lou Reed did the music for the bad guy and shit like that. It was a great movie. But the main character was this villain Mock, and that's just this sinister screenshot I got of the guy. It's a great film if you got the time and you like animation. Give it a try. If you like North American style animation,
Right. Because there's definitely a difference in the distinct styles. And good morning, Fenrir Fire. So,
I can't see any chat or anything, but because I'm on StreamYard, not YouTube, I suppose it doesn't filter through.
there is a tab that you can either see the private chat or the public chat. Should be on top. Because I'm not in the regular StreamYard.
Right.
Couldn't exactly invite myself on as a guest. But there should be a one side will be private chat, the other side will be the mainstream. And the one of the reasons that most people don't use that is it's not always up to date, and there will be times that chat will just go and you can't read it. So most people will rely on the YouTube chat directly.
Mm-hmm.
And there are times that nobody will say anything. So
Sure.
it's
The only disadvantage for me, I suppose, comes from the idea that if I want to make any noise or anything, yesterday I was able to just press the microphone button, it would shut me up.
right.
And then I could come back and make a comment. But today I don't. So I'm actually talking to you, I won't lie, from the bathroom because I can come in here and have a little smoke. It's too miserable to go outside. I was between making the coffee and stuff like that and talking to you. I do it now. So if the fan's on and it bothers you, let me know.
Oh no, it doesn't.
That's the spirit. So I asked you before, what are three of your favorite comedies? Whenever I ask people this, they think they've got to give me some like criterion answer, university educated guess. Anything that makes you laugh. I'm a big fan of cinema and film and stuff like that. And it's always an interesting question because everybody, regardless of background or whatever, does like to laugh, and comedies are kind of universal.
Oh, that's true. Well, I'll answer it this way. This past Saturday, I was on A Question of Trek. Now, if I weren't the contestant or one of the contestants or whatever, I probably would have been able to sit back and go, "Oh yeah, I know that answer." But I'm going, and I know the answer, but I can't say it. It's just like there, but not there. And then in the because in the first round there was a question that Fluggerville got because he was the other one that was on the panel, and on the other team, and so he got the question, but in the first round, if the team that got the question doesn't get it right, the other team doesn't get to answer. I knew one of the answers, so or actually a couple of them, and I'm just sitting there going, "Crap! I wish I could answer it." In fact, one time after he gave up, I ended up answering at the same time as the host, because it's like, yeah, I wasn't trying to be rude, but it's like, yeah, I know it.
Well, yeah, sure. What do you like about Trek trivia? What do you like? What's your strong point? Is it episodes? Is it actual star dates? Do you
Oh
know
no,
the numbers of ships or?
Star dates you could throw out. No, no, I don't know those for shit. Particularly, well, the only thing is with and it's only true for Next Generation. You know what season it is. Now, if you know the star date that the each series started, you could then add one onto it for the second digit to get to the second, third, fourth, and so on. But
yeah,
the
I guess they weren't always linear, were they? At least the definitely the broadcast dates weren't. If you're talking about original series Trek,
original series, that's just
that was the first one aired.
That was the original series. That was all over the place as far as star dates. That's why you have people who are arguing that Chekhov was on the ship because the star date was before blah blah blah.
Are you talking about Space Seed?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay, and you know what? Like, if you just want to talk about greater Trek lore, I won't argue. In my head canon, Chekhov was probably just a junior officer on the ship that hadn't yet been promoted to the bridge. He was good enough to get assigned to the Enterprise, but not quite there. So I'm fine with it. I'm not that angry. It would have been more appropriate to have Sulu as the first officer of that ship that goes down and of the Reliant.
Yeah.
Goes down with Captain Terrell. I forget the actor's name, not wrong, Canada. He's a good actor. He's been in a dozen movies. Paul Winfield, Academy Award nominated actor. Yeah, sorry, I lost track there thinking about the actor's name.
Well, the funny thing is, and I didn't know this until Saturday. Chekhov wasn't in the episode, but at least the character was on the show then in the first season. So that would still be believable. You wouldn't necessarily see him, but
yeah. Yeah, I guess.
But with
for me personally, that was never a big hang up because I love Star Trek and I'm willing to believe in the bigger picture that shit went on behind the scenes that I didn't always see.
Right.
That gives excuse for all those guys to write novels. I'm sure you're well aware there's like 500 fucking Star Trek novels out there.
Oh yeah,
if not more. So, they've got everything. I'm sure there's a novel about Chekhov being assigned to the Enterprise or something. And
good morning. What's his face, Mick? Whatnot? What's going on?
What's his face? Whatnot. Great name.
I was finally able to say the damn name. It took a while, but
yeah. It occurred to me if I open my phone, I can not only give you another viewer, but I can read what's going on in YouTube. because I can't do it with the streamer.
No. So what is how was your weekend, by the way?
My weekend? Well, it was okay. It wasn't too magical. Watched Vertigo, Lawrence of Arabia, which is my second all-time favorite movie. Magnificently filmed. David Lean directed. Are you a fan of movies?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Who's one of your favorite directors?
You know,
Like when you think back at the big pictures, it doesn't have to be the greatest film ever made or anything, but like a film that you say, oh, fuck yeah. John Ford was a great director. David Lean, a legendary director of films like Lawrence of Arabia, Bridge on the River Kwai.
see,
Stanley Kubrick.
I have Lawrence of Arabia, and I have a couple other films, but it's like I don't necessarily know who the hell directed them.
Okay.
Other than a few like Steven Spielberg,
Right.
I don't really. It didn't really dawn on me who might have directed it.
Okay, well then I'll simplify it, and instead of what's your favorite director, what's one of your favorite films? Like when you think of a good movie, when you think of a movie that you say to your friend, you talk about casually, and they go, "Oh, I've never seen that." You go, "You have to see that movie."
Let me actually move my computer so I can get up.
Hello, Captain Trek. How are you receiving?
Hello.
Sounds like you're just spinning on your mic. Can you hear me? Hello. Hey, brother. I don't know if you can hear me or not. Captain Trek. Sounds like we might be having difficulties. Or your mic's off at least. You're doing something else. Captain Trek. Sounds like we might be having difficulties. Your mic's doing right.
Hello.
Yeah.
Got there. Okay, what's going on, Admiral?
Not much. I figured I'd try you. I saw the plea to come in.
Yeah, definitely. You voice in the discussion. How are you this morning?
Not too bad. I'm taking it. I'm only going to be here for a couple of minutes. I'm going to step out. And, it's that time of the day again.
Yep.
Okay.
What
time is it where you are?
0640.
Same here.
Mrs. Doom is going to be going off to work here in the next 15, 20 minutes. So. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had to do this today, buddy, but the short attention span theater kind of died quick.
That sucks.
and it wasn't pretty.
Short
Actually-
attention span theater.
Actually, it was uglier than me, and I didn't think that was possible.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh, son of a red shirt. Yes, Short Attention Span Theater is my show that goes on Monday mornings at 1 a.m.
Oh, huh.
Uh,
Great name. What
and-
does you talk about?
I described the show as if you came here for a topic, you're out of luck. If you came here for good taste, you're out of luck.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's called Short Attention Span Theater.
And let's see here. Ah,
Well, just by
Okay.
the look of you, Admiral, you look to be a bit of a Trekkie, old school, I assume. You got the red shirt. You got the right shirt color on, brother. I'll give you that.
Well,
Where
there
the-
is a,
Where
there
the
is a
crap?
funny, there is a funny story behind this shirt.
Yeah.
One day my boss was asked what would happen if we had a tornado. What would happen at the store? She said that the associates would go to the training room area. Customers that wanted to leave, didn't want to leave, went to the training room area, and the manager on duty would walk the store to make sure everybody's safe. That's what she said.
Yeah.
This is what I heard. Save the associates, save the customers. The MOD is expendable. This is when I realized that I was an MOD.
Okay.
So I told this to my wife, and she bought me this shirt to wear it when I'm manager on duty.
So you're the security branch, I guess. Until she wants you to fix the leaky sink or the toilet or something, then you're engineering.
Yeah, something like that. But no, I was expendable at work, so she bought me an expendable shirt.
Oh, that's adorable.
And you see my onesie back in the corner.
Right? I do.
That was her idea too.
Yeah.
She's got a great sense of humor.
Yep. Yeah,
She married him.
Well, that's
Yeah, well,
yeah, that was over a decade ago. That's part of her sense of humor that never ends, apparently. And she made me a mask to wear to work.
oh, adorable. You know, if you said that 1 year ago today, that would have been completely different context. That's great. What? We just got a large view here. I'm sorry, I can't really see it. Could you hold it a little closer to the camera? It's made up of. They appear to be Star Trek comic book panels.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh,
And
very.
then- And then the other side is
Oh, that's excellent. Excellent.
and Captain Trek can tell you about my dining room.
Captain Trek knows.
Oh, well, he's shown it on camera before.
Let me, see if I,
Go ahead.
let me see if I can find them because I'm not sure that I can now.
Okay, you showed him pictures. To be honest, I was expecting a story of him being invited over and you couldn't get him
No,
off the from
not yet.
before because he's so drunk.
No, my dining room is definitely. Would you describe that as a sci-fi thing?
Oh, absolutely.
Would help if I learn how to read. God, I just want everything, don't I?
Well, no problem there. Take your time. But the obvious thing is, like I said, you're wearing your colors and you wear them proud. Good for you. Are you a fan of any other iteration of Star Trek, or are you pure OG?
No, my favorite is Deep Space Nine.
Oh, Deep Space Nine guy. Wonderful. I can't talk enough. Did you watch the documentary?
I have not.
No?
No.
You can find it on a few free streaming sites if you're really desperate. I don't know if it's on Netflix now or not. I don't have it anymore, but It was quite entertaining, especially if you're a fan.
There we go. Now, let's see. I'm going to share this cap. See if it comes up.
Yeah. There it is.
Now, that is my dining room wall. And this is hanging from my ceiling.
Okay.
And those
That's
are curtains that my wife made.
Star Trek Drive. I love it. Is that actual metal or is that like a bar mat? I
Metal.
can't tell.
It's metal.
Metal? Yeah. Okay,
And then
cool.
there's her end of the wall.
Oh,
Star Wars.
she's hardcore Star Wars, huh?
And then there's the other wall.
Okay. I'm sorry. It looks very colorful and present. I can make out the iconic stuff, but the pictures, they don't quite resonate with me. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, who I'm looking
They're
at.
the actual Ghostbusters, the actor, the actual Ghostbusters.
Oh, as soon as you said Ghostbusters, I see it now with Stay Puft up top and Ernie Hudson, Bill Murray, Danny Aykroyd, and the really departed Ramus.
Yep. But that's how my wife decorated our house.
So you guys are not just film fans, but hardcore pop culture enthusiasts.
Yep.
You're the Star Wars guy, and she's the Star Wars girl, huh?
Yep.
That's sweet.
She's online as Yoda.
Yeah. Not Baby Yoda?
Nope.
Let me get back.
Oh,
She's been a
don't do
Yoda
that.
fan. So gee.
Don't do that, Captain. Oh my God, it's bad enough that you can see my face. Don't blow it up.
That I did on accident, but that time I'm doing it on purpose. Ha ha ha!
You want to chase your viewers away? Jeez, come on, dude.
Who is, if I may ask, who is what's his face McWhatnot?
He's just a regular in chat.
And one of my
what's his face McWhatnot. He said hi to me. I just turned on my phone, and because on the tablet I can only have one on if I want to have good if I want it to work. And he said hello, and that was a while ago. So hello, what's its face McWhatnot. I love that name. Quite funny.
He's one of my most regular commenters on my upload videos. So,
and I'm sorry, greetings from the future. Greetings from the past to you, Joseph. So what's going on, Joseph? And yes, please check out Joseph Petrick's video.
It's Yitze.
Oh, it's Yitza. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't actually.
Joseph's being the shill. Joseph's being the shill.
Well, there's nothing wrong with a little shilling now and then.
No. Okay, I opened it up. Yeah, it's Yitza Lemons. By the way, we need to get his sub count up. He's only got 25 subscribers.
Who?
Yitza Lemons.
Okay. I don't know. Well, post his thing in the chat, and then you can punch it.
I just subscribed.
Cool.
I'm frustrated because I'm on limited resources here. I don't have my computer. It's bust. I'm using a tablet and a phone.
Yitza, you honestly think we're going to believe that?
Yeah.
I'd be more inclined to believe he has a hot cat, a good house, and too many wives.
That I would believe.
It's time to quote Doom's rule number 122.
Get out while
I exercise my constitutional right to shut the hell up.
That's all the way down at 22?
122. Yeah.
122. Holy cow. That's like rule 2. When in doubt, shut the fuck up.
Let's see.
Professor Brainy Specs. Good morning, Professor Brainy Specs.
I don't even remember what Doom's rule 2 is. Oh, if all else fails, cheat.
And good morning, Professor. What's going on this morning?
Of course, this show will always be remembered for number 184.
And that is?
Oh shit, I forgot.
Well, I'm glad I didn't give you a drum roll then.
Not saying that Captain Trek had anything to do with that, but
Oh no, not saying that at all. Even though I directly did say it, but hey.
Take it easy, Fenrir Fire. Drive safe, buddy. Has to head to work now.
Oh
Busy
yeah.
guy.
And Fenrir Fire, be safe up there. And
yeah, I know his area of the country. Yeah, he's going to have to be safe. I've seen them. I've seen the way they drive out there.
yeah, exactly. So yeah,
Oh,
definitely be safe
wait
up
a
there.
minute. I'm from that area. Of course, I've seen them drive. My family's from there anyway. So,
well, I could say there are two scary places one that I've actually driven. One was Atlanta.
oh dear God, I've never been down that far.
The other was Kentucky, where tailgating is a driving sport. In the Midwest, tailgating is known for having, parties in the parking lot. No, they just tailgate by riding on your bumper.
My ex-wife's
Road.
family was from Kentucky, and she used to drive like that. And I'm like, you know what? I'd love to call it tailgating, but that would require space between you and the car in front of us. This is called towing.
So you know what I mean. Then.
Nope. Yeah. Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anyone from Kentucky, but I don't know anyone personally from Kentucky that comes on these. So screw it.
I know somebody who lives in Kentucky who's running a live stream right now, but we'll just leave that one alone.
I don't even want to know. But yeah, what is it with them and the driving like idiots?
Last time I was in Kentucky, it was my wife decided we were going to take her car. It was a Prius at the time.
Uh-huh.
And we're going through the mountains of Kentucky, or going through the hills of Kentucky, and that Prius had some problems. Uphill, anyway.
Yeah.
Downhill, it was fine, but uphill. Okay, I'm going to step out for a few minutes.
Of course.
And out he stepped.
Oh, okay. Let's see here.
Emerald of Doom.
Dallas is okay. Professor Brady Specs. Dallas is horrible, and yet, yes, not even going to respond to that one. Not even going to respond to that one.
I'll respond. You need content.
The answer is no. Although it was a movie, so I'll give you that.
What was the question? I'm looking back. I can't find it.
All right, we've got Dave G Sound backstage.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dave. What's going on?
Nothing. It's morning.
Yes, it
Morning,
is.
Dave.
Good morning, Red Shirt and Captain
Nice.
and Admiral. Oh,
Yeah, I'm
I
going to
gotta
out for a minute. I think
open
he's
my eyes. I'm really just waking up. How you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing well. Had some coffee. Been talking with Son of a Red Shirt. Admiral Doom is listening, but he is otherwise occupied seeing his wife off to work.
Uh-huh.
But his house is wired for sound, so we know he hears us. Asshole.
And assuming he does. Good morning, Mrs. Doom.
Yes, Mrs. Doom has got to be a saint because, well, she's married to him.
Mm-hmm. I'll take your word for it. He seemed a pleasant enough chap. I've never spoken to him before, so.
He won't admit it, but he is.
Well, he is, but sorry, I have to give him a hard time because, yeah, I actually like the guy. If I didn't like the guy, I wouldn't talk to him. And it wouldn't be fun or funny talking about somebody who I didn't like. That would just make me a prick.
Well, yeah, sure. Exactly. Unless you were getting something out of it, I suppose. Then you'd be a mercenary prick.
But
So, Dave G, you waking up from a late night or?
No, I every once in a while I love to mimic this. Every once in a while, I lose my body. Just feels all the energy is draining away, and I lose consciousness. You fell asleep. Oh, is that what you call it? You humans.
Have yourself a nice cup of Joe.
Yeah, that's what I'm brewing up.
Yeah, I got to follow right behind you. I'm just about done. How do you take your coffee?
Yeah, it depends on the coffee. I guess I'll probably just have this one straight up.
Yeah.
Usually I'll take cream on it, half and half, but.
Right. You ever see the movie Airplane?
Oh, of course.
One of my favorites. Not the most famous scene in the movie, but there's this cute scene. They've been building up to it. There are only 2 children on this plane that looks like it's doomed, right? And this is back in the day where kids dressed up to get on an airplane, where everybody dressed up to get on an airplane. And in the middle of all this chaos and doom and people dying from food poisoning and sick passengers and Leslie Nielsen pressuring Robert Hayes to bring the ship in, this young boy shows up to this 10-year-old boy shows up to this 8-year-old girl with the silver tea
all right,
set.
I'm having a problem here. Give me just a moment. I'll be right back.
Oh, sorry.
I hope.
Go ahead. I can still hear you.
Shows up with a silver tea set, and she says, "Can I help you?" She says, "I thought you might like a cup of coffee." She says, "Well, that's very nice. Won't you please join me?" He says, "Thank you very much." He sits down. He pours a cup. He says, "Now, how do you take your coffee?" And this little 8-year-old girl looks away and she says, "Well, I take it black, like my men." So he kills me every time I see that. The little boy's face, his face just drops.
How the protagonist, I don't remember his name in the movie, had a quote unquote drinking problem, which is he could not physically drink anything.
Yeah, that's right.
Hell of a movie, that movie.
Oh, Airplane was genius level. Leslie Nielsen got famous again for that. It's funny because he had this career for over 20 years playing serious roles.
Yeah.
And but my all-time favorite science fiction films, you've probably seen it, Forbidden Planet.
Yeah. But his comedy is just, I mean, he's known for, I think, more so for his utter slapstick.
Oh, definitely. Definitely now. It's just an amazing reversal of a career. Like his
Oh,
career
yeah.
was winding down when he did Airplane, and then he just got this whole second life that it was even better than the original. You know, when he was a
Yeah.
leading man. It's those Naked Gun movies were great too. You ever watch those?
Of
More the
course,
same
and everything that the industry kind of spun off of that with Hot Shots, and what was one of my favorite ones that one I mention all the time that has everybody in it. It's the police one with Samuel Jackson in it.
Samuel Jackson.
Yeah. Shoot.
Police Academy.
No. I'm trying to remember what the hell it was called. I don't even own a copy of it, but every time I notice it, I watch it. It has like every late 80s, early 90s star available in the movie, and it's a slapstick stupid comedy, and it is great.
Right.
I wish I could remember the name of it off the top of my head. Has
And of course
Emilio
you
Estevez and Sam Jackson.
Oh yes,
Oh,
Samuel L. Jackson.
they were doing a Lethal Weapon ripoff, weren't they?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, it was based on the Lethal Weapon movies, but loosely.
Loaded Weapon. That's what it was called.
Cannon, ex-war vet, and Samuel L. Jackson was a nearly retired police sergeant.
They had that one scene where he froze because they were making fun of the scene from Die Hard where he's like, he has the gun out on him and he starts shaking, and if they're both like, drop the gun to him. Oh man, they had some great little scenes in that movie. The guys from Chips were in that movie in the middle of the shootout. They're like, is this the so and so shootout? They're like, no, third floor, man.
Yeah.
Wrong shootout.
Very true. Admiral Adum, did you come back?
Yes, I have.
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
Hi, Admiral.
And how's your wife?
Well, let's see. She pulled out of the driveway a little too shallow, and I thought she was going to hit the mailbox.
Oh.
But
You got snow where you are? Or?
no. Just she pulled out, wasn't paying attention, pulled into our side of the street and almost hit the mailbox. So
Oh,
I thought she was going to hit the mailbox. She didn't almost hit it. It looked real. I'm like, oh God.
Yeah, I've been there myself, type of thing. Yeah.
well, it's always a little scary when people you love don't have the most confident moments behind the wheel. My ex was the same. She'd love to like talk to you and lock eyes with you when she's in heavy traffic. Just watch the fucking road, for God's sakes. Don't look at me. Look at the road.
Yeah, I had to teach my first one how to drive.
Yeah.
But she was also the one that blamed me for wrecking the car when I was in Israel and she was in Indianapolis. So
Of course you did. It's all your fault.
and
You
quite
drove
no, 30 years later, I still haven't figured that one out.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
just wrong because of your gender. There you go. If that makes you feel better.
So,
Admiral, I was just talking with Dave G here, and he was telling me a funny reminiscence about that movie he saw. I think it was that Loaded Weapon. Was it Loaded Weapon?
Yeah, Loaded Weapon. Yeah.
Loaded Weapon. And his brother, Charlie Sheen, because Emilio Estevez and Samuel L. Jackson were the star of Loaded Weapon. His brother, Charlie Sheen, did those Hot Shots movies.
Yeah.
The first one was based on Top Gun, and the second one was based on Rambo. And I was going to ask, do you remember that scene? My favorite scene in the movie where he's sitting on the boat, all dressed as Rambo, having that moment where he's thinking about what he's got to do, and he's thinking it in his head. And then you hear his father's voice talking over that, talking about having to go upriver to kill Colonel Kurtz.
Yeah. And then they pass by. Yeah.
That's right. Charlie Sheen and his father passed by within 1 foot of each other on two different boats going the opposite directions. As they pass by, they look at each other and point and say, "I loved you in Wall Street," which was the movie together.
That's
We don't
awesome.
discuss Top Gun when I'm around.
Pardon?
We don't discuss Top Gun when I'm around.
Oh Lord, no.
Well, we were talking about Hot Shots.
I know. Well, that's one we weren't allowed to watch. So
Seriously, you weren't allowed to watch Hot Shots or Top Gun?
oh no. Top Gun was on every night on both.
Okay.
So you either
What?
watch Top Gun or the flight deck.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, look who's come to visit.
Wow.
You got a big ginger there. What's his name?
Everybody on YouTube knows him as Locutus.
Locutus.
Locutus of Doom.
Yeah. Everybody's convinced he's the star of my show. So
All right. Get the mug.
I don't have the mug. It's upstairs. But I can. Hang on. Do.
Have the mug. Why would
What's-
you not have the
what's
mug
not?
right there to shill?
Oh, speaking of mug, I've got
There you go.
There it
coffee
is.
going.
That is the image that's on Admiral of Doom's coffee mug. If he actually had it down there to show.
I don't see anything except his avatar with his kid
Yeah.
in there.
that's
that's it.
that's what's on the coffee cup.
Yep.
Okay.
And
Hang on.
Of course, he could put a link in the chat so that people could not only look at it, but if they wanted to buy it.
Oh, he's merchandising himself now, is he? Some of that sweet, filthy lucre via the merchandising like George Lucas. That's where the real money is. Don't worry about your content getting sold. Just worry about what the merchandising does. It's the only thing you can really control.
All right, and now we have the professor on board.
Morning, Jeff.
Professor
Captain.
Brady Specs. Good morning, sir. Ah, there you
All
go.
right, now
There's the mug in its full glory. Oh, and
Good morning.
What does a mug starring Admiral of Doom and Locutus the cat go for on eBay now?
what's
don't
on
know.
eBay?
On my merch store, it's $13.50 right now.
$13.50. There you go. And when are you going to
Yeah,
model your
on eBay, they go for $20.
where you're going to model your Star Trek security golf shirts? What are they going for on the site?
I don't know. See, I don't know where she bought this one, so
No.
but normally I'm using my 19th century Admiral mug.
Oh, now I gotta go back.
Yeah.
I like
Oh.
that one.
Oh, that's cool. You like the you like that 19th century naval, all those stories, that sort of thing, like Horatio Hornblower and oh shit.
No, what it is I've been Admiral Doom for 35 years now, and I just said, you know what I really want to see is me in a 19th century uniform, a true admiral. And Yitzhak said, got an idea for you. And that's what he created.
Huh. That's funny. We all have different kind of ambitions. I always wanted to see myself as that Dr. Ho guy on the boat with all the beautiful women talking about all the money I have. And you guys send me more, and I'll send you some magnets that'll make your life all better.
I realized, let's see, it must have been right about now 30 years ago that we were under attack by the Germans.
Come again? What were you in West Berlin?
No, we were in the Atlantic Ocean. Off the
30
coast.
years ago?
Yep.
30 years ago was 1991.
Yep.
Germans were attacking who?
USS Theodore Roosevelt. CVN 71.
Really?
Yep.
What German attacked that? Was it a fishing boat? Was it some kind
No,
of
the German Navy.
over what?
they decided that since we were going to Desert Storm at the time, that we were going to test the carrier's capability of shooting down live Exocet missiles. And, well, they fired him at us.
Huh.
We shot down one of the 6.
Yeah.
I think the Karen got the other 5. So
that's I feel kind of ignorant right now that I wasn't aware of that. I just have no memory.
not many people would know that unless you were actually there, because it was a naval exercise on our way to Desert Storm.
Okay. So I'm sorry if I missed the gist or if I'm being a little thick. I was kind of reading the I was just responding to somebody in the comments. Do you mean it was an accident that they fired?
No, it was
A live fire exercise? What?
live fire exercise. Yep.
Huh. Wow. I had no idea.
And when they announced
Do you have any
it,
in your family?
when they announced it, the first thought that went through my mind when the skipper announced it was, wait a minute, aren't the Germans on our side?
Yeah, sure.
But we were off the coast of the Azores at the time.
Huh.
Admiral, have you heard that there's a radio transmission that you can listen to of, I think it's a U.S. strike force, carrier force, demanding that these people change position, asking what their intentions are. And they said, no, you're going to have to turn.
Yeah,
They're like, no, this is the U.S. strike force. We have all these powerful weapons, and you better turn. It's like, well, we're staying right where we are. You see, we're an island with a lighthouse, 2 people and a dog.
yeah.
They said, yes, we'll change course. That's fine. Sorry.
I saw this YouTube little video thing yesterday, just by happenstance, where they were talking about humorous and bizarre arguments countries are having throughout the world, and how sometimes they could lead very close to war, how petty shit is.
Yeah.
And when I found out there's an ongoing dispute between Canada and Denmark over this tiny hunk of rock called the Hyman Island or something.
Yep.
And the Dutch go there. The Dutch Army or Navy goes there, raises the flag. Canadian Navy goes there, kicks it down, puts up the Canadian flag. They go away, come back and do it. And they've been doing this for years over this tiny little island, but it's located between the northwest coast of Greenland and the northeast coast of Baffin Island.
Yeah.
So lots of ships. It's like the Northwest Passage, the entrance through there. So whoever controls that controls tariffs and shit going through there. But what significance? This tiny little rock of an island. Can't even put a lighthouse on it. It's just a rock. You know?
There's an island off between Maine and Canada. It's right off the coast of both. And Canada claims it. United States claims it. Canada built a lighthouse there. But, they just argue over this one little island.
Yeah. And if you go to the opposite end of the country, out by Victoria, and I think of Washington, whereabouts exactly, I don't know, but there's an island that's literally split in half.
Yep.
And you got to cross it to use the Canadian side of the bridge, but it's like if you live there, there's don't stress. And if you go there to visit, you can literally have 1 foot in America, 1 foot in Canada.
Well, there is one place in Washington where the kids have to go across 2 international borders to go to school every day.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Yeah. Geography can be a little fucked up. I don't know. Is Professor Brainy Speck still there?
I'm here.
How's your morning, buddy?
I woke up about an hour ago. And apologies to Admiral. I had full intentions to be on short attention span theater last night. I must have needed sleep because I slept all the night through, and I got my coffee. I'm still trying to wake up. Allergies are bothering my throat this morning. I just sneezed a couple of times. I was hoping that would help, but it didn't really.
Well, you can probably tell what I'm doing right now. Making another cup of tea.
Coffee.
Maybe that's what I need is tea.
Since my tea maker is right next to right next to my computer.
I knew that's what you were doing. I remember that's where you placed it too. You showed us. That was funny.
All right.
Locutus. Locutus.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Prey 5. Kapla.
Kapla, bird.
Plot.
Good morning.
Yeah, I kind of forced Captain Trek into a show this morning because I cut the short attention span theater a bit.
When did you end, Admiral?
4:00 local. I was only on for 3 hours.
Wow.
3 hours. But you're still
I
on
take
now.
You worked last night,
on
Admiral?
a different show.
I know,
No.
but it's like
No, I knew that I knew things weren't going well when I had 8 viewers. 5 of them were on the panel, and 1 of them was the Stream Elements bot.
don't worry about numbers.
Well, no,
That's what I've been telling
I
Cap,
was there,
too.
but I was also asleep.
but then it was dead air.
Well, that's a problem.
And well, you know,
Dead air, even with that nice fancy Starfleet shirt you got on.
yeah, well,
No,
apparently we were just all talked out this morning.
Was Locutus there?
Of course.
Okay.
Just throw them on your head and sit in front of the camera.
Yeah.
No, I still show the video of him falling off the desk.
Aw.
you
Poor
don't have
kitty.
any. You don't have any cute but borderline abusive videos with you taping a laser pointer to his head. It's like mimicking lines from Star Trek or anything like that, do you?
No, not yet.
God for small favors.
He doesn't care about laser pointers. It's the weirdest thing.
Locutus.
Yeah, earlier I got him. He was looking right at the camera because the speaker is right next to the camera.
Right.
And Nina and Bill and a few others were just tormenting the cat, meowing and stuff. And he was just under there looking at the camera and the speaker.
Yeah.
Is Locutus your only pet?
No,
You have a menagerie?
Locutus.
I have 3 cats right now.
No, 3.
Yeah. Meatball, Milo, and Locutus.
Meatball, Milo, and Locutus. Do they all
Locutus
get
is the one
along?
that's
Are they the same age, or?
No, I don't know how old Meatball is. But actually, it's funny because I don't call Meatball or Locutus by their real names because football fans gave them their real names.
Yeah.
This one is Manning,
Patty. Okay.
and Meatball's real name is Peyton.
So you have Peyton and Manning. So yeah.
Yep.
Let's see here. I wonder who she likes.
No, actually, we adopted them with these names.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Well, I meant
There's that kitty.
whoever named
There's that kitty.
Yeah, from this angle, he looks like a tribble, doesn't he?
that.
Yeah.
You get him to put his head down. He's a pregnant turtle.
Yeah, he looks like a triple from that angle. Yeah, mix. Oh, I just read that. Whatnot. It's asking me, Lawrence of Arabia is your second favorite movie. What's my favorite? Oh, good question. My default answer is always Casablanca. I'm a big Humphrey Bogart fan. Love Casablanca. That's like a magical movie to me every time I see it. Watched it over Christmas again. Had to be, no exaggeration, my 30th time. Love that movie.
One of the radio shows I'm going to put on my channel at some point is called Bold Venture,
Uh-huh.
and it stars Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall.
Bold, say that again?
Bold Venture.
Bold Venture. What's shit? I know To Have and Have Nots, The Big Sleep, the shit. Right on tip. What's the one where he got the face surgery?
I know.
It's kind of a laughable premise. He had his face changed to look like Humphrey Bogart.
Well, this is a radio show. Let me see
Dark
if I can.
Passage. Sorry, it's a radio show.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a radio show. I'm so sorry. I misunderstood.
No, that's fine. Bold Venture.
By the way, Dave G, I got your Q reference earlier.
Oh,
Nice one.
thanks.
Desperate Hour.
I
Yeah,
don't think anyone commented on it.
1951 and 1952, they did 78 30-minute episodes of a show called Bold Venture on the radio.
Bold Venture. And what was the plot?
Bogart played a bar owner or a hotel owner named Slate Shannon, and
Okay.
Lauren Bacall played the woman who hung around with him. You know, they weren't quite boyfriend girlfriend. Her name was Sailor. That's what they always called her. And they were based in Havana.
Okay.
So it's a really good episode. It's a really good show.
How long is it?
It's 30 a piece.
Pardon?
Generally. 30 minutes a piece generally. So there's 78 episodes at 30 minutes a piece.
Holy cow. And that's a full 30 minutes, no commercials, no buy Calgite or no dancing.
Generally not, because I believe it was a syndicated series.
Yeah.
So
Huh.
I am Tribble of
I
Doom.
run old time radio shows on my channel most of the time.
Really?
Oh, yes. I
Have you
had
ever listened to the old Boston Blackie?
I do have, I think, 150 to 200 episodes of that.
Get out. That's amazing. Do you remember Theater of the Mind?
Yes.
Oh, I used to listen to Theater of the Mind every Sunday night as a kid growing up.
One of my favorite radio shows. Agnes Moorehead played an invalid wife in a show called Sorry, Wrong Number.
Okay.
She played it about 8 times on this show called Suspense. Well, along the way, somebody decided that Sorry, Wrong Number would make a good movie. So they made an hour-and-a-half movie out of this half-an-hour radio show. And then there was another show called Lux Radio Theater, which took the best movies of the day,
Yeah.
put them back on radio. So Sorry, Wrong Number went from the radio as half an hour to an hour-and-a-half movie and back to an hour radio show.
Yeah.
Huh. That's something. The on YouTube I found recently, I'm a big fan of those old movie serials. Flash Gordon, Buck Rogers, Superman, Shazam, Spy Smasher, shit like that. And they also had Superman radio shows. And I was listening to one of those. They just put up some still pictures and shit at the time, but it was pretty interesting. Oh, and one of the pictures, if you're a fan of the old radio shows, you might, I don't know if I saved the URL or whatever you call it. I'm not really the most computer literate guy, but It had some wonderful shots of like things like the sound effects guy, what he had to do to make those sounds of Superman flying or like crashing through a wall or, you know, doing stuff. And his high tech, which was high tech in like 1948, whenever they did this, it would be, you know, you could get more on your phone today, definitely.
Yeah, Foley work is still done like that, even though you're right that there's a sample for everything now, but there are still people, there's a lot of people do live Foley work for radio and things like that to this day, because it is an art in that form, instead of having it, you know, when you're doing it live, to have somebody being able to do that, to actually open and close a door in a frame, just to have the door squeak and slam. And walking using some shoes on some rocks to make it sound like you're walking down a road, and really, really fun stuff. If you could find, I looked and looked. Those are hard gigs to come by, doing live Foley work, because they're so seldom now. So seldom do you see somebody doing that.
That's right. Superman, the radio show, was on the Mutual Network.
Okay.
At first. And I never got into the. There are 2,088 episodes of the Superman radio show.
Really?
Wow.
And I have not downloaded any of them. I was never like one of the radio shows that I listen to is the Green Hornet.
Oh, the really old one where Kato was Japanese?
I think he was Japanese in that. I don't remember what he was in the radio show.
Because if I recall correctly, Kato, they changed his ethnicity for the TV show. But he was originally Japanese, and this predated the Second World War.
But the Green Hornet started on WXYZ up in Detroit. The same place where the Lone Ranger was created.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. And isn't there a backstory where Britt Reed is really the great-great-grandson of...
Great-nephew of the Lone Ranger, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's cool. I like that little bit of, you know, behind-the-scenes universe building. It's great.
But my favorite radio shows are detective stories. Boston Blackie, to a certain extent, Philip Marlowe.
Oh yeah, sure.
That kind of thing.
Philip Marlowe's a little spoiled for me because I'm more of a cinephile, and having Humphrey Bogart do such a dead-on performance. There've been other good Philip Marlowes. I think Dean Andrews and a couple other people over the years, but for me, Humphrey Bogart is it, but he's also Sam Spade, you know?
Sam Spade is one of my favorites on radio, was done by Howard Duff. Philip Marlowe was done by Gerald Moore. Part of the reason that I love radio is because, you know, you have to use your imagination to see the scenes.
Mm-hmm.
And to be perfectly honest with you, I put people I know in the parts, and I look really good as a detective. I'm always the star of the show.
Now, do you wear your fedora down or pushed back?
Down. But then there's another radio show called Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell. And it came out around the same time as Sam Spade and Philip Marlowe, but they tried to give you an idea of where they were going with this. The main writer for Richard Diamond was Blake Edwards.
Really?
And
Blake Edwards, yeah, you mean the director, of course.
Yes, he was the main writer.
Yeah, he was a fantastic writer, but more well known for directing. But wow, that's really interesting. When did he do this? When he was young, or?
Yeah, it was 48, 49.
Oh wow, yeah, no, he was young.
One of the
Billy Andrews. Which,
one of the episodes one of the episodes he wrote was Dick Powell had himself a new wife by the name of June Allison at the time.
Right.
And June Allison had gotten pregnant. So they wrote this entire show about June Allison had lost her husband and was wandering around New York looking for her husband, Rick, who looked an awful lot like Richard Diamond, private detective.
Right.
But she wouldn't tell him. She was not going to tell anybody her real name until the very end when she announced that she was pregnant and that, you know. So he's helping his wife look for her husband the entire episode.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just thought that was really well written.
That's one of your favorites then. And I'm
Mhm.
sorry, what's the name of that again?
Richard Diamond, private detective.
Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Does it come from a novel series or was it an original for broadcast?
It was an original broadcast type thing.
Yeah, very interesting. You seem quite knowledgeable on that whole radio subject. I got to say, I didn't really follow it after childhood. I mentioned before I was a big fan of Theater of the Mind and Boston Blackie. Dr. Demento, too. I love the old radio show comedies. Do you ever listen to any of those?
I don't have a whole lot in my. I have the entire catalog of Fibber, McGee, and Molly and Great Gildersleeve someplace.
Yeah, yeah. Those are great.
Another one of my favorites was Dragnet. Did not like the TV show growing up. Couldn't stand the radio. I couldn't stand the TV show, but I heard it on radio, and I'm like, well, this is pretty good.
Yeah.
I didn't. I knew about Dragnet. It played when I was a kid. I didn't watch a lot of it. I remember Harry Morgan when he came on MASH. That's where I knew him from. I was very proud of myself that I knew that, being like 8 years old or whatever it was at the time. But yeah, I didn't follow that. The older TV shows that we got up here where I live. God, there were so many. Were you ever a fan of stuff like The Outer Limits? Or
Okay, when I was growing up, I didn't have a TV.
Oh, you didn't?
No,
Oh, this explains your diehard interest in radio.
yeah, I generally didn't have a TV growing up, and when I did, it wouldn't last long. But, and I started listening to radio, old time radio, about 20 years ago now, and just fell in love with it.
Well, that's super cool. I don't.
And Dave G Sound can tell you what my videos are like.
Yeah, that's an opening for Dave G. If he's not falling asleep again. I love your avatar, Dave G. It looks like you're asleep at the job.
Yeah.
Every time I look at that,
that's sound check.
every time I look at that, I think you're asleep.
That's what it was supposed to look like. I was trying to show you the backstage life there. That's pretty much sound check for the third day in a row, doing exactly the same thing because on the monitor desk, nothing has changed.
Wouldn't it be a little more realistic to have a spilled rum and Coke over it?
No, not that one.
Oh no!
Oh God, no.
Dave, where do you work?
Well, this was taken about 15 years ago when I was working at Lisner Auditorium as the technical director. Well, that there is a PM5D digital console that we were using for monitors.
Right. How long have you been doing it for, Dave?
Oh, audio? About 25 years.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
did you go to school for it? University
Yep.
educated or on the job?
Yeah. Went to college, and but that's one of many things that I have done. I actually retired already from the university.
Well, can't stay in school forever.
Yeah, no. I mean, working at the university.
Yeah, I was kidding, but well, good for you. That's pretty interesting. I'm looking at Professor Brainy Speck's avatar there, and the only thing I'm getting from it is that he looks like a cross between Willy Wonka and a potential supervillain.
You nailed it. Nailed it.
Yeah, okay.
Not quite.
That is the cross between the actual me and Sylvester McCoy playing the Seventh Doctor on Doctor Who.
Oh,
I mean, it's a
Okay.
Yitza creation.
Yes.
Sylvester McCoy, you said.
Yes.
Sylvester. So do you consider yourself a Whovian?
Oh,
Absolutely.
definitely he's the Whovian.
Absolutely. Brother,
Even though he's a moron and likes the female doctor.
Jeez.
Gee, thanks, Cap.
you're a fan of the new Who?
I love you too, Cap.
Sorry.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. But
I'll just say hi from here.
Well, that's how long have you been watching Doctor Who for, Professor?
Since 1982.
1982. Okay, so
Yes, 1982.
I'll be right back, folks.
as a kid,
all right.
Camera. I'm a John Pertwee guy. I'm a big
Now,
John Pertwee.
see, he wasn't one of my favorites.
No, and I understand he's not for everybody, but I got to admit, your guy is not for everybody. He's quite possibly the most disliked Doctor Who up until recently.
No, he's not.
Really?
No, he's not.
I've never seen that guy getting love. And I've got nothing personal against him. To be honest, I haven't seen I saw like 1 or 2 episodes with him, to be honest. And with John Pertwee, a lot of that, I will fully admit, is the rose-tinted goggles of nostalgia fully working from my childhood. Remembering, he was this fun. I look back at him like he was the most Captain Kirk of all the Doctor Who's. No other Doctor Who ever rocked a crushed purple velvet smoking jacket the way that. No other Doctor. No
Well,
other
I
Doctor.
don't know.
Chop. This guy would take guys down hand to hand. No other Doctor does that. They always get their ass handed to them. This guy, he fought back. He also, the only Doctor I'm aware of that had an absolutely bitching cobra tattoo on his forearm. And that's a true story. He had that tattoo while he was Doctor Who. And the only Doctor
Yeah,
to
he
have
did.
his own car, the Who-mobile. You remember the Who-mobile?
Oh, could you repeat that again, please?
What? The Doctor Who-mobile?
Who-mobile.
No, what you said right before that. The only one that had.
He had the tattoo.
No, after that.
Cobra tattoo.
Mm-hmm.
He was also known for
No.
the karate chopping. He was a very physical.
Yeah,
Doc.
but specifically something directly related with the Who-mobile.
Oh, he was the as far as I remember, he's the only Doctor to have the Who-mobile. And his legend has
Oh.
it, he used
The only
to
one,
drive
yeah, okay.
the set, and he routinely got pulled over by police to the point where they were bringing a camera so they could get a picture of him in the Who-mobile. He'd get pulled over all the time. That is legend.
No,
Legend.
no, see, I liked Bessie better.
You like Bessie better?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
To each their own. I can't argue with a dyed-in-the-wool Whovian. I'm more of a Star Trek guy, but it's super cool. Good. And so you're also, I hear you've been taking a little ribbing here for being a fan of the new Doctor Who. Being that I have not
Well,
watched
you know, I get unfairly characterized as
True.
being a fan of Jodie Whittaker. She's all right. She's not one of my
You're
favorites.
a fan of Jodie Whittaker? Oh, that's what you were
Yeah,
talking
see,
about.
here we go.
Captain.
Here we go.
No, he's not. He's not a big diehard. No, but he doesn't hate her.
Yes,
No.
I don't hate Jodie Whittaker. I'm not a fan of Jodie Whittaker. She's all right. I don't have a
Okay,
problem
so
with making the character female. I put it more on the writing. That first series that she was in was horrible.
yeah,
There were just a couple of episodes that I would rewatch from that series 11. Series 12 was a vast improvement in the writing and directing.
Okay.
I know a lot of people don't like the timeless child storyline. I'm okay with it. I mean, I'm not ecstatic over it, but I can roll with it. And I don't see how it changes the character that much. I mean, you have over 50 years of the Doctor, and that's who the Doctor knows he or she is. So I don't see where it changes much.
I'm sorry, I
People
didn't quite follow you. Are you talking about the fact that the Doctor Who is now a woman?
No.
With that?
The
No.
timeless child. That's what most people are all up in arms about right now.
Okay.
Other than the fact that they hate Jodie Whittaker in the role.
Right.
Not that she's a woman, but just because it's Jodie Whittaker. Do you know of the timeless child storyline?
I brother, cards on the table here. I kind of dropped out of Doctor Who after Capaldi left. I haven't seen a single episode with Jodie Whittaker. And part of why I'm honestly interested in your opinion is because anywhere on any site I see anybody say anything positive about the Doctor Who, they get shouted down quick and don't talk about it. I'm willing to believe that if I watched it, I might not like it, but I'd also like to hear something positive about it too. There has to be. Even with something like Star Trek Discovery, I can come up with positive things about it. Now, I don't like the show, but if I took individual things from individual episodes, I could say, listen, I thought the cinematography in this was really good. Hey, that was some good CGI. That was movie quality. That's great.
Well, something positive happened about it yesterday.
Oh? About what?
Sorry.
Oh, wow. I'm going to leave that one well enough alone.
I'm not sure it was so much positive. It's just people are happy because of what they think is positive.
Yeah. Well, everybody just wanted to move on. That's all. I think it was just like a lot of the other stuff. It was getting so clustered, effed that everybody's kind of tired of it. And it's like, you know what? Any way you can restart, anything that you can do, it has to be better than just keeping going.
And I haven't seen anything official yet. And sometimes these newspapers over there get things wrong, and they get a rumor and then they run with it. And sometimes it's true, sometimes it's not. But based upon past history, I wouldn't doubt it. So the news is after 3 series, they're going to be filming the 3rd one here soon. Jodie Whittaker is stepping down from the role.
Okay. Yeah. But
so one more series with her.
Isn't it? It's not uncommon though for an actor to leave after 3 years, though, isn't it?
After 3 series, that's correct.
Yeah.
I mean, David Tennant, he had 3 series plus a year of specials. I don't know if you count that as a series. Right. Matt Smith did the same thing. Capaldi did the same thing. And you go back to classic era, Peter Davison and Patrick Troughton both had 3 series or seasons back then.
Mm-hmm.
And so did McCoy, but McCoy, the show ended. I think he would have done a 4th.
Right. So, by and large, it's not necessarily reflective on her performance as the Doctor. It could just be that, you know what, we've got 3 seasons, time to recycle this.
I think so. I don't think she was told to step down or anything like that.
No, I think it's a coincidence that the dislike for her character just met up with the standard timeline of the show's actor. You know,
And you
it's
know
like
I'm sorry.
when people
Dave.
are just jumping maybe to a conclusion.
Right.
Mr. Londell said the other day that he had read something like 4 weeks ago, something that her agent had said that she would be not continuing. So it's not like it's a surprise, shock, super sudden thing. And I think that maybe the disdain for her portrayal of the Doctor in the fandom, you know, it's just giving the fandom a little breeze behind their sails, so to speak, as opposed to just saying, "Hey, this was in the cards anyway."
Well, my question, and I hope it's you know, I know nothing about the actress. And hopefully this will not end her career, because obviously there were a lot of people who didn't like her in this role.
Yeah.
I don't know what else she's done. Of course, I haven't checked.
Oh, most recently she was in the show Broadchurch, and she was excellent there.
Yes.
That's David Tennant's series, correct?
Yeah, David Tennant, and she
Yep.
played a supporting character, regular character on there.
Right. I get how fans can be passionate about what they think should be the epitome, or what a character really should be. Recasting Spock, or recasting the Doctor, or recasting James Bond, well, James Bond, it's a little different. We all expect, the guy to do a certain set number of movies and then he goes his own way. With this Jodie Whittaker Doctor, I feel bad that I never really sat down and gave her a chance, but also I don't want to come in like midway through a season. They play it on TV up where I am. I can watch it for free, but I'd rather get behind a storyline or an arc or something. And what I've universally heard is her first season just sucked ass, just like Discovery. But the second season, that started to get better. Do you think that's true? Did it get better with time, or is it?
Second series was definitely better, much better in the writing. And that was the problem with the first series that she was in. The writing was poor. And I think a large part of that was the if I can talk, antagonist.
Antagonist?
Yes, they weren't well written. They didn't have strong ones.
So the bad guys sucked, basically.
Yeah, the bad guys sucked. Now, Doctor Who doesn't always need bad guys per se, but the ones they had weren't very good. The second series was much better in that regard. That it felt more like Russell T Davies era Doctor Who. And if you don't get that reference, I'm talking about when the show first came back, 2005 to 2010.
Right. Yeah.
The writing was much stronger. You had stronger enemies. You had the Master coming back, which still intrigues me because we don't know how the Master survived the Master killing the Master. If you followed Capaldi at all, you know that they had a story where two Masters showed up in the same story, and the younger one killed the older one, basically.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? I liked Capaldi. I did. He grew on me too, and I think he grew into the role well. I wish I got another season with the guy, but with Capaldi, I didn't catch all the episodes. I didn't see everything in order, but I liked the actor enough that I would watch something out of order and it not bother me as much, just so I could get my Who fix. But.
Well, Doctor Who, I mean, usually each series has its overarching storyline. However, most of the episodes are standalone.
Sure.
The overarching story is kind of more background-ish. You may get a reference in each episode to the overarching story,
about
but
current run, the modern Who, not the older one.
Yeah, the older series, the classic series, only really had 2 seasons that had an overarching storyline.
Yeah,
and Yeah, it was the let's see, Tom Baker had one with the
Spider
oh,
God, whatever it was.
it was the my brain is not working this morning. The first season with Romana, where they had to go around and find the 6 keys to time.
Right.
And then the second one was during Colin Baker's era when he was put on trial, the trial of a Time Lord.
Right.
And you kind of had it a little bit with McCoy and the Ace storyline, which actually took place over 2 seasons.
Yeah.
But that was a
I
little
liked
more
Ace.
subtle. Oh, Ace was great.
Yeah, she was cool.
One of my favorite Doctor companion duos, the 7th Doctor and Ace.
Yeah, they worked well
They were
together.
fun. They were fun together. One of the reasons why I like the 7th Doctor so much.
Another magic thing about Doctor Who is it's been going on forever. It's, beats even Star Trek for
He is a
longevity.
Time Lord.
Sure. Darn straight. I'm dimly aware, and I'm not sure, maybe you can back this up, Professor, but didn't they retroactively make it so that the first Doctor is actually a middle-aged black lady and not
No,
not Peter Cushing? Who was the very first Doctor?
William Hartnell.
William Hartnell. Sorry, thank you.
Peter Cushing
so that's
played
false.
an alternate version of the first Doctor where he actually was a human, and it was for 2 theatrical films that have no real connection to the series, the TV series.
Right. Okay. Well, that's something. So, what did you make of this season? Are you happy the way it's ending up, or?
Well, they just had the special on New Year's Day, the latest episode, and that was, I think, one of Whittaker's best episodes, actually. A lot of people are throwing hate at it because, well, it's Whittaker, it's Chibnall, the showrunner.
But you, as a more impartial Whovian, a more enlightened Whovian, may I say, what is your take on that?
Well, here's the thing, and I was talking about this earlier. In Series 12, the latest series, they had the storyline going called The Timeless Child. Well, who's the Timeless Child? Actually, it started in Series 11 early on. It was mentioned in the second episode of that series, but not really explained at all until Series 12. And I don't know how much you want to go into spoilers here.
I don't watch, so it doesn't really matter to me. Go for it.
I'm talking to mainly Son of a Red Shirt. Son of a Red Shirt.
Do spoilers bother you, or is it okay?
Because I know Bird doesn't really care. Dave G, I don't know.
No.
Have you
There's
seen?
no, I
Have
don't
you seen
Doesn't
the
matter
series?
to me.
Yeah, of course I have. I
Admiral?
don't care.
Admiral.
It doesn't bother me.
Son of a Red Shirt, are you there? Did we lose you? I think we might have lost him, or
I think
he
so.
stepped
Yep.
away.
Yeah.
Yep, we lost him. Sorry, boys, I had technical problems. I'll be right back in a minute. In 1 minute.
Okay. Sorry. Yes, I was. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Don't
what.
forget Yitza. Don't forget Yitza. The chat's a little slower in StreamYard.
I'm looking at what. What's his face? McWhatnot said about Nick Nolte. Boy, he has not aged well at all.
No.
Yeah, I didn't watch Grace Point. And I liked Broadchurch. I just didn't have any desire to watch Grace Point because basically it was the same story. Now I know that the ending was supposed to be different than in Broadchurch. And if you're not aware, Broadchurch is kind of a detective procedural type show.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And it was well produced, very well done. The showrunner of that show, Chris Chibnall, he's the current showrunner of Doctor Who.
I just never got into Doctor Who because that would require me actually watching TV, which I don't do. But you know, it comes from the way I grew up. So,
So how'd you get into Star Trek then, Admiral?
that's what's kind of funny. When the first time I ever saw Star Trek was at somebody else's house. In reruns of the original series.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't watch much of TNG. But by the time Deep Space Nine came out, I did. I made it a point to always have a TV, and I didn't watch much. I didn't watch much on TV because, you know, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I tend to be very flighty when it comes to my attention.
You mean like the, hence the name of your.
Yeah, hence the name of my show.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot
always
what's
made
the name of your show again?
Yeah, short attention span theater. But Deep Space Nine, I made it a point to watch, and I watched a few of the first 3 seasons of Voyager, but
All right.
and then the other one I always watched was Enterprise. So,
And welcome back, son of a red shirt.
Hey guys, how you doing? Sorry about that. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful.
Yep.
What the sound just came back on when you were talking about Deep Space Nine. Who was that? Who's the Deep Space Nine fan here?
Admiral, I asked Admiral how he got into Star Trek.
I think
since he didn't
everybody
watch
is.
TV.
Oh yeah.
yeah. Like I said, I got into the original Star Trek by watching it on somebody else's. I saw it at somebody else's house, and I'm like, "Well, this is cool."
Okay.
And then,
Were you a kid?
yeah.
Admiral, your audio is a bit staticky.
Keep in mind that when let's see, Star Trek was 1 year old when I was born, so I saw it in reruns.
Yeah, and I had to boost you to 200 because otherwise it was low.
What,
I'll
my
reduce it back
audio
down.
is my audio better now?
Hold on.
It's still staticky.
No, it's
It might be
clipping.
because
It's
you're being.
obviously-
Yeah, it might be because you're getting boosted.
I reduced it back down.
Okay, that's weird.
I'm not hearing static now.
It's better. I think there might be a hint of it, but a little bit of
Just
the
not like before. But it's also I can also hear you better now.
I know that my computer is working overtime because of StreamYard. So
Yeah. Sure beats up the equipment.
well,
But I
I
got
mean,
pretty shitty equipment. So.
well, I have a monitor on my on my computer fans now, and I can see that the fans are. And now that the computer is so quiet that I could actually hear the fans, they're just running away right now.
Hmm.
But
All right.
oh well. StreamYards does that. I can accept that.
Yeah, well, the price you pay, I'm not paying anything to be here, so I
Yeah.
can't really complain, I guess.
Yeah, well,
That's what it
And
is.
I got lucky. I got in on the sale price. So I pay for it, but I pay less than most people because I only have to have the StreamYard logo, not the damn duck.
yeah. Well,
Why, you lost me there. I don't know what the damn duck means.
When you are on a free account and you have a live stream, you'll see StreamYard and this duck below it.
yep.
Okay.
And
The duck is their logo.
yeah.
Yeah.
So their logo would be displayed. It would be free, or I don't really
That's
follow.
When the duck is showing, generally it's the free version.
Hmm.
Let me see here.
So, son of a red shirt, you asked me about my opinion of the current state of Doctor Who, basically. I don't know how much of that you heard, but I got to a point where I asked you if you wanted to know about spoilers.
Oh,
And
well,
you
you
were
know what?
gone.
If they're devastating, yeah. Sorry about that, brother. To be honest, I don't have a working computer. I'm watching you guys off a 5-6-year-old Samsung tablet, and it overheated. And so now I switched my 5 or 6-year-old Samsung phone, which isn't working too great either. But
boy.
I'm I'm a casual. I'm not a super fan. I've always been a Doctor Who fan, and I'll always stick up for Doctor Who. And it's frustrating for me because the last couple of years, it's not so much that I broke faith. I guess when she first came out, I was listening to guys like Neurotic, who really trashed the shit out of their show. So I never bothered to give it a chance. And I kind of regretted that because I don't like people to make up my mind for me. But this guy spoke so passionately about it that I was kind of like, wow, that's terrible. I still haven't, not to get off topic, but just to give you an example, like I still haven't seen the last Star Wars movie. I grew up on Star Wars. I went to see Star Wars when I was like 8 years old in the theater when it first came out, sort of thing. I love it. It was in my blood, but I got to admit, from the point of the Return of the Jedi, when Boba Fett got knocked into the Sarlacc pit, Star Wars started to go downhill for me. And if I wasn't sure about that, it's when the badass stormtroopers got their asses handed to them by the planet of the fucking teddy bears. I'm not saying that to hate on Star Wars. I'm just saying that, like, a lot of people that talk about it with such passion about how, they betrayed the soul of it. I'm saying, like, they've been doing that for a while, The Empire Strikes Back was possibly, to me, the last great Star Wars movie. And there's part of me that doesn't want to see the last episode because I heard what they did to the character of Luke. I don't really want to follow it. I don't want to know that that's the ending to what, as a child, was my favorite movie serial. You know what I mean?
Right.
Am I being over passionate about it or whatever? Doctor Who, for me, is slightly different. I grew up with it and I love it. And like I said, I will always defend it. But is this the long answer to do I mind spoilers? Holy shit. I'm really babbling on. Yes, please give me spoilers. 100%. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So I don't know how much of what you heard. Basically, I said that Series 11 I didn't like. There were a couple of good episodes there out of a very poor season. I didn't mind Whittaker in the role. In the second episode of that first series that she was in, Series 11, they introduced a concept called the timeless child. And they didn't really go into it after that.
I'm so sorry,
series.
Professor. Say that one more time. The time triad?
Timeless child.
Oh, time child. Sorry.
Timeless child.
Timeless Child. You just really broke up there for a second. Timeless Child. Okay, they introduced the Timeless Child, and this was the focal point for the story moving forward from the second season.
It got reintroduced in the second series, the series 12. Series 12 was
Okay.
much more. It was much better. It was written much better than Series 11. Series 11 was just boring. Series 12, brought some of the magic back that Russell T Davies had from 2005 through 2009. It felt much more like that era of Doctor Who, I thought. I thought Whittaker had settled into the role a little bit better. There was better interaction between she and the companions. It was just better done. The stories were more interesting. It made more logical sense in some ways. But they brought in the Timeless Child. Oh, they brought back the Master as well, and some other classic references to the show. It just felt better. It just felt more rounded, improved quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
But they started to expand upon this Timeless Child thing, and there are huge spoilers ahead if you want to hear them. Huge, groundbreaking, ground shaking. So
Spoiler
are you sure
away, rock my world, knock my socks off. Tell me what's up in the world of it.
Well, they kind of retconned the Gallifrey will never fall again, because it does fall. The Time Lords are basically all destroyed again. She and the Master, I guess. We're not sure about the Master. They're the only Time Lords left again, and the Master tells the Doctor through the Matrix on Gallifrey that she or he or whatever you want to call the Doctor, we'll call it the Doctor, is the Timeless Child and is the basis of Gallifrey, basically, of the Time Lords. The Doctor was found as a child, a female child, on a distant planet. And the Doctor accidentally gets killed and regenerates. And this is a new concept. How did the child regenerate? Well, they do experiments on the Doctor and find out how the Doctor regenerates, and they apply this to the DNA, if you will, of all Time Lords, of all Gallifreyans, and now they can regenerate. So she's the basis of the regeneration. And there were a number of Doctors before William Hartnell, and I think that's how we got into it, because you asked about the black female Doctor being the first one instead of Hartnell. We don't know where that Doctor falls in the line of the Doctors, but I have my own personal idea. I think she falls between 2 and 3, because we don't actually see the regeneration from 2 to 3. And we have, if you follow the lore, we have the second Doctor doing errands for the Time Lords during the 5 Doctors and the 2 Doctors, especially the 2 Doctors. Jamie's with the second Doctor in that story. He had no concept of who the Time Lords were, but he does in that story. So the idea is that they didn't actually regenerate the second Doctor or force the regeneration upon him in his last story. Instead, they force him to do these errands or missions for the Time Lords for a while. He eventually picks up Jamie again, since it takes place after Troughton's last official story. That's how Jamie now knows of the Time Lords, who they are, and what they're about, basically. It makes sense. And during one of those missions, the second Doctor does get injured and has to regenerate, and he regenerates into the Ruth Doctor, I call her, because she was hiding on Earth and had the name Ruth during that episode. And that takes place during Series 12. So that's where I think the Black Doctor is between 2 and 3. and they erase those memories from the Doctor of being the Ruth Doctor, and then eventually she regenerates and goes to Earth and does the exile as the third Doctor.
So
That's just my head. That's just my head canon. There's
the Ruth
nothing
Doctor,
proven.
does she specialize in sex advice?
No,
I
I knew that was going to come up. That's why I don't call her Dr. Ruth. I call her the Ruth Doctor. Anyway.
Oh, you know I had to go there.
I was thinking
Flugger.
it myself, but yeah.
Flugger. Anyway, so all the Time Lords are wiped out by the end of the series, and it's revealed to the Doctor by the Master through the Matrix that the Doctor is the basis of the Time Lords and their ability to regenerate. And she has these extra regenerations before the first Doctor that we know. And if you follow the lore, we do see faces of the Doctor that we don't know in a fourth Doctor story. The title of it is escaping me at the moment. And you get hints of the Doctor being very important to Time Lord society during the seventh Doctor's run. So I think this is Chibnall's attempt to, bring those elements in and explain them.
And I would like, even though he's already spoke, I would like to welcome Fluggerville to the panel.
Now,
Hi,
the Doctor,
panel.
the Doctor,
What's going
hi,
on?
Flugger. I'm sorry. The Doctor doesn't remember these prior incarnations before the first Doctor.
No.
I think that the Time Lords erased them from the Doctor's memory, and we've seen that before. They've messed with the Doctor's memory.
Huh. That's quite the synopsis, brother. So in the end, you did enjoy it more than the average Who fan out there.
I think so. I think a lot of people are upset that they've messed with the lore, the history of the show, the history of the Doctor, that there were incarnations before Hartnell. We had hints of it before during the series, so that doesn't bother me so much, and it doesn't change who the Doctor is. I mean, we've seen who the Doctor is since the first Doctor, and that's the character we know. That's the character, that's the personality that the Doctor knows. The Doctor doesn't remember these prior incarnations, and I don't think it's going to change the character very much. So to me, it's really not going to do much to the lore or the future of the character.
Well, yeah, no, I see that. And so you're okay with soft changes to canon, but just not the hard change.
Well, a lot of people would consider it a hard change. I think it's kind of trying to explain some of the things we've seen in the past that weren't, fully fleshed out.
Yeah. No, but I meant you personally as a fan of Doctor Who. You're fine with those soft changes, but when they get to the hard changes, that pisses you off. Like for me earlier, when I asked about the African-American lady or whatever she is, because I never saw it. I just saw a still episode, and it was at a still picture, from an episode where it said, here's the new first Doctor or something like that. I was like, you're kidding me. They're not rewriting that, are they? Like all the way before William Hartnell? No, they're not doing that. Okay, fine. But what happened to...
Well, they could be. She could be prior to Hartnell. And during the Timeless Children episode, which was the final episode of Series 12, we do see these prior incarnations of the Doctor before William Hartnell. I mean, that is a given. That is canon now in the show.
Sorry, brother. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but you're coming in and out really bad. Is my audio bad?
Your audio is good.
Yeah, and
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, and
We're hearing
Jeff's
him
audio is
just
good.
fine.
Am I cutting in and out?
No,
No,
not
not
for me.
at all.
For me, you are, but that could just be because I'm on a cheap little phone that's kind of overheating. As I hold it
That's
here.
probably the reason.
Yeah,
Yeah.
StreamYards is a pig, so I can only imagine what it's like.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna see if my what tablet's cooled down enough for me to use. If you don't mind, I'm just gonna duck out. I do want to hear the end of what you said there, Professor, because it was quite interesting. So if you forgive me,
Okay.
I'm gonna come back. Okay.
Alrighty.
Of course.
I think I'm going to step away because
All right.
one thing. What are two things that I tend to forget when I do my show every week?
You forget to eat and sleep.
Yeah, I'm not going to deny that I kind of forgot to eat today. The hell.
Dude,
Yeah, you look pooped.
This is the problem with working nights. What the hell time of what day is this?
Yeah.
You know? Because I know it's Monday. The clock on the wall here says 1-4 Monday.
yep.
But damn. You go to work on Monday night and you come out Tuesday morning, you go, the hell day is this? And since I kind of haven't eaten since 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, you might want
Yesterday.
to investigate. You might want to investigate doing something about that.
Yeah. Eating is important.
Yeah, at some point.
Oh, so thank you, Captain. I'm sorry
You're
for making
welcome.
you have to. I'm sorry for having to make you work today.
It's a well.
Oh, he enjoys it.
You know that. He enjoys it, but his equipment.
internet. His internet doesn't.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No. Anytime I'm going to have to go on Monday, they're going to be called Monday WTF streams because yeah.
No, you need to put the hashtag blame Admiral.
Oh, I will eventually. If I can get back
Blame
to it.
me. Blame me. I wasn't on his show last night.
Well,
Yeah, I missed it. I fell asleep and I actually slept all night.
well, just
Yeah, that was my problem.
I've decided that since I redo the outro for the show every week, so I can include the names of the people who are on the panel, I'm going to put up the outro video every Tuesday. So
Cool.
Oh,
You know.
yeah, that works.
I keep changing it, but at least I'm going to put it up, And I thank you for allowing me to occupy space and time.
Of course.
And
Oh, a pleasure as always.
I will see you all later.
Yes.
Take care.
Remember, Doom's World 129. Always live life as if awesome and incredible are downgrades. In the immortal words of Richard Diamond, Private Detective. Bye.
Take care, Admiral.
Bye,
Now,
Admiral.
Admiral, I know you're still listening, so get your ass up and go get yourself some food now.
Yeah, and don't forget to eat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Remember.
So I got the food. What else do you want from me? It's like you must consume the food.
We
sir.
know you can hear us, so yeah, go eat.
That's what I did last night before I went to bed. I thought, oh, I got some food here. I'm so tired. I just put it in the fridge and went to bed.
I've done that.
So-
Yeah.
Oh, you want to hear bad though? I have literally had food sitting on my body and fallen asleep. I woke up. The hell is this plate doing on my stomach?
Admiral says, on my way. So, good morning, Bird. You have not spoken much.
Oh, I haven't.
You
Good
okay?
morning. Yeah, we're okay.
You sound subdued.
No.
Yeah,
Stuff. I know.
not the greatest.
I'm sorry.
Not the greatest morning.
Something else happened?
No, not specifically. Just normal, unexplainable pains.
Okay.
Never quite sure what's going on.
How
I'll
is
be right
Momo
back.
Pray? Okay, we'll look forward to coming back, Bird. So I'm still trying to wake up. I've been awake for over 2 hours.
Yeah.
At least my throat's doing better. Get that drainage down in my throat and messes with me.
Did you have any tea like you were talking about, or coffee?
No, I had a cup of coffee, but I sucked it down real fast. I needed that to wake up, at least partially. Tea might have put me to sleep. I don't know.
Where's Jeff? Oh, he went back to bed.
I got enough sleep last night. I got
I did too.
7.5 hours. I normally only get about 5.
Well, you can still be tired and have plenty of sleep. You might not be rested even if you've been sleeping for that long.
Yeah, you're right. So Flugger, how are you today?
I'm all right. I'm tired.
You said you went to sleep pretty early last night.
Oh
didn't you?
yeah, way early. Like 9 o'clock, 9:30.
That's about when I went to bed.
Yeah.
Hey, fellas, can you hear me?
You're breaking up a bit. Can you hear us, son of a Richard?
Oh,
You're really broken up.
Yeah, you're breaking up bad.
You got the Mr. Roboto thing going on there.
Oh yeah.
We okay, everyone? We are the superior being.
Oh no, it's.
We obey the one. We are the superior being.
Ooh, I'm gonna have to take you out.
Yeah, we can understand you.
Yeah, it's broken up really, really, really bad.
Yeah. But I didn't even have a chance to do it. He left. So. So anyhow,
Well, Yosef, don't need the details, but glad you had fun.
Well, I'm missing the chat here. I gotta turn my tablet on.
oh god, Yosef.
No, Yitza, no pics.
Now I have to go to the actual chat because StreamYard is so fucking slow.
I'm going to trust Yosef. He does not have to produce pics.
Please, no.
Oh, oh geez.
Please, no pics. No, just wrong.
What the hell?
Oh wow, that's tough. There's a poll on Twitter by somebody that Yosef follows. That would be really tough to answer. Which of these Star Trek series has your favorite season 4? Next Generation, DS9, Voyager, or Enterprise?
I submit that as an unfair question and refuse to answer.
All right. What were the options again?
Well,
Next
obviously
Generation.
the only ones that have 4 seasons.
Right. Oh, I
Next
get it.
Next Gen, DS9, Voyager, or Enterprise?
Okay. Where's the poll? Because that one's easy. It's DS9. But it's so close with.
But the
Enterprise.
humor is in the hidden joke.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the last episode of Enterprise, I think
Yeah, exactly.
that would win. But
that last episode bumps it down.
Right, just killed it.
All 4 series had strong season 4s.
Oh, absolutely, they did.
Even Voyager.
Well, I guess it's asking which one's your favorite. Not necessarily the best.
Backstage.
Well, I didn't even hear a ding. But there was stuff going on at the time. Thank you, Yosef, for letting me know.
Hi, Yosef.
Hey, Yosef.
Greetings,
future guy.
And Son of a Richard, the new Avatar.
UFO. Huh, awesome.
Never saw that series.
You guys hear me?
For me, yes. Now you are coming through. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, sorry about that. So the limitations of old technology. What can you say? I throw you this picture from, I think yesterday somebody was talking about those old Jerry Anderson Marionation movies and TV shows like Thunderbirds and The Mysterians. That was done by the British guy Jerry Anderson that did Space 1999. The show he did right before Space 1999, which actually led as kind of a soft canon lead into it. They used the same sets and shit. It was called UFO. And one of the shticks was they had all these alien chicks on board and they all had purple hair and they were all hot. I love British sci-fi. That's for Professor. I don't know if he knows anything about UFO or Space 1999 or any of the Jerry Anderson Marionation movies.
Well, yeah, UFO was out, and then because I remember the girls with the matching hair and everything, and it was a cool series. It was definitely campy.
Yeah, and it had like a real 60s spy vibe to it too. Like there was these enemies.
I know of UFO. I've never seen it. Space 1999. I couldn't get into.
Oh, that's good. They had some.
It just seemed unrealistic to me, but.
Well, then there was the comedy series Quark. That was also an older show. That was a space show.
Yeah, that's
heard of that one.
Yeah, that's actually funny. Well, for what it was kind of if you think of maybe Get Smart in space.
Okay.
Yeah, except it's pretty funny.
Thunderbirds, I actually saw. They ran it on Tech TV back in the 2000s.
Okay.
I think it was Tech TV.
Yeah.
And it was pretty cool for what it was.
Well, yeah, for what it was, it really let the imagination go. And if you look at some of the sets and the actual the architecture used to make like the whole Marionation, the things that are only like 9 inches high, look believable. Some wonderful attention to detail, especially in their vehicles. They had some great ships. I remember got one as a kid. trying to remember what it was.
I'll be right back. I gotta feed the dog.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to know what that's a euphemism for, do I?
Feeding the dog.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a hidden meaning there, I'm sure. He doesn't have a dog. It's just, feeding his habit. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, of course. But a couple of guys are on since I came back. Flunger and Joseph. Or Yosef.
Footerville and Yosef. Yes.
Flugger.
How do I say it?
Flugger.
Flugger.
Flugger. I want to say
Flugger. I hardly know him. But I'm bump. Okay, nobody got that. Dead silence.
I know.
I had that one in my head before you even said it.
I beat you to it, brother. So, how's your day? Flugger, what are you up to?
I just rolled out of bed and I figured I'd kick the computer and sit down and hang out on Captain Trek's panel.
Very cool. Very cool. I don't think you or Yosef were nearly surprised for the full-on synopsis that was being provided to us by Professor Brainy Specs. You remember where you left off there, brother? You were telling me that it got so choppy at the end. Like I kept my mouth shut because I didn't want to interrupt your flow, but I totally missed like the last 3 minutes of what you were saying before I switched devices. In the end, I think my overarching question is that you did enjoy the show. It got better with time. And you don't think Jodie Whittaker got fired for incompetence, more in line with that every doctor only runs about 3 seasons.
I thought it did get better. I thought Jodie Whittaker got better in the role. I don't know how true this is, but people are claiming that she did not go back and look at each doctor and see what each actor had done in the role prior to her, other than maybe Tennant and Smith. And you can definitely see a lot of Tennant and Smith in her portrayal as the doctor. So maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. But I think she did get better. I thought the stories got better. I thought the directing got better. A lot of people are upset with how Series 12 ended with the Timeless Child. I can roll with it. It's all right. It doesn't anger me. And that is a hard change to the lore. There's no doubt about it.
It seems to be. They're rewriting the history of the show significantly. But
yes and no. I mean, like I said, they're taking a couple of aspects from the classic series that were unanswered, and they're trying to answer them.
Right.
And somehow integrate it in with what we do know. So, yes and no.
Okay.
But I don't think she got fired. I think
No.
this is just her leaving when a lot of the actors in the role do leave.
Right. And so no hard feelings that she's going on your behalf. She acquitted herself well enough. Probably didn't, to be fair, being the first female doctor, I get there's that added pressure to really knock it out of the park, and she didn't with all the fans, obviously. But I don't know if it's her. Sorry?
I think part of that is the writing.
Yes,
Chibnall
of
is
course.
not the greatest writer or story showrunner.
Right.
And I'd like to welcome Papa Smurf to the panel.
Papa Smurf, I don't know about you, but what I'm seeing is a flashback from my high school days.
Hey, LD.
You having
That's a pretty good effect you got there, Papa.
Thank you. Well, they say that stuff never actually leaves your system, right? It just clicks in your spine. Good morning, everybody. How's it going?
Hey,
Not too bad. I'm glad you told me that, because now my spinal column's worth some money.
Let me wrap up with this, son of a red shirt. A lot of people are anti Jodie Whittaker, anti Chris Chibnall. You have some people that just love the 13th Doctor. I'm kind of more middle of the road. I can see where it failed. I can see where it did well, and I can roll with it.
Right.
We're talking about Doctor Who this morning.
Yep.
I just want to say, I don't blame Whitaker. I don't at all. You can't blame the actor. Okay.
No, we were saying it's the writing, man. It's this writing.
If you get a new house and it falls apart, you don't blame the hammer. You blame the person holding it. That being said, and this is important because what I just said is valid. My first reaction to the news that Jodie's stepping down. Yeah.
Your production values are wonderful.
Thank you. I am overjoyed that we're gonna have a 14th Doctor. But yeah, it's not done yet. Shitnell has to go. That guy destroyed Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Why do you say that, LD?
That's what I'm saying. Old chin balls can't write his way out of a corner, and it's looking pretty grim.
Why do I say that? Because Doctor Who is officially Doctor Who. I mean, even Whovians don't know who Doctor Who is now.
Wasn't that the point?
No. Well, maybe it was his point, but that wasn't.
I'm sorry, LD. I have to disagree. Throughout its 57-year history, we don't know who the Doctor is, really.
Shitnell killed a TARDIS.
I can't disagree with you there.
The Doctor killed a TARDIS.
Well,
And
didn't
that's not enough.
what's his name explode one on a Christmas special? I'm sorry, I think it was Matt Smith. Didn't he set one off and it became a new star or something?
No. That was something else actually. That was his TARDIS, and that was well, you're talking about the Pandorica. You're talking about when he blew up the Pandorica across to reboot the entire universe, which in fact saved the TARDIS.
Yeah, well, actually, the TARDIS did blow up, but
he blew it up in order to save it, right? Didn't he?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean, obviously, the TARDIS didn't die. The TARDIS was still alive, but the TARDIS blew up in the Pandorica across all space and time because all the lights were going out, and rebooted the entire universe. So, in fact, it didn't actually die. I mean, he literally went to a planet, some turtle creature at the bubble of space and time, saw a whole bunch of dead TARDISes and called it a graveyard.
Like an elephant's graveyard.
Dead TARDISes all over the place. And he called it a graveyard. Why would you call it a graveyard if nothing actually died? Why would you have a TARDIS that you wouldn't even talk to it?
Have different personalities.
Yeah, I mean, he literally made her say, "I reprogrammed a living being to destroy itself." And what about this void? I thought the void was locked up forever, thanks to freaking number 10. I thought we couldn't even go to the void anymore. I thought the walls were permanently sealed.
Not the void. Other realities.
Oh, the space. Oh, just the space between.
Hey,
they never said that the void was off limits.
Professor, I have a
Well, again, Professor, the bigger Who guys here. I'm not sure what Bird of Prey or Joseph, Dave, or Fluger think. I'm not that up on this whole last iteration of the Doctor. I've been a fan since I was a kid. We were talking earlier before. When I was a kid, I came into it John Pertwee. So I do go way back, but you guys are way more versed in, the actual lore and what's going on. It's an interesting perspective to hear.
You actually, I was going to say, Professor, you need to start providing some content, particularly Doctor Who, because
I know nothing about Doctor Who.
I know damn.
I'm gonna keep
Well, how do
it
you know
that
his
way.
name then, smartass?
We don't know his
Because
name.
you people keep talking about it.
Yeah, because everybody keeps talking about him. It's like, yeah, okay, I know of Doctor Who. Other than seeing pictures, don't know a damn thing. I remember trying to watch in the 80s and some weird dude with curly hair and whatever.
What,
Just
Tom Baker?
Tom Baker.
Baker.
That was just a
The
weird
one with the
show.
scarf.
Yeah,
Tom
it was-
Baker was great. Yeah. He had that
but the
great
thing
scarf.
is, I got in apparently, mid whatever, and it's like, what the hell is this shit?
Well, that's how I got into it. It was
Same here.
Yeah, I think it was Invasion of the Androids or Android Invasion, whatever the title of that was. That was an early Tom Baker story. That's how I got in, and it was, interesting. Who is this guy running around with a long scarf having these adventures?
The first one
It
I
drew me
remember
in.
seeing was Robots of Death. When they're on the mining rig on the planet, and the robots are all programmed by a human who thinks he's a robot because he was raised by robots. Yeah, that was the first one that I remember seeing, but I'm sure it was on before, but I never picked up on it. It was the first time it hooked me, and I was like, what in the hell's going on here? And then it just went on and went back to explore the earlier Doctors all the way back, and then
I mean, I've watched online when participating in a watch party type thing, which at least there I could ask questions. What the hell's going on? Just sitting down and watching it.
Start with Rose.
Honestly, I have no desire because it's like this looks uninteresting. At least what I saw.
Are you talking about the new Doctor Who, or and I say new from 2008, or the pre-Doctor Who, the original Doctor Who?
The original.
Talking
Right.
about the TOS Doctor Who. Yeah.
Get into.
Yeah. Forget that. Start with Rose 2005.
Yeah,
start with
okay.
Rose.
And good morning, Commander Ty. What's going on? And good morning, Mr. CCTV. I trust you got your link if you're interested.
Another good starting point is with the 11th Doctor.
The 11th Doctor. Which one was
Matt
Tennant?
Smith. 10.
Tennant.
That one's
Yeah,
easy. 10 for
Matt Smith.
10
you
for
started
Tennant.
Right.
Uh,
I think Matt Smith did a lot to keep the flame going. He followed David Tennant, which was no easy act. David Tennant really put a stamp on that character for a lot of people. To this day, when I talk about Doctor Who, people will think I'm talking about David Tennant. He identifies so much with that character. People identify so much with that character.
Yeah, ever
well,
since
when you-
Tenet,
go ahead,
ever
LD.
since Tenet, it was like being the Doctor had diminishing returns. It was like a bouncing ball. Nobody bounced as high as Tenet, and everybody after Tenet bounced a little bit less higher. Now Matt Smith did a triumphant bounce back.
yeah.
Capaldi did to be honest, I mean, out of all, Capaldi pulled off a miracle because the writing he got was a pile of steaming shit, and he still had a nice bounce back from what he got. And then when it got to Whitaker, it just didn't bounce back. I didn't see it. She tried being too much like Tennant. I didn't see any other doctor out of her. I just saw her trying to be like Tennant, and it shined. It came through so bad that it looked like that's all she was trying to do. She's trying to be a female version of Tennant.
I disagree with you a couple places there. I do see Matt Smith and Whitaker's performance.
Mhm.
And as far as Capaldi goes, his first series 8, was pretty poor.
It was,
especially with the writing.
Series
9 and 10. Series 9 and 10, I felt were vast improvements.
He bounced back hard. He had a great comeback.
And,
yes,
and I thought the
it
writing
was looking bad
better.
for him.
And Commander Ty, you are now a moderator. Please post the link to your review
It's
in the
Commodore
chat
Ty.
or whatever. Commodore. Sorry,
It's like
I haven't had enough damn coffee.
that's a huge difference between Commander and Commodore. So
Well, you
Commodore
all are
is basically
talking
a
about Doctor Who.
low-ranked admiral.
in terms of Doctor Who, I can tell only so much that I started watching Doctor Who only with
He had the
reboot.
biggest. And again, I'm not a Whovian data master, but he had one of the biggest changes from originally what we saw him to what it ended up being. He evolved more than, like, for example, Tom Baker was pretty much Tom Baker's Doctor Who from start to finish. We got him as, yeah, of course, with every role, an actor needs a few episodes or whatever to get the feel for it. But with Capaldi, they changed him so quickly, and then by the end, he's dressing like a kid or whatever. I thought it was humorous and short, and endearing of the character, and telling a bit more about Doctor Who as it was. Did Jodie Whittaker do anything like that?
No, not so much. But most of the doctors don't change much. The ones I think changed the most were the first, because let's face it, he was an ass to start with.
Right. He was real.
He was.
He just was the protagonist.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. How's
Good morning, Mr.
everybody doing?
CCTV.
Hi, CCTV.
So yeah, the first one changing quite a bit. The seventh Doctor changed quite a bit. He was kind of bumbling around, misspeaking all the time, and he turned into a very serious, dark character.
That was Colin Baker, right?
No, that was Sylvester McCoy.
Oh.
Yeah. Colin, we don't talk about Colin Baker very much.
Yeah.
And you're right. Capaldi changed quite a bit. In fact, I think he was different in each of his series.
Yeah.
He did seem to be a different Doctor in all 3 seasons. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunate, really. Capaldi could have been brilliant in that role.
Oh, he was brilliant.
He was brilliant in that role.
Absolutely brilliant.
The man turned shit into gold. He was like the reverse frickin' he was like Rumpelstiltskin, I swear to God.
Well, that's what CCTV, we were talking about Capaldi and how magnificent a performance he did with the crappy writing he was given.
At least, LD, he didn't change shit into food.
Thank God.
There on YouTube, I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but there's this little soundbite of Peter Capaldi from a TV show he did before that, where he played like a Scottish mob enforcer or something. And he's talking to this kid about Star Wars. It's like the funniest 2 minutes of thick Scottish brogue talking about the wee fucking teddy bears and that going on with this, that, and the other. If you ever see it, it's so out of character if you know Doctor Who. But I can't share it with you. I don't have that
Just-
technology.
You just
Just from
reminded
your
me of
accent,
something.
I'm gonna watch it. That was great. Good accent there.
You know who I would like to see be the
Peter
14th?
Carroll shit from Star Wars. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said you just reminded me of something. Somebody showed me a clip I didn't know existed until I saw it. Who I'd also wouldn't mind seeing the 14th Doctor was the actor who played Bean. That guy
Rowan
did a
Rowan
clip of
Atkinson?
being Doctor
Right.
Who.
Rowan
Yeah,
oh my
Atkinson,
Doctor
God.
in a skit.
he did,
He
yeah.
freaking nailed it.
For that, what's the one that
Nailed
Billy
it.
Robin
Red Nose
Williams?
Day.
That's
You're aware,
genuine.
guys, that
funny.
whoever is going to be the next Doctor is not going
I
to
could
be a
not
man.
believe that.
Curse
He
of
had-
Fatal
I could
Death
not believe
is the skit that he played the Doctor in.
He did end
That's
up
right.
with Dalek bumps, though, right? At the end of that
Right.
skit.
Yeah. They're bumps.
There's like a 25-minute long video
Okay.
of Rowan Atkinson as Doctor
Um,
Who. What's his name? It's the Master. It's right on the tip of my tongue. He's the British actor who's been in movies like Brazil.
Jonathan Price.
Jonathan Price. Thank you, Jonathan
Yeah.
Price. He was the Master in that. I don't remember who the skirt was, but it was funny as heck. If you get a chance, check that out.
I just don't see
Yeah, it was
either
it was
two
a parody.
things. It was a good one though. But either
We
two
were
things are
talking
going to
about
happen.
that very one the other day because that was the one where we were talking about it not being canon because that was an introduction of a female Doctor before there was a female Doctor.
Yeah, it was a comedy skit,
Yeah.
a
Yeah,
parody.
I'm trying to
Yeah.
the name of the charity. Billy Crystal, Robin Williams, and Whoopi Goldberg did it over here for years. The American version of it. It's like for feeding starving people or something. I'm a little embarrassed. I'm not trying to be funny. I just don't remember the name of it. But it's like a worldwide thing. And the Brits
Right.
do it.
Knows
Are you
something.
talking about Farm Aid?
No, not Farm Aid, but
It's called Comic Relief.
Oh, yeah, that
Com-
one. Okay.
That's
Comic Relief, and there's also a great little Star Trek Next Generation one where they do a Comic Relief skit, which is freaking hilarious. That you can find on YouTube. Just look that up, and that one is priceless because they're in character, but they it's almost the whole bridge crew, and they just are talking about what they're doing. But it's really well done. Check it out if you haven't seen it.
In the
And
UK,
that's-
they call it Red Nose Day.
Yeah.
Red Nose Day.
Yeah,
Red
that's
Nose
what
Day.
the
That's what
Doctor
they call
Who, the Doctor Who parody with Rowan Atkinson and all those guys, Jonathan Price. That whole parody was for Red Nose Day, which is the same thing where the comics donate their time and everybody. It's like comic relief, but they call it Red Nose Day.
Huh. Okay. Well, yeah, no, I love it when you see actors do that. And Rowan Atkinson, I don't know if you guys ever are familiar with the guy. If you ever see Blackadder, one of the best written, best acted, executed comedies I've ever seen, and it introduced the world to guys like Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie. What's the redheaded broad? Miranda Richardson. She got her early start in Blackadder. Great show.
And I think Dawn French might have been in that as well. They also all had most of them had. We were talking about this the other day. They had cameos in The Young Ones. These
Right.
folks all studied together.
Oh,
And,
yeah.
And
You remember
Jeeves and Wooster.
Jeeves and Wooster, yeah, a bit of Fry and Laurie.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Now, a few years ago, I would love to see Hugh Laurie as the Doctor.
Yes. Yes.
He would have been awesome, I think.
I think you said that the other day, and I thought about that, and I wanted to say yes, absolutely. Hugh Laurie would have been a great Doctor.
Yeah.
Or Stephen Fry would have been interesting.
Yeah,
Yosef,
Stephen Fry,
Yosef,
very much so.
Yosef, please ask your question.
The question is already in the chat. If you
voice it.
think they will cast a male as a next Doctor, or they will double down with a female in a lead role.
Yeah, either that new chick is going to be the next Doctor, but if she's not it, then they're going to go with the male. I mean,
It will be a person of color with non-binary.
Well, how about just casting Captain Jack as a doctor? Saying, guess
No.
what? He was the doctor all
No.
along. No,
No.
you don't like that?
No, because
No.
we know the end point of Jack.
we think we know the end point of Jack.
Well, we're
he
pretty
is
pretty
totally
certain.
the face of Bo.
Even people in Doctor Who said that it was only technically hinted. It wasn't actually 100% confirmed.
He is totally
I
the
bet
face
whoever
of Bo.
was the one who quit being Batwoman, she's going to be the new Doctor.
Oh God, no.
Okay, I am going to make a request. Please
Was this a
stop
CNA stream?
interrupting each other.
Yeah, not unless you can make it very funny. Yes.
So, please be polite. Let others finish. Don't interrupt. Thank you. And go ahead. Yosef, you were trying to say something. Go for it.
No, I asked the question. I asked my question already, so that's completely fine. Because when you were talking about, honestly, I'm not sure. I didn't like Capaldi, by the way, very much, and I don't know if it was because of the writing, or was it because I basically very much liked Tennant and Smith in the role, where I was extremely sorry to see what was his name, the ninth
Eccleston.
Dr. Eccleston to go, yeah, because he was brilliant in that role.
Well,
And with Whittaker, sorry, I couldn't finish. I finished the first season with her, but it was like she was. Her face was literally screaming Tennant, and her body language Smith all the time.
Yeah,
and it was a pure chaos in that, and I couldn't get over the episodes. It was literally a chore watching them, and so I basically quit with and I didn't watch the last season at all, not a single episode.
Real quick, you're forgetting one thing, Yosef. And her clothes was screaming Mork and Mindy.
Yes. I actually watched the first episode of the last season with Spyfall Part 1.
Oh God.
And when they basically I don't know what happened after she was sent to somewhere by the master, and everybody stayed on the plane. I don't know what happened anymore, and I didn't care at all even to finish it.
Wow, I was very intrigued at that point, and couldn't wait for the next episode.
No, I literally was like, okay, whatever. I mean, if they die, they die. I had zero connections to the zero connections to the companions.
I was like, wow, the writing is so much better than the past series. I can't wait for the next episode. What happens? That's how I felt. Now, with Capaldi, I didn't care for him in the first series he was in. I didn't care for him. His characterization of the Doctor, it was like he doesn't care that much about.
He was a grumpy old man the whole season. He was grumpy old man. Get off my lawn immediately. Like the moment he landed, I think it started with him landing in the T-Rex in London, right? That was the first episode with him.
Yes.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. And That I found a little bit entertaining, a little bit funny with him being not completely himself, trying to find the code, and the whole. It was. Do I get it mixed up? It was because I watched it only like once. It was with the robot people. The episode.
The what people?
Robot people.
Robot people.
Oh,
The
yeah,
mechanical people.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. See, this is literally what I remember. The only one episode that really stuck in my head was, I think it was in the last season with him, where he was alone for I don't know how many millions of years alone.
4 billion. 4 billion.
4 billion years.
Inside that cube?
Oh, I love
Yes.
that one. Was that Hell Sent or something?
Heaven Sent.
Yeah.
Heaven Sent.
It was freaking
I love that.
awesome.
Yeah, it was. That was one of the best episodes.
Yeah, where he literally shown what he can do as an actor.
It's going around the long way. Absolutely.
The idea itself, not to shit on it in any way, but the idea itself that, you know, somebody is trapped through time or has to spend a long time somewhere or whatever. It's not the first time in science fiction that came up. It was well done. The only beef I got with something like that is if you're talking, say, if you're a regular human, what's our lifespan? At best, 100 years, right? Say you lived 10,000 years stuck in a cave and you came out. Would you, in 10,000 years, still have the same association to human beings, to the people that were important to you 10,000 years ago? And if you were able to step into a time machine and go back to the day after you got in the cave and be able to interact with those people, would you even remember their names after 10,000 years? Your own mother.
He was only a few days older. He kept getting reconstituted every time he died. So yes, he knew that it had been 10,000 years or 4 billion years or whatever. But he was only a few days older when he finally broke through and ended up on Gallifrey.
But he remembered everything, right?
No, he didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, he figured it out along the way.
He figured it out.
But he didn't remember every iteration of his life.
Oh, okay.
During that time in the confession dial.
Hey, he left himself clues. That's why I love that episode. He knew it was him.
Yeah. Well, some interesting writing back in those days, I guess.
But
the Matt Smith, didn't he do that Christmas special too, where he ended up in that place and he was looking after the villagers and he got old there?
Yeah.
Town called Christmas. Yeah. That's actually, that was supposed to be his last life, his last iteration as the Doctor. And then, of course, the Gallifreyans at the end of the universe gave him an additional set of regenerations. Of course, the
how
new
many
series.
does he have now? Because when I was young, I thought it was 12, or at least when I got back into it in 2008.
13 incarnations, 12 regenerations.
And he's already surpassed that number. She's already surpassed that number.
Yes.
Well, according to the newest series anyway, she's never had a limit on her regenerations.
I beg to differ. They limited the Gallifreyans' ability to regenerate to 12. I suggest that they did the same thing to the Doctor, so it doesn't break canon.
Okay. I don't care.
If they can limit the Gallifreyans and they based the Gallifreyans upon the Doctor, then why couldn't they just do it to the Doctor as well?
I don't know. I watched series 11 and I just couldn't watch anymore. So I don't know.
I mean, everybody brings that up, but they never consider the possibility that they limited the Doctor, just like they limited the entire race of Gallifreyans.
Yeah, but sorry if this sounds ignorant. Is the Doctor not a Gallifreyan native?
Not
No,
anymore. No.
Not
The
anymore.
Doctor was found as a child on another planet, near a gate of some sort.
Okay.
Guardian of Forever?
No.
Her real name is Gary.
Actually.
Yeah, if you're gonna cross your sci-fi connections there, that'd be a fun way to do it.
So we don't know the Doctor's true origins. He's not Gallifreyan.
Okay.
And
So
they found through, because the Doctor had an accident. This child had an accident and regenerated. That the character or the person could regenerate, and they studied why. Now the only problem I have with the way they did it is they kept killing the character to find out how the Doctor regenerated, and once they figured it out, then they applied it to the Gallifreyans.
Okay, so the Gallifreyans achieved kind of a limited immortality through this procedure. And they initiated the procedure. It was them that did it or forced it upon the Doctor?
No, the Doctor could do it already. They found out that the Doctor could do it because the Doctor had an accident and regenerated.
Right. Huh. Well, that's a hell of a lot of Doctor Who lore that I've absorbed today. For a guy that hasn't seen an episode in a few years. Quite interesting, though. I mean, it's so deep and rich. The whole past, it's what? Getting close to 60 years? 60 years of Doctor Who?
57.
Yeah, this year will make 58 years. No.
Yeah, they're in their 57th year.
Right.
Older than I am. So,
well, Captain Trek, thanks for having me on. I'm gonna hit the road and make myself some bacon and eggs.
Oh,
bon appetit.
Enjoy.
Good morning, all.
Yum yum.
Good morning.
Well then, what have you guys been watching any new sci-fi out there? Anything interesting that I should know about?
I have not seen it, but a lot of people are watching The Expanse.
Yeah, and you know what? I watched maybe half of one episode, the first episode. Maybe I just wasn't in the right mood or something, but it didn't stick with me. I thought it was a little much.
You've got to commit a lot of time and a lot of brain cells to The Expanse. It's not just something you watch for fun and like, yeah, space battles or whatever. It is deep political stuff going on. You got to have your Game of Thrones thinking cap on and not just Game of Thrones for battles and sex scenes.
I got through six of the episodes of the first season, and I have to say, honestly, I don't understand why people like it. It is a boring ass show.
You're gonna need a full season before you're gonna get any type of payoff.
I will say I found it interesting in your description there, Bird of Prey, that twice you made reference to you need a certain level of intelligence to enjoy this show. Is that because
I picked my words. I picked my words. You don't need a certain amount of intelligence. You need a certain amount of patience and diligence on your part. I'm not going to say that people are too stupid to enjoy the show. That's not what I'm saying. Anybody, I imagine, who enjoys sci-fi has the capability of enjoying the show. But it's not going to be a show like Star Trek or even Orville or for the latest is Cobra Kai. Not that it's sci-fi, where from the first episode you're enjoying it, you're laughing, you're clapping, you're like, this is awesome. It's not that type of show. It's a type of show. It's like a board game where it takes 4 hours to set up the board before you even attempt to start playing. Like Axis and Allies, or Risk is like, well, Risk can take long, but
I love Risk.
It doesn't. Okay, so it's more like a game where the setup takes hours and then you start playing. So the first season is the setup, and even
so it has
I'd say part of the second season, but
it sounds to me like it's one of those almost event type of television series where you got to follow it loyally, and if you miss an episode or two, it's almost catastrophic to your enjoyment.
Oh, it is. It would be. You wouldn't miss it. I mean, that's the thing. That's the good thing about it streaming, is that there's no excuse for missing an episode. Just watch it when you can. Don't skip episodes. Now, I've heard people say, just skip to season 4 and start watching. And to me, that sounds like blasphemy. I highly doubt you would enjoy it nearly as much if you skipped to season 4 and started watching.
Sure,
I've heard people say that.
I've not seen The Expanse, but it sounds kind of to me like Babylon 5. Babylon 5,
probably.
if you start at episode 1, the pilot, and then go into episode 1 of season 1 and so forth, it can seem very slow and boring. But once you get to like season 2, maybe episode 3 or 4, it really starts to take off and be extremely enjoyable. And once you get to like seasons 3 and 4 of Babylon 5, you look back at season 1 and go, oh, that's why they talked about this, or that's why they did that, or that explains this over there.
In other words, they did world building early on. They planted little seeds, shit like in shows like Rick and Morty, or what else am I thinking of that was good? Oh, Arrested Development was very good at that. I don't know if you guys ever watched that show from like 15 years ago.
I watched Arrested Development. Arrested Development was a great show, but that was funny
and
from
they have
pretty early on.
all the time. Yeah. The Venture Brothers is probably the best example of that in my mind. The way they just plant little things you think's a throwaway joke, and then 4 seasons in, this comes back as a major plot thread. You're, holy shit, they really thought this out. I love stuff like that. But I also don't like to get into a show that kind of potentially feels like homework too, that was my problem with Game of Thrones. Because of shit going on in my life, I didn't get into Game of Thrones early enough, and then I didn't get into it at all. I've never seen a full episode. I think my best friend made me watch the first episode, but everybody
I'd say forget Game of Thrones because it ended so poorly. I can in good conscience say. Now, granted, as we were going through it, yes, we had 6 great seasons of Game of Thrones, but then they stuck the landing so bad, or screwed the landing so bad, it's like it's unwatchable. I would never go back to rewatch an old Game of Thrones episode because it feels like it was just a waste. Like Lost. Like I'd never go back and watch Lost again, even though I was loving Lost as it was happening. And then the ending is just so bad, it killed the entire series.
And it was a funny precursor for a lot of J.J. Abrams motifs. I'm not going to go on with J.J. Abrams rant or anything. Some people love him, some people hate him, and some people couldn't give a fuck. But with his inability to finish things. He's got great starting ideas. Just frustrates me, like with Star Trek, how he that was his professional business card to prove that he could do a Star Wars movie. And then they gave him a Star Wars movie, and what did he do? He walked away from it after one because directing is tiring. Directing is work. And then he let Ryan Johnson take over, and well, we all know what happened there. Not to go off on a rant, a pointless rant, but it's yeah, that's just how I feel. So The Expanse, Bird of Prey, you definitely feel is worth your time checking out, but you got to donate the time.
I mean, my time it's worth, but I don't know what your life is like. If you're somebody who can watch a show without being on your cell phone, checking emails and seeing, what's next, and just sit back, watch, and try to commit to memory names and characters,
right?
And then yeah,
it does feel like kind of one of those.
I'm terrible with names and characters.
Sure, how many characters?
I'm 5 seasons in, and I'm still not sure the names of everybody. But I know who they are, even if I don't know their name. I know their personality. I know what to expect from them. And the problem is, they don't have names like John and Mac or Joe and stuff. They've got some stranger names. Some of them have some stranger names, so they're not as terrible as other shows. So.
All right. Okay. Well, that's one of those things that I have been eyeing when I got the time to sit down. That's amazing, though, when you go through some of these streaming sites, when you look at all the old shows and stuff that you can watch or stuff, there's almost too much choice out there. I can tell you, I spent more time going through different categories, through different genres, through different things. And before I know it, an hour and a half has passed, and I don't got time to watch a movie or a TV series because I just spent all time looking up different ones. I don't know if too much choice is a bad thing for any of you guys, but sometimes it is for me.
I'm very selective about what I watch these days. I generally don't browse. The only thing I watch is if I hear it, then I'll go look it up. If I don't hear it somewhere else, I generally don't know it exists.
Yeah, sure, fair enough. Were any of you guys fans of the Venture Brothers? I mentioned that before. You know what I'm talking about?
Never seen it.
Never seen it?
Sorry to step away. Yeah, Venture Brothers was okay. I like that.
Yeah, I just remember the one episode where the alien was, "Ignore me!
Yeah,
I am the Galactic Inquisitor." It's the most annoying alien in the world.
Right. Yeah. They're always riffing on sci-fi and movies and genre, comic books and stuff like that. It's a wonderfully well thought out with a cast of, literally dozens by the time you get to the end of it. Much like we were talking before about Deep Space Nine. One of my favorite things about Deep Space Nine was just how deep the story went with different cast members. You got, people like Garrick as background characters and shit like this, but they were interesting. They fleshed out the story. And with the Venture Brothers, it's that way too. They had 7 seasons. They just canceled the thing, although they're talking about bringing it to one of the streaming services. I forget which one. But it's been on for like 12 or 13 years, but they take a couple of year break between seasons. If you ever get the chance, watch it. It started off based on as a ripoff on Johnny Quest. Mm-hmm. Anybody here enough to remember the old Johnny Quest TV show about a scientist and his kids? But the twist on this is that Johnny Quest, like, it actually kind of happened to this family called the Ventures. and the father was this super scientist, and he had this crew of badasses. One was a mercenary, the other was a big Japanese judo master, another was a British spy, and they all went around the world solving crimes and fighting shit. But they were kind of well known, and it became a cartoon series. And they were constantly dragging the little kid Rusty Venture around. Well, the series takes place when Rusty Venture is now about 45, bald, a failed scientist himself, and he's got 2 kids. The mother's gone, and he's got this bodyguard that pretty much saves his life every single episode. And it goes from there. It's really wonderful, funny as fuck, well written. And if you get as far as the first episode, they introduce the Monarch, which is, I think, one of the best written villains of all time. Hilarious, but
the Monarch is the leader of the League of Calamitous Intent.
No,
is the name of the supervillain
he's a member of,
member of the League of Calamitous Intent.
Yeah, and everything they go into, like all the Marvel movies and shit that are big now, they were ripping off on the comic book, the original stuff from that. It's one of those series that I just love people to check out. I can't really say enough about it. I'm a huge fan. You guys excuse me for a second. I got to put the mic on. I got to do something.
Okay. So what's going on, everyone?
All work, no fun here.
I'm sorry, Joseph.
You're on the stream, so it's a little fun, not.
Yeah, a little fun.
You had your fun last night.
We don't want details, please.
We were watching Stargate. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, 38 minutes.
Oh, you were talking about 4 hours.
It's oh, we were in bed having fun watching Stargate. Yes, let's say this is let's stick with this explanation why I was so late up.
Yeah, we believe that. Sure.
Yeah.
We'll go with that.
We'll go with that.
Okay.
Was your wife calling you Jack?
Yeah.
Wow.
She's calling me names, definitely. Patrick is not one of them.
Yeah.
Daniel? Oh, Teal'c. It was Teal'c.
Wow.
Jaffa Cree.
Jaffa Cree. Yeah, Cree is from time to time one of those words. Definitely. No, Stargate is one of the very few shows that the sci-fi shows that she's willing to watch with me. So it's basically what when we started dating, we started to watch actually Stargate together for the first time. It was for the first time for me, for her as well. So it was new to us, and I'm still talking about Stargate. So this is one of the shows, and she actually, what I was surprised, she watched recently, and when I say recently, I mean like yesterday in the afternoon. She was watching the Orville by herself.
Oh.
So she's not willing to watch Star Trek with me at all, but she watched the Orville.
Did she like it?
Very much. She watched it by herself, so not even with me. So it was obviously she enjoyed it. And how I found out that she was actually watching it was she came to my home office and where I was at my computer working a little bit here, and she was singing 9 to 5. And I immediately was teased her if she's watching Picard, because 9 to 5 she's calling 7 of 9. You know. No, it was the one time when I yelled that I want a divorce, when she watched when I showed her the trailer for Picard and 7 of 9 appeared there, and she was like, "There you have your 9 to 5. Are you happy now?" And I was like, "I want a divorce."
9 to 5.
Hey, you know, somewhere in the Star Wars universe is a droid named WD-40.
It's gotta be.
How's everybody's morning going?
How are you, Geek?
Doing good. I was on a short attention span for a couple hours last night. I wasn't sleeping, so went to bed around 3. Got up about 10-15 minutes ago. Called the lady about the property that we're going to do a FaceTime with. She's going to show us that at about 4:30 today. So found out they're moving for basically the same reasons I am. They're moving to be closer. Well, they're moving out of the country to move closer to the city to be closer to family and a little bit easier. Apparently, they got couple of those very athletic children who is into every kind of sport imaginable.
Mm-hmm.
So when you got to go do that 3-4 times a day, go into town, I mean, hey, 20-minute drive here, 20-minute drive back, they add up after a while.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't have that. Thankfully, I don't have that issue. So that'll be a nice thing. Plus, they've got
Which house is it going to be? The one with the huge barn?
Yes, that's the one we are. And I already told the lady on the phone. I said right now that's kind of our number one pick. So we're shooting for that. So she's interested. She's gonna show us the inside of the barn, in several other areas. There's some she told me I gotta see this because she said that the closet that I guess she says, yeah, I always wanted a big closet. She says the closet they have, I guess, was the old kitchen. I'm like, okay, this I gotta see. I'm like, that sounds like a pretty big ass closet.
Like a whole wardrobe.
Yeah, literally. So yeah, she's apparently she works from home, so she'll get with us around 4:30, do a little bit, take a look. Any questions we got, we'll go then. And then right before that, we actually have the walkthrough at 3 with the other house, the one with the smaller property, but the big ass furnished basement, the one with the blue garage door, the one I said I'd have to paint.
One with the playhouse that I would move into.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna put. Oh yeah, if I get it, I'll just put on reserve for Captain Trek. So, wife just called the realtor. They're gonna come out tomorrow. Talk to us about putting the house on the market. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Trying not to bury too much, and then the rest of the week we'll probably be getting up in the attic, start pulling stuff down, go through purging of things we don't need. I just realized I've got I still have all my Air Force uniforms, so I'm gonna keep my service jacket, but probably most everything else I'll probably end up going to the base and donating to what we call Airman's Attic.
And only now you will realize how much unnecessary stuff you have at home.
Oh, Hey, and my wife and I do pretty good with our purges. We're generally pretty good with them. But I gotta admit, there's a lot of shit up in that attic. I'm not even sure what's still up there anymore.
That's the one thing. I remember we moved over in this house 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, and we literally were buying every single piece of furniture. And when I look around how much stuff we hoarded in a decade, where as long as you have like storage space, you keep that stuff. And I used to be very good at throwing things out. Like, I don't need this. I can either sell it or give it away or throw it out. But now now sometimes when I just look around and I'm asking myself, why do I keep those old magazines here? Like, I have a shelf.
Physical media.
But those are like old things when we were like my wife was basically, how do you call it, when she subscribed and they delivered every single month, and those magazines about beautiful living and gardening and all that stuff that is outdated, and B takes so much space. It takes up so much space, and I don't know why I have it, why I keep it. I should, but I'm just lazy
It's
to.
the great material continuum, Joseph. Somewhere somebody wants that stuff. You gotta trade it. You could trade it probably for a new car.
I hardly doubt that.
You gotta have your faith in the
great continuum.
Yes.
Yeah.
You navigate the river with skill and something else. There'll be great profit in your future.
I don't know who your dealer is, but give me his phone number. He is obviously better.
I need a better prediction. I need to know when the hell I'm actually going to be able to beat my son at foosball.
Never.
That son of a gun, he is kicked my ass, kicked mom's ass. Hell, mom and I teamed up against him and we still lost.
The answer is never.
And it's only going to be worse.
Mm-hmm. Unless you get lucky, the answer is never.
Okay, I guess I got something here I got to do. I got to do my fill out my pre-approval, fill out more paperwork for the pre-approval mortgage.
Yep, gonna be a lot of paperwork.
Oh, I know. It ain't the first time I bought a house. There's one thing you're gonna have a shit ton of. It's paperwork. I'm just hoping that USA. I mean USA. I think will be a lot easier than when I tried to refinance this house a couple years ago, because I went through this company. Oh, geez, God Almighty! You want to talk about a nightmare? We almost basically we got to a point we were like, you know what, this isn't worth it. And we went through 3 loan officers before it finally got finished. And I told the lady, she's like, well, there's going to be feedback on this thing. Can you please? I said, I don't think you want to hear my feedback. And she's like, well, please understand this was me, not anybody else. But if you give feedback, it's all on me. I'm like, okay, whose fucking fault is that? I'm like, I'm sorry. I appreciate you finally getting it done, but it shouldn't have taken 6 months for me to refinance.
The funniest thing that happened to me when we were organizing the mortgage here was we got the mortgage and everything. All the paperwork was done, and we were waiting for the signature from the, I don't know, like the director of the department who is signing off all the paperwork for all the mortgages that the bank is giving out, and. It was extremely funny because we were in the bank. We came home, and in the evening my phone rang, and I looked at the number and the name, and it was a classmate from my high school. I haven't talked to him for more than 10 years, maybe. And the only reason why I had his phone number was because somebody was organizing year or 2 years before that class reunion, and they were sharing the numbers. And the thing is, he didn't come to that class reunion meeting, but I had his number, and he called me, and I was looking at my screen. Wow, that's a interesting thing. So I picked up the phone, and his first sentence was, "I am not sure if I should sign it or not." And I was like, "Hi, and what are you talking about?" "About your mortgage." so he was the one who was signing off my mortgage. And
that's interesting.
Yeah, and we were very good friends at the time. So, and since then we are actually meeting on a regular basis, like once, twice a year. We meet. He's a golfer, and there are like, I'm horrible at golfing, but we meet once or twice a year at the golf. How do you call it? Golf
course.
Golf course, golf range. Yeah, and we talk and do some. How do you call it when you just are just firing the balls?
Yeah, you're going to a golf range.
The driving range.
Driving range. Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. We go to the driving range and do some fun there, but it was so extreme when he called me, like, "Should I sign it or not?" And I was like, "What are you talking about? Of course, sign it now." And we got everything approved the next day. It literally took us the longest part about getting a mortgage was to find the best bank. And the fun part is that the bank where I had all my money, and it wasn't a small amount of money, because I was basically saving up for a flat. I didn't know that we would end up with a house, but I was saving up money for a flat and everything, and there was a significant amount of money at the time, and my bank gave me the worst possible conditions from all the other banks that are here in the country, and there are plenty of them. They gave me the worst conditions, and I was like, "Guys, you can't be serious." And they said, "Yeah, sorry, looks like." And I was like, "Okay, F you." So we switched the banks, and we got a very good conditions at the time.
I've had the same two banks most of my military career now. I've had one in California. I've had that one now since I joined the Air Force, so I've had it for over 17 years. Good bank. I did a couple of personal loans through them. Actually, I think I bought my truck through them. Jeez, what the hell crawled up my dog's asses? All of a sudden, they start barking like a motherfucker. Well, I know USA is a good bank. I've been using them. They're very affiliated with military stuff. They know all about the VA loans and certificates and that whole process. So, and plus, it's not like they can't say, "Well, how much money do you have in your account?" It's like, you can take a look. It's right there.
The question is if they can take a look without your permission.
Probably not. I'll probably have to fill some stuff out, assets I have, thoughts on value, and yada, yada, yada.
Well, they'll know it, but I just want you to fill it out anyhow. Didn't really.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I have two banks. I use two different banks. for different reasons. Like my USA one, we have an account set up specifically for as a kids fund. It's a fund we keep money in, and we try to keep it at its cap out rate. But it's like so, my daughter, when she moved into her new duplex, she asked if she could get an advance on some of that money because the money was really set aside for the kids, and I was kind of like, well, yeah, we can do that. So send her some extra money. Oh, she's cracking me up. She's the one like, are you guys sure you want to move? It's like, I'm like, you're 20 years old. Do you have any idea how many times I've moved? Oh, like, do you remember we moved from California down to Florida when mom was 8 months pregnant? I was like, this is going to be a cakewalk compared to that. Not like driving cross country with an 8-month pregnant wife. Thank God my father-in-law, my mother-in-law, and my brother-in-law all came. My father-in-law drove the van the whole way there, and my brother-in-law switched off on the truck.
For me, is it still so extreme to listen to you guys when you are talking about the driving and everything? Like, well, I need to drive like 2 hours here, 3 hours there, and I'm like, I would be at some other border of another country after those hours of driving.
It'll
Well,
take
sometimes
me.
it's the traffic.
Well, for me, it'll take me 2 hours. Most likely, well, the way it normally takes us, it'll take me almost 2 hours to get out of 2 hours that way going north to get out of my state alone because I got to go through South Carolina. Then I'll have to go through North Carolina, Tennessee. Pretty sure we went through Kentucky. This time I won't have to go. I won't have that little short Ohio route because I'll be going a different direction, and then I'll get to Indiana. So I got to go like 4 or 5 states. Yeah,
In
so I'm
something
sure
like
for you that's a little different considering 4 or 5. I got to do a 12-hour drive. I got to do a 12-hour drive to get to where I need to in another part of the states. 12-hour drive, you probably go through how many different countries?
Yes, exactly. I could within 3 hours if I literally just went on a highway. I could go now when I just think about it down to Hungary, to some from Slovakia to Hungary to Austria and Czech Republic. I could manage it within 3 hours. Just to drive. Yeah, like 3 hours, 4 countries. Why not?
Now, would you drive it or would you take the train?
This I'm talking. This I'm literally talking like just taking a car because it would be just like cruising, you know.
Okay.
It would make no sense to make this type of route because it would literally be go south, turn northeast, turn northwest, go this direction the whole time. Basically, it would make no sense to do something like this. But when we were in Croatia, it was literally within 7 hours with all waiting and even like a small break. We went from Slovakia to Austria to Slovenia and to Croatia to our destination. So yeah.
Anti-trekker.
There's an anti-trekker sighting in the chat.
Yeah, I would love to do a drive like that. That would be an awesome drive. The only thing man-made was the road. The Alaskan, that would actually be fun to see. I will say this: the drive from here to Columbia, for the most part, is not bad. It's a pretty drive. It's straight. It's 45, 50 minutes away. And then when you get into Columbia, it's a freaking college town. So it's not it's a busy place.
An anti-checker, but Alaska, I think, is one of the bigger states. Yes.
What's that?
Biggest is one of the bigger states of the United States.
Alaska. Yeah, Alaska is
and Texas.
Yeah, Alaska is the biggest.
Is the biggest? Is it even bigger than Texas? Okay.
Yes. It's
Okay.
about twice the size of Texas.
Okay, that I didn't know. I knew that Alaska is like huge, but I know that Texas is as well, like one big state. So, but I didn't know.
Yeah, Alaska is it's a pretty big state. But there's a lot of rules spread out around it. So a lot of open area. It's why a lot of people like one of my friends who just had a baby. He transferred out of the Air Force as a Chief Master Sergeant, and I guess was selected to be part of the Space Force, or he chose to do that. I don't know which. And he lives in Alaska. He's been stationed in Alaska now for years. He freaking loves it there.
Alaska is an amazing place if you've never been there.
Hello.
If you cut Alaska in half, Texas would be the third largest state by a significant margin.
Yeah.
And it is huge. And the amazing thing is the entire population of Alaska is less than the city of Portland, Oregon. So it's just amazing.
Yeah, I don't doubt
And
it.
it's
Like I said, I know people.
but there's a little problem there. It's called Canada, right?
Well,
No, not really. Yeah, not really. There's ways around Canada.
Yeah. Sorry.
Keep in mind, we got plenty of nukes in Alaska, so if Canada ever starts, misbehaving, not a problem.
It'd probably just be Quebec.
Quebec.
Fun part, fun thing that I was it an article that I read or a video that I watched that Alaska is the most eastern state of the United States because it's because the islands that belong to Alaska and they stretch out into the eastern hemisphere.
Oh, so technically it's part of the Far East.
Yeah, I'm thinking, no, Alaska's on the West Coast. But
Yeah,
I can see why he's saying that.
Yeah, it was like one of those facts that you don't need to know but are interesting. that the chain of islands that belong to Alaska, they are basically overreaching to the eastern hemisphere.
Right. Kind of like how people don't need to know that Caroga's largest export is raw sewage, but it's just an interesting fact.
Everything has its purpose.
Yeah.
Maybe they are making apples out of the sewage.
I think
47 Yorktown. We just like teasing our brothers up north.
So what's going on, AT?
Oh, same old. Looking forward to my schedule change, but going to take a day off tomorrow just to do nothing. So I'm looking forward to that.
Good.
Haven't done that for over a year.
There's nothing wrong with taking a day off and doing jack shit.
When did you
probably mess around with YouTube stuff, but I'm not gonna do any hardcore work around the house or anything like that. I'm just gonna, the problem was
YouTube. We're gonna hold you to it.
Huh?
I said I didn't say you can't do anything on YouTube. We're just gonna hold you to it.
Yeah. Well, it's just kind of because last year I used 100% of my paid time off, my sick time, vacation time, and personal time was all used in dealing with my back and my knee.
Right.
And
fun.
Yeah, and so even though it's not like my back and my knee are miraculously cured, but it's like, you know what, I need to take a break. I haven't had, because even though it was helpful to be able to take a couple hours here, a couple hours there, to not ever take any time off from work is just exhausting.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. And because couple hours here and couple hours there don't help much.
Right.
And
Well, it's just
and
enough
even,
to take the pain medication and get back
Yeah.
to work.
Exactly. No, I had right now like a few days out of work, and it definitely helped me with like being able to sit at the computer again and not to swear at everything here. That I can look at an Excel chart without vomiting or something, But definitely doing it without a break for a long period of time is not helpful. And you had literally like the last 2 years were horrible for because first you had to take off because of the death of the deaths that you had in the
Right, my
family.
mother-in-law.
Yeah, your mother-in-law, and then last year with your health problems.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just, I tell you, it's funny because, I really did say at the end of 2019, well, at least 2020 is going to be better than 2019.
April Fools.
Yeah, exactly. So now I'm not willing to make that statement again that, well, at least 2021 is going to be better. No, I'm not going to say it because next thing I know, I'm walking down the street and my leg falls off or something. I don't know.
Oh, there's an asteroid coming, yeah.
Yeah.
And why is it so close? Why is it so close to my
Bird will
route?
just hit it with his ship.
Yeah, that's true.
Knock it off
Bird will say, "Oh,
course."
don't worry, Michael. I'll take you to the doctor's appointment."
My mood on 2021 is really going to depend on what goes on tomorrow in Georgia.
What, as far as the Georgian special election?
Yeah. I'm curious to see how that's going to go.
When you say that, I mean, are you saying that you're hoping that the Senate flips or that it doesn't?
I'm no Democrat.
Okay.
Let's just put it that way. I have a very
well, that's fine. I don't have a dog
no,
in the
I'm
fight.
just
so
letting you know.
Yeah.
I'll let you know. No, I don't have.
You don't
much
think you
love.
have a dog in the fight. Everybody has a dog in the fight.
Well, let me put you this way, Bird. My opinion is that both of the dogs that are currently in the fight want to kill you. And so the dog that I support isn't allowed to come in. So, yeah. I don't have a dog in the fight because my dog's not allowed to participate.
You don't have a dog. You have a stuffed animal.
Whatever.
Oh my goodness.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. Personally, right now, I'm not. We'll see.
Yeah.
I just, I've actually been doing pretty good, guys. I really haven't been since Christmas. A little bit before Christmas, I really have been doing good on following politics and behaving myself. Cap, you'd be proud of me.
Mm-hmm.
But trust me, it'll only last for so long.
And then
It'll only last for so long. I don't know
and
about
then
that.
by
Well,
this time next year, it will be up to NB 7.5.
Hope not. I'm running out of hope not. I'll be running out of emails to come up with.
Did you see what Emmanuel Cleaver in the House of Representatives did?
No, I did not.
Who is Emmanuel Cleaver?
Actually, he's from Kansas City, Missouri.
He's in Congress, and
well, I figured that. You said in the House, but I just don't know the name.
Anyway, he did a prayer.
Oh God, I heard about this shit.
He's a reverend,
and he said, "Amen" and "a woman."
Wow, did he really?
Yeah.
So he is a Democrat, I presume.
He is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I guess nobody bothered to tell him to actually look up the definition and where the word comes from, because it's not an English word.
He's trying to be inclusive.
The word "amen" means "so be it," "so be it," or to that effect.
NB.
Captain, you got somebody trying to come in the back,
Yo, man.
He's a pastor.
That doesn't mean anything. You can be a pastor in 2 minutes by filling out an online form.
He's actually been he's a legitimate pastor, head of church. And I took you out because I got tired of watching all your your, screen thing going on in LEG.
Oh dear.
Sorry, what happened now? I'm working. You don't want to see my screen?
Why, you going to talk about Jodie Whittaker leaving Doctor Who?
No, I got my video going live shortly. I'm just making my thumbnail.
Okay.
Yeah, just say something, Cap. No big deal.
But you see, the funny thing is that when someone says something like that, the all man or all woman thing, is
see, I used to respect him, and that
right. Well, he's just showing his ridiculous ignorance of the terminology. He doesn't, and not to mention disrespect for the religious tradition that he's supposedly a part of, and because I mean he can say he's a pastor all he wants, but then he's obviously an uneducated one. So
well,
I mean, if he actually believes that that's proper theology to say amen
no,
or
it's not.
woman,
yeah, that's not the case.
And so so either he knows that what he's doing is a bunch of crap,
which
or
he does.
He's completely ignorant. But the funny thing is, so you're going to have some people that'll be cheering him on because, it's about time, that religion modernized itself and all that. And then it's like, okay, do you even know what the word, you do know that not every word that contains M-A-N or M-E-N in it is not a gender specific word, right?
No, they don't.
And so that's, and just the sheer level of ignorance among some people is astounding.
No.
So yeah, is he going to start calling people humans and humans?
Yeah, exactly. Why shouldn't he be saying that? I mean, that would be the exact same thing, human and woman. Because oh my gosh, it's so sexist to say human.
Yeah, except the word is big. Except the word does come from Hebrew roots. So can't blame it on the white guys.
Oh, they'll find a way.
Oh, they can. Yeah, definitely.
No.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I know they can. It'll be something stupid. The level of ignorance I sometimes see in people is I'm like, look, I'm ignorant on a lot of things. I'll be the first one to admit I'm no Bible thumping expert by any stretch of the imagination. Don't even claim to be. But even I have enough sense to be like, okay, just do a small amount of research and you might actually realize how stupid you sound when you talk. They could save themselves a lot of idiocy if they took 5 minutes to research something.
But they genuinely don't think they sound stupid, and the worst thing is their constituents confirm this, because I guarantee you that all the people that voted for this idiot are out there cheering him on. And so they, and so it's like this growing movement of pure ignorance. It's almost like if the, like say the ratings for Star Trek Discovery and start going through the roof because everybody's like, oh, it's about time we finally had a transgender character, and like, why does that make any difference? But whatever.
Well, because they had to be the one. Well, I call it pandering personally, because if you really think about it, that's all it's become. It's a pandering. It's like, oh, look at us, we're all inclusive. It's like, wait a minute.
When was Star Trek not inclusive?
Yeah, but we can go all the way back to we can go back to TOS, talk about all the inclusivity in that one, and then we can really jump into TNG when they want to talk about, oh, this is our first non-binary. I remember the one episode I was saying, but I was like, no, a lot of us went back and even thought further. I was like, wouldn't the binars be considered non-gender? And that was all the way back in the first season.
Well, keep in mind that even if you want to go true transgenderism, I mean, as silly an episode as it was, Turnabout Intruder from the original series was literally a man trapped in a woman's body.
Yes, it was.
And you also have creatures like the salt monster from the very first episode, which could alter its gender at will.
Yep.
And so it was like there was, as far as being non-binary or whatever, sure, that wasn't a popular term back in the 60s, but Star Trek has never shied away from that. And so for them to like, oh, you know, what they had was the first actor that was publicly non-binary, which I don't really care because the actor's job is to pretend to be something they're not.
Right.
And so it does not matter to me what the sexual identity of the actor is. You know, it's just like Sulu is a heterosexual character. George Takei is gay. That makes no difference on the character of Sulu. You know, and back then, because of some of the stigma that was associated with certain sexual preferences, George Takei kept in the closet until much later, which that's a whole other, that's a political issue if you want to talk about that. But Star Trek, the show, you know, has had quote unquote non-binary characters all the way back to the 60s.
But I mean, the way he was able to do it is, I don't know. They managed to make a way of doing. I mean, shit. Didn't Quark one time? Wasn't Quark cross-dressing one time? I remember.
No, he actually got surgery. He was a female.
Yep. Okay, I couldn't remember. You know, it's one of those
Because
episodes
he literally opened up the entire front of his outfit to display the fact that he was female. You don't see it, but it is implied because he got back to the camera and
Cap, your audio is choppy.
Yeah. But the problem is with the transgender community. They will tell you that now they don't need to look into alien characters. They don't need to look at symbolism or something. That they have it right now, fully fleshed out. And the thing is, how much does the sexuality of the actors play a role in what's happening on the screen?
Nothing. It should have nothing to do with it.
So, as I understood it, they had a transgender character and a non-binary character. Are their characters actually any good? Are they interesting in any way, shape, or form?
Well,
Not the
no, but the funny thing is the transgender character is actually not transgender at all. At least not so far. The character of Gray is a male.
Is that
yes? But they were born a woman.
Well, did they actually say that on screen? Because I don't believe that they.
No, but I'm saying they're a woman playing a man.
Right. I understand that the actor is transgender, but the character is not. The character is a straight up male, and so there is no implication, at least so far, unless they do something in the season finale is a big reveal, like ooh, we care, that Gray was actually born a female or something. But as far as the character, Gray is just a male. The other character, Adira, is a female, and in fact was Gray's girlfriend. But then for reasons, just because they wanted to be able to put it into dialogue, she tells Stamets one day that, you know what, I prefer you call me they or them because I never really got the whole female thing. And it's like, okay, then what were you doing in a heterosexual relationship with a dude?
900 years in the future, and they'd be actually still doing that?
Well, it's the stupid future.
I mean, technically aren't they 1,000 years ahead of us now, or 1,100 years ahead of us?
Something like that, yeah.
That just seems like a really silly thing to bring up. That it's like, okay, it's 900 years, it's 1,000 years in the future, 1,100 years in the future. I somehow find it hard to believe that a 20th century American problem, first world problem, would still be going on then.
Well, that's why, like with the original series, the way that they most effectively dealt with racism was through alien encounters and stuff, because in the Federation we had gotten past that.
Yep.
You know, And so it wasn't a big deal that Uhura was on the bridge or that Sulu was on the bridge. You know, that was not considered an issue. And so the only way they could really experience racial bigotry was through some kind of alien influence. And so that made it easier for people to follow and understand and kind of see the Federation as the example of what we should be, and these aliens are more like what we are.
Yeah, I mean it is 2020, and 2,000 years later, we're still dealing with issues we had 2,000 years ago.
Yeah, I think the best episode in that aspect, and you guys could maybe know another one. I think let that be your last battlefield is one of the best to.
Oh, sure.
Best to describe ideology and racial bigotry, and it was done real well.
But even the more subtle example, like, for example, a lot of people don't get it, but like Squire of Gothos, they have a nice little, where Trelane actually comments that Uhura must have been a prize that Kirk won on a mission of conquest, basically equating her to property. And Kirk didn't even bother to acknowledge how repugnant that was and just moved on. But you could see in the way that they were that the attitude of the Enterprise crew that this guy's completely out of step. And so when they do little things like that, it kind of helps reinforce the idea that we've kind of moved past that. Can we just move on, please? And the same thing with the Lincoln comment about referring to Uhura as a negress in the episode Savage Curtain.
Yeah, and she actually laughed.
Right, and she said, "Look, in my time, we've learned not to fear words."
Yeah,
and that was kind of showing it from both sides. A, that Lincoln was ignorant, but B, that Uhura could show some grace in that.
And Trelane was totally Liberace.
Oh yeah.
I mean that's the first thing I thought.
He was, what if Liberace were Q?
Literally. It's a fun episode. Although I do like him better as a Klingon.
Yeah.
It's Koloth?
It's Koloth. How did you get in here? I am Koloth. That does not answer my question. Yes, it does. I know that's from Deep Space Nine, but still I love it.
But but the problem is that now on Discovery, what they got to do is cram it in your face that, look, we're relevant because we have someone who's struggling with it today. And it's like, why is this relevant? This just shows us that, okay, so you're telling me that in the 32nd century, we still haven't dealt with this?
Well, the way it sounds to me like, and like I said, I haven't watched most of the episodes because I didn't get past the third episode after it actually was a halfway decent episode, and then Mikey Spock comes in and saves the fucking day, and I was kind of like, oh, God, you just made the whole episode useless. It's like they regressed ever since Star Trek Discovery, and I don't mean in the timeline, canon timeline. I mean just it seems like there's such a regression of the way our characters we're used to seeing Starfleet officers act a certain way, especially in that time frame, and they don't act anything like a Starfleet. I mean, from the beginning episode, nobody acted like a Starfleet officer. I could get the little witty banter, but they just did it really bad. That and what was it? You couldn't. What was it? You didn't even know that any of the characters on the bridge is named by the end of the first season?
Well, yeah. I mean, it was. The funny thing is, the only reason that anybody knew who Dietmar and the rest of the bridge crew were by the end of season 2 was because they made a point out of Pike saying everybody's name a dozen times. And it was because it's like, oh yeah, there's all these other people on the bridge that we haven't given but 4 lines to in an entire season because we've been so obsessed with Michael Burnham. And the problem is that Michael Burnham's not an interesting character. It's not that she's black, it's not that she's a woman, it's that she's boring.
So she's been, I don't know, court-martialed for mutiny, had that expunged, got her rank back. Suru, for some reason, I guess, made her first officer, and she blows that and gets demoted. I mean, yes, she got
She
transferred
doesn't
to
get
the science
demoted.
division,
She's still a commander.
Yeah, but she's no longer the first officer.
Right.
And you
So
put
they
Tilly,
put the
and
put the
let me
lowest
see if I get this
ranking
straight.
person on the ship.
You put Tilly, the person who's been a commissioned officer now for all of 5 minutes, as your first officer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that is
threw me for a
inexcusable.
loop.
I mean, the one thing they did do accurately with Tilly is they made it so that the Emerald Chain had a very easy time taking over the ship from her. That was about the only realistic thing they've done with Tilly so far, because she was
shouldn't be the
completely
second in command.
incompetent.
She doesn't.
Yeah.
She doesn't have the command experience. She doesn't have the authority. She doesn't have the knowledge.
You see, I think what they're going to set up is
would
so
have.
that, right. I think what they're going to set up is so that Michael Burnham can be captain again. Because see, Tilly doesn't have the know-how, and Saru's too nice, so we need Burnham as captain.
You know what's too bad is Saru actually a couple of times seemed like an interesting character, and what's interesting is if you think about it, he is actually the first regular alien we've had as a captain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Saru, honestly, I think Saru was an interesting character until they had him go through space puberty.
Okay, yeah.
Once they put him through space puberty, I was like, okay, now they're just making him like everybody else. So now he's going to be perfect at everything just like everybody else. I'm done. And that's a real problem with modern writing. I mean, because the funny thing is, and this is now that I'm going to have a little more time on my hands, I'm actually going to work on some of these videos that I've been wanting to do forever, is if you do a comparison of Star Trek Discovery to other shows that CBS has produced in recent years, they're all the same show. Every single one of them. If you compare Star Trek Discovery to Magnum P.I., to Hawaii Five-0, to the CSI shows, to all these various procedural shows they do, every single one of them has a bunch of perfect people that never make mistakes standing around a table with computer screens on it and discussing what the problem's going to be and then coming up with some ingenious solution that they just figure out by pulling it out of thin air, and they're always right. That's the show. That's every CBS show. There's a CBS staff writing team that came up with this particular formula, and they follow it on every show. The only difference is Star Trek Discovery, they're flying in space instead of driving around the islands of Hawaii or or in Miami or whatever. They're just in space.
Yeah, they're not on a crime scene. They're in space.
Yeah.
Excuse me. No, an absolutely interesting observation you got there, brother. Just saying hi to everybody. Sorry I had to duck out for a while. I had a family member call from overseas, so sorry about that.
Oh, that's all good. Family comes first, man.
Yes,
but yeah,
I could agree. I'm sorry. There's only one Magnum PI, and that's the mustache man, God himself,
Right.
Tom Selleck.
Exactly.
But Tom Selleck didn't stand around a freaking computer table and discuss it with his boss, who was a woman, telling him how to do everything, and then he's just the dumb muscle. But that's what they're doing on the new Magnum PI, of course. The show formula is it's so ridiculously repetitive because CBS, like and I'm not saying CBS is the only party at fault here, but right now it's like these networks are not putting any effort into writing. And that's the funny thing, is that if you see any kind of attempt at good writing these days, it's really on these exclusive streaming platforms like what we're seeing on Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu, Amazon Prime. These guys are actually putting effort into writing good stories and then crafting a series around that story. But CBS and the other networks are just churning out the same show week in and week out and thinking good enough is good enough because, damn it, we're the broadcast network, so we're never going away. And it's like, you're idiots. CBS All Access will not carry you over forever. Just because you have a library of classic shows doesn't mean that if you keep pissing everybody off, they're going to keep watching. Because guess what? People can watch Star Trek on Hulu. And if it gets to that point, people can just stop watching Star Trek because at least they got The Mandalorian to watch.
Well, another thing, too, you want to talk about good storytelling and writing. I've got to say, you bring up a good point. Because over the weekend, Friday and Saturday, my wife and I, we blew through all 10 episodes of season 3 of Cobra Kai and absolutely loved it. There was there was a few issues in there. There was a couple of points that I was kind of like, I'm not really seeing why this is going on. There was one character that was not back. I was kind of disappointed in that because I really liked that character. But overall, still a good show. Very good.
But even if the Discovery concept is your thing, if you want a dark, nihilistic, pessimistic, gritty sci-fi drama, watch the frickin' Expanse. This season has been off the chain. And, I mean, like, Earth just got attacked in the Expanse, and, like...
Oh, I remember that.
It was insane. They dropped a few asteroids and took out entire population centers on Earth. And the crew that you've gotten to know over the last 4 years are all split up. 2 of them are out in Mars. One of them is on Earth. One of them's being held prisoner by the bad guy, and the other one is trying to put everything back together. And it's intense. But it's not just standing around in front of a console, coming up with stupid ideas out of their butts, and then always being right. That's CBS's bag.
Hey, is Amos and Peaches teamed up yet?
Yeah, they just escaped from a prison facility that got hit by an asteroid.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen the season, but I've read all the books up to the last one so far. So I do remember what you're talking about from the book, and I remember when they dropped this, I was like, holy shit. Yeah. And then you got Amos just being Amos.
You know what? It was extremely funny because I was recently like, okay, classic Star Trek gave us the needs of the many, and Discovery gave us cake is eternal.
Yes. Well, and think about, like, in Star Trek, the original Star Trek, you have Kirk and Spock trapped in the 1930s, and Spock using his intellect to try and construct a computer way ahead of its time based on the materials present. In Discovery, we have the power of math.
Oh, God.
Yeah, immediate solution.
Yeah. We just go, oh, look, guys, we can just do math, and then it works because math is great. And even though we didn't actually do any math, like we actually saw Spock trying to put together a computer with what he considered the equivalent of stone knives and bearskins. And it was a hilarious line, but we got what he was talking about because he was using vacuum tubes and wires and stuff when he's used to using duotronic circuits. And yet he was able to do it. But it felt like a real challenge for him to do it. If that were a Discovery episode, they just would have said, if only we had a computer. Oh, look, here's one.
I'm still trying to figure this.
Even better easy way out. Remember, Michael, when you were complaining about, especially like Voyager, that they have so much technology that basically they just call it quantum and they have every single technical problem solved.
Right.
Now,
Discovery, they don't even bother saying quantum. They just say math.
They have now programmable matter.
Yeah. So it's literally whatever they want.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question for you there because I want to ask AT this one. So they retrofitted a ship from 900 years in the past with modern upgrades. You're telling me that nobody thought, maybe we should have Stamets stay on the base, we reverse engineer, and we start putting this spore drive on different areas because somebody reminded me that the reason why it had to be biological is because I guess the computer on the Discovery wasn't fast enough. I'm pretty sure in 900 years that the computer can handle it now.
Well, not only that, but the funny thing is they even address that off screen, because what they did was in the Emerald Chain. Since you haven't seen the whole season, so apparently Starfleet not only is reduced in size, but they've become stupid when it comes to science. I'm not making that up like just to be snarky. That's what's in the episode, because now the Emerald Chain, the evil conglomerate of capitalists, are actually the only ones that have any scientists, because the Federation just apparently ran out of science, and so they couldn't replicate the spore drive because they don't have any scientists. and so the Emerald Chain says, "Hey guys, we've got scientists. Let us replicate the spore drive." I'm not making that up. That's the plot of the last episode.
Yeah, you got a point there, Michael, but just to play devil's advocate for one moment, if I recall correctly, and I might be wrong because I'm not like that up on the lore of Discovery or what have you, but I think they explained in the last episode that to go before that, what they're dealing with is Starfleet. It's not the Federation. They're kind of separate now. Starfleet and the Federation, through distance and
Admiral what's-his-name speaks for the President of the Federation. They actually did say that in this episode.
Right, but they don't have access to the Federation the way they did in the rest of the Star Trek we know and love. There wasn't
the Federation is just greatly reduced.
The Federation left Earth. It's greatly reduced down to what, like 35 species from like over 200 or something like that.
Right,
Earth
but
just left the Federation.
But I'm pretty sure that in 35 planets, you could find a few scientists that could, and especially with the technological upgrades that we've seen.
Not even going that far.
Right.
I mean, the fact that the Emerald Chain figured out how to piggyback the spore drive and Federation didn't was absolutely and utterly fucking stupid.
Right. But they didn't, and by the way, and this is another problem with Discovery, they never think ahead on anything. And so in the episode where it becomes crucial that they don't have scientists, by the way, we don't have scientists. Even though everything we've seen shows that they're more advanced than they've ever been before, they have these cool lie detector hologram droids and all this other cool tech and stuff that didn't exist before. But apparently, we don't have scientists because this week we can't have scientists because that would break the plot.
Yeah.
They don't even know how to use.
Right. Yeah. But the Federation is a shadow of its former self. It's not what I wish the Federation would have been in 1,000 years from now. It's not that at all. But if the Orion Syndicate in 1,000 years has become this huge, vast empire, I'm fine with that. But
they're not. That's the problem. They're no bigger than the Federation. And that's the other side of this, is that they've kind of downplayed what they are. And so now they're trying to say, the only way we can survive is to join forces.
Yeah.
Against who?
Against nobody. Just random. Quantum. Math.
So has there been any talk on what's going on with I understand the Romulans and the Vulcans are now.
They're all buddies now, yeah.
They're all buddies now. Okay, I get that. Okay, in 1,000 years, I could say, okay, that's a little believable. That's at least believable.
Sure.
That's a believable thing. But where's the Klingon Empire?
Klingons are problematic because if they have Klingons, then they have to make a choice.
Right.
Exactly.
I agree with Bird on that. I think the only reason we haven't seen Klingons is because they don't want to commit to showing one flavor of Klingon over the other.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Well, they really did themselves in with what they did to the Klingons. I'm sure everybody here is in agreement. Nobody wanted to see those changes made in Star Trek, or
right.
Just a baffling set of choices there.
Well, it's not even the. Yes, the makeup style was horrible, completely.
Nick Doc.
But several other things were a problem with this. One, since when, dude? Okay, a couple things there. One, last time I checked, Klingons killed all their gods long ago. It's very much established that they do not honor their dead bodies. They'll honor their dead in like the Hall of Heroes and stuff and things like that in the stories, but the body itself is pointless. But yet we have this
And
sarcophagus
castigate the
ship.
dead through that barge of the dead or whatever that thing is, the Klingon afterlife where you go to Klingon purgatory, was it?
You had Stovacor, and then you had oh shit, what was the name of the Klingon equivalent of hell?
Karoga.
With
Feklar.
Feklar was in charge of it.
Right, Karoga.
Okay, Karoga. Yeah. By the way, Vertebrae, are you there? I got a question for you.
Yep.
If you manage to put a hamburger, a steak, and a lobster on a hot dog, I want to see that picture.
Well, they just said I could choose any topping, so those are my toppings.
But I'd love to see it.
Wait, what?
Jeff, you would know. You should know the answer to that question. By the way,
There was a Twitter post, and there was a picture of a hot dog, and somebody says, "You can pick any 3 toppings. What would they be?" So I said a cheeseburger, a steak, and a lobster.
Okay.
And I was just like, I was trying to picture that when I saw that a minute ago. I just saw that on Twitter. I'm like, I can almost picture that in my head. I'm not sure how it would work, but it's funny.
I'm surprised you didn't say the tears of an orphan while you were at it, though.
Well, if I had 4, I would have. If they asked what I wanted to drink, I would have said tears of an orphan.
Wow.
They didn't ask.
Hey, at least he admits it.
Did somebody clip that?
Nobody ever listens to me when I talk about how evil he is, but no, then he says stuff like that. So, but yeah, I mean, the Discovery universe makes even less sense now than it did before, and it didn't make much sense before. And so that's the problem is that, look, I'm all for the time jump, although I do think that going to the 32nd century was probably a bit too far, because now you're like having to explain, well, why can't they just make the spore drive? Technology now would be plenty advanced.
Yeah, but they did say they can't replicate that technology. That I definitely heard. Why?
Why not?
This
The
falls
only
back.
thing they couldn't replicate.
I suppose they don't have enough scientists. They don't have the right scientists. They don't have Vulcan scientists. They don't have
Their
access.
computers could do it. Heck, in the 24th century, the USS Enterprise could create a living, sentient holodeck program by misstating how the parameters of Dr. Moriarty. So I don't think that they would have too much difficulty coming up with a hologram that could duplicate the spore technology.
Not to mention, they're supposed to have the blueprint for the damn thing in the first place.
Right, and besides that, Tall freaking rebuilt the thing in a day.
Yeah.
So if they can't, just ask her.
Sounds to me like you got plenty of people that can. Well, here's a question: if you got all these holograms and stuff, you're telling me none of the holograms from any of the past? They used to pull up some of the greatest minds in history of America or the world, even in the holodeck. We saw it plenty of times. You're telling me they ain't got no scientists, holographic information anywhere in there? Because pretty sure they do. There was that episode with Geordi using a holographic representation of one of the designers. What was her name? Leah Brahms. Yeah. So,
right.
Somehow in that timeline, nobody's bothered to think, hey, we got fucking, God, what's after a terabyte? They probably got exabytes and shit of data. I'm sure they could find a scientist or two that could help them.
Yeah.
Well, and the funny thing is, the Red Angel suit could hold all that information. So why, you mean they didn't have anything more advanced than the Red Angel suit by 1,000 years later?
Hey, even those little dot robots can hold the data.
Yeah, the dot robots can hold all the sphere data, so why not?
Yeah, that was a kind of surprising twist I didn't get behind, that 3 of those repair robots, their Star Trek R2-D2s can hold all that data. And not only that, it got hidden in the program as entertainment, and it was only taking up like 12 gigabytes of space. So they said, "Don't worry about it. Don't bother erasing it." That was kind of strange.
Somebody brought up, I forget who, but I think they're right. I think we're going to see all the robots are under the control.
I mentioned that
ship.
the last time we were talking. I think that I think that it's a combination of all the droids, but even so, it is really stupid that if they said the only thing that was still that they couldn't delete was an entertainment program that was insignificant, then what's up with the sphere data being this massive amount of data?
Yeah.
Hey, Cap.
Yeah,
I'm gonna drop
that's
off for. Hey, Cap. I'm
Okay.
gonna drop off for about 45 minutes. If you're still on, I'll come back.
Okay.
If the sphere data was so quick to jump into the robots, why was it so hard to delete in the first place?
Right.
No kidding.
Well, I think
why
that's
is it giving up the
only
ship? Why
is
wouldn't
that.
it be better if it just said, F you to the changes of the operating system, and just stunned everybody who wasn't a part of Discovery?
Because it had complete control of Discovery at the end of season 2.
Yeah, just anesthetize everyone. Come back to the Federation, let them sort it out.
Take the Kurogan
Take
method.
over the take over the other ship.
The problems with Discovery are pretty frustrating. I will go stick my neck out on a limb here and say that I think the third season's the best by far, but it's still the worst Star Trek that we've ever gotten. So
see, I disagree. I think the second season on balance was better. But the problem is that the second season had such a crappy ending that it ruined the good stuff that happened with Pike and Spock and stuff. So
I agree. I'm glad you said that because I wanted to ask you guys. I myself, I'm looking forward to this new Pike series. I've got high hopes for it. I know I might be disappointed, whatever, but my nature is to be positive, like Star Trek is to be positive, and hope and let myself be disappointed when it comes. But what are you guys thinking? Did you like Pike? Did you like the Sanson Mount guy and Rebecca Romaine?
Actually, I even said that I went so far as to say that I liked Burnham in that episode when she was with Spock. Because she and Spock fought like brother and sister. And I really like that. I love the fact that Spock was the one person that could get under Burnham's skin. Burnham was the one person that could get under Spock's skin. And then the way that they resolved it was just have everybody apologize to Burnham for being male. Pissed me off. Because they could have done so much better. Honestly, and I don't know if I've told you this, but my whole thing was if I was going to rewrite season 2 of Discovery, because you remember the whole crux of it was, why is Spock so angry with Burnham, right? That was like this whole thing. What did she do that got under his skin so bad? And we find out it was basically because she told him she didn't want to be his sister. And it's like, you know what? I'm sorry, but Spock would not, throw a temper tantrum that would last for 30 years over that. But the what if we rewrite that a little bit? It doesn't take a lot of tweaking to just say that, well, let's bring Sybok into the equation. So Burnham, Spock, and Sybok as kids are growing up on the compound. And because of Burnham, Sybok decides to embrace his emotion. And because he embraces his emotion, he gets exiled from Vulcan. Now Spock loses his biological brother because his adopted sister wanted to influence him with her human emotions. Now you have a real reason.
Right. Spock comes in and sees Burnham and Sybok making out. And then he loses his emotions.
Of course you would go there. Of course you would go there.
Exiles Sybok.
Of course.
They're not biologically related. It happens all the time.
Oh my goodness, Bird.
It happens all the time at BertoPray5.com.
BertoPray5X.com.
The amount that Discovery has changed the past, or canon, if you will. What you're saying, Michael, makes a lot of sense, and it would be a very entertaining alternative.
And
a
it's
lot
a
of
way
people,
to use a dud piece of lore that wasn't going anywhere, namely the whole thing with Cybok.
Yeah.
Right? Nope.
Yeah.
And it would be a way to use Cybok, make him integrated into the universe in a way that was meaningful, and actually did fuel Spock's relationship with his sister. And that would make perfect sense. But instead, they just want everybody to apologize for being male. And it's like, what? I don't get it. What's the point?
The fact Cybok is never re-referenced just strengthens the theory that Star Trek V was a dream.
Well,
no, it's just that nobody liked it.
Or the one thing I will say, and I can't say I like Star Trek V, and you know what? I'll fight any of you guys about this. It was maybe the least greatest of the movies, but I think a lot of its heart was in the right place.
Oh, I think it's a lot better than one.
Star Trek V
no.
I think Star Trek V is the worst of the TOS films for sure.
Yeah.
But as far as, I mean, I don't know that I would say it's the worst Star Trek film, because you look at what they did to some of the characters in the TNG films, and it's just a complete bastardization of what they were in the series.
That's right. Anti-Trekker hates First Contact.
That's right.
Oh man,
I've gone on record, I've said I hate what they did to the characters in First Contact, and I will stand by that. I hate what they did to the Borg. I hate what they did to Picard. They butchered the characters in the name of turning Star Trek into a pseudo-action franchise, which it never was meant to be.
Yeah,
But,
there is
it was
some
a
small
fun
irony
movie.
that the original TV series show, which was dismissed by a lot of people as too actiony, too pew pew, and monster of the week sort of thing, and that TNG was a more refined, more educated, more thoughtful version. That when they went to the movies, it was the original series that had the more thoughtful Star Trek films, and the Next Generation that had the more Star Warsy pew pews.
Right.
I don't know if any of you guys
until
agree with
Alex
that.
Kurtzman and J.J. Abrams got their hands on it.
Oh God.
Oh,
and then the shit hit the fan.
Right. And
It's
they
a
made
funny
apples
thing,
out of it.
Applesauce.
Oh, yeah. You haven't seen it. They literally do say that now.
Yeah.
They actually have a line where they talk about how the replicators work, and as Admiral what's his name eats a piece of apple, he says it's not bad for
Admiral
shit.
Vance.
Admiral Vance.
Oh,
Thank you. I can never remember his name.
I think we were talking about this earlier, where the way he times it, and we were talking before. Somebody, I think it was live at the Love Shack. I might be wrong. This was a few hours ago. Was saying that sorry, I lost my thread there. But I remember saying that the way he said it was to time it for effect. He waited until she put that piece of apple in her mouth and bit down before saying, "You're eating shit," Whereas he could have said as soon as she reached for it, "Oh, just so you know, that's made of our waste." Oh, okay, thank you. No, I won't eat any.
You
I'll
would
send you a
think
bush.
she would know this, being
Yeah,
so
she
smart
would.
and having such great
And
scientists.
they have all the
knowing
great
she knows
science.
all
And,
the other Federation secrets.
Well,
yeah,
I
but when
believe
she
around
necessarily
30%
knows they can't get hold of apples, maybe her
Guys.
intelligence is great, but
guys,
Shouting.
sometime around the 32nd century, there must be at least a farm on that station.
Nope.
It's not possible they made everything from shit.
It's all chit snacks. That's what they do.
Yep.
No way. No way.
I mean, they've been doing that since Enterprise,
just
but
how they
I gotta step away for a minute. But I
shit.
just wanted to add real quick. Yeah, I agree with Anti-Trekker. As much as I enjoyed First Contact, it was a freaking joke, and it should have been a million times better than what it was. Especially with the whole what they did with the Borg was an effing joke.
If they had
fact that
done
you
what
even-
they did with the Borg in Vendetta in First Contact, I would be celebrating it as the best Star Trek movie of all time.
Best Star Trek. It had the opportunity of being the best Star Trek of all time. That whole time travel plot, the fact that you even had to be in front of the planet to time travel in the first place, stupid. The fact that the Borg would send another one ship only to Earth was stupid. Yeah. But anyway, out of the all, I mean, it was good. I enjoyed it, but it should have been a million times better. But I think they wrote themselves into a wall because, I mean, what would the Federation do if the Borg sent an entire armada like what they sent to the every other species that we've seen them actually take over?
Hey, did you also forget Generations? They killed Kirk twice in the same movie.
Yeah.
Hey, Cap.
That's not
once,
a bad
once
start.
up on the panel. I'll step down.
No.
Well, actually, I got to go anyway because I got to work in like 15 minutes. But it's always fun to hang out with you guys when I get a chance. So have a good one, all.
Thank you.
Take
have a
care,
good one,
Anti-Trekker.
Anti-Trekker.
Take care, Anti-Trekker.
Later.
Take care. Pleasure talking to you.
Yosef, come on up if you want.
Come on. Let me put the link back in.
So the anti-tracker is not the enemy after all.
Well, he is to Bird of Prey, but
And Koroga.
well, Kuroga is Bird of Prey.
Yes.
Anyway, hail Koroga.
Hail on Kuroga.
Hail on
Kuroga.
Hail on
What do you have
Kuroga.
against Koroga?
Hail on Kuroga.
Kuroga, Uber Alice. Nobody knows
Actually,
the old.
that goes as Koroga, Uber Alice, and I don't know the rest of the song.
No, the Dead Kennedys version is different. That would be more like Kuroga, Alice. Come on, you must have heard the Dead Kennedys do that.
Okay, come on, guys. Find me a real German and ask him to sing that song.
Just talk to Bird of Prey. Have him do his German accent.
It's funny. I was talking with a German friend of mine a few months ago before this Corona thing hit. We were having lunch together, and he's got German blood in him. And I made some passing joke, and I said, Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, and I chuckle. And he goes, you know, that's really offensive. And I go, what? And he says, to make fun of the anthem like that. You know, they changed it from Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles, because that was the theme they had during the Second World War. And I know this guy well enough that I acted all humble and shit and said, well, gosh, buddy, I'm so sorry. I really meant absolutely no offense. Please, sing me a couple of bars of the new national anthem. I'd like to hear it. And he looked at me and he put this funny look on his face. He goes, okay, fuck you. You know, I don't know how to speak German or whatever. So why did you get pissed off with that? He says, oh, I don't know. We're supposed to. I don't know if you guys know any Germans or not, if you can confirm that for me, but.
Wait a minute. They replace Deutschland, über alles for what? Is there them country?
Sorry, you're breaking up there. If that was directed to me, I didn't quite hear it.
Okay, what did they replace the Deutschland, über alles for what?
His friend didn't know. That's the whole point of the story.
Yeah, he got indignant about I sang Deutschland, Deutschland, über alles without understanding that there was cultural insensitivity going on. So I turned the tables on him by saying, well, tell me what the new anthem was. And he couldn't sing a single note. That's how much he knows about the German. He just knew enough to be able to use it against me for a second, to point his finger at me and say, oh, no, that's not right. That's kind of racist. Well, okay, tell me different, and he couldn't.
Well, any real German telling you that Deutschland, über alles is offensive is completely stupid.
Well, all that is like German friends or friends of Germany or whatever. Literal translation, I think. I don't know. I could open up Google Apps and ask.
No, what it means is Deutschland, Germany overall, über alles.
What's the problem? It's their country. It's supposed to be above all. I don't expect to see any American telling Canada above America.
I'm sorry.
You'd be
Every
surprised.
country is gonna think their country is better because, well, usually.
Well, they are entitled to that. You are allowed to believe your country is better than everybody else. That's not a problem until you start a war. Anyway, back to Star Trek.
Yes. Good idea.
After that
God,
level, back to
I'm believing with I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm agreeing with Live at the Love Shack.
Look, I refuse to believe
It
in
happens.
the kind of future. I refuse to believe in the kind of future that people eat their own shit. No.
Well, honestly, you do, because right now we live in a present where people can decontaminate their own urine and drink it,
right?
And that process goes on in sub-Saharan Africa and places like that. They're actually,
Thanks God, I don't live there.
okay, but what I'm saying is, if you got to survive, there's stories about guys in the Second and First World War being stuck in Belgian Congo, German-controlled territories, where they had to literally live on elephant shit, follow around a herd of elephants and eat their shit, pick the hay and shit out of it, because it was the only edible thing. The plants and shit killed them. And the guys that said, no, I can't do it, they died. So there is precedence in life for surviving by eating shit.
Thanks God, I don't live there.
Okay.
And remember, remember a joke about from a week ago, when people talk about those damn 8 Africa or something, and somebody comes around and say, "Dude, we can't live here. You look at that sand. You know what that will be in 1,000 years? It still will be damn sand. Get the fuck out of there. Go for somewhere better." Okay? I will not eat elephant poop.
Okay, but if
You
you
will eat the elephant poop.
technology like
You will
a
eat it
replica
and you'll like it.
based on a transporter can take you apart and reassemble you. All your trillions upon trillions of atoms, all the electric energy, everything comes back perfectly. If you can disassemble that person, or a boot, or a door frame, or a dead person, or whatever, it just becomes matter then, right? It's no longer poop when you break it down into its base chemical elements, when you just turn it into pure chemical. Remember that old Star Trek episode where everybody on the Defiant, I think it was, got reduced to their chemical properties. McCoy says,
don't
when you
remember
take
that.
the water out of, you don't remember the original?
I don't remember. I don't remember that from Deep Space Nine. I don't remember that from Deep Space Nine.
Stop. No, it was the original series. It was the one with the aliens from outside the galaxy. They reduced the crew, the unnecessary crew, to the cubes or whatever the hell shape they were. And then
By any other name, I think was
he crushed one that killed the person. He threw the cube out. It rolled out. And he pressed the button. They went back to being the crewman. He killed the white woman and the black man.
I remember
that. Okay. Well, that was one time. I think there was another time too, but I could be wrong. I could possibly be confusing it with the old Batman Adam West movie, where remember they reduced the entire World Council to their chemical properties, and the penguin was going to hold them for hostage.
That was supposed to be a joke.
The just the point I'm making is that the fact that they're eating shit or whatever, I think a lot of people got hung up on that, thinking that's all they eat is their own waste. And somebody else earlier was talking about diminishing returns. That would never work. And I agree. You can't just eat your shit, but that's one of the things. And I think the Admiral said it to that chick from the chain for effect, basically, you know, to throw her off guard or whatever. She was acting all cool, reaches out, takes a bite of the apple. Aha, by the way, you're eating my poop. But you're also eating, you know, Dave's old boots, some unused plasma conduit, a pet snake that died, whatever. I'm just saying it wasn't 100% pure shit reformed into an apple. It was the chemical compounds broken down from shit and all those other things I mentioned that in turn become their food.
Makes zero sense. Because it's the same way replicators have been working for 900 years.
Exactly.
At that moment, if I was Ozira, I would start the war right now. Okay, negotiations are over. You made me eat your shit.
Like, she doesn't have replicators on her ship. It was stupid writing, because the whole discovery is stupid writing. She can't make sense of it.
I mean, you can't even eat icicles now without bird poop.
Oh, please, not that again.
Let's burn down the TV station so that never happens again.
Makes a good point too. Astronauts drink their pee on ISS. So there is precedent.
Let's see here.
I wonder if programmable matter can be edible.
That's 3D printed meat.
If you found out a steak, if you broke down the chemical components to a T-bone steak, and you broke down those chemicals, and then you separated those chemicals and you threw them in a pile with other chemicals. Well, from those chemicals, you got shit like you found some roadkill, and there's some lawn pieces of lawn furniture or whatever. Who the fuck cares? It's a future thing. I don't really buy into it, but I'm not that hung up on the idea that the replicator with all that technology could make that happen. That's plausible.
Excuse me. Look, if you can't find a way to send a cow to space together with the ship, forget it. Don't even bother to went in space.
What? Okay.
I want my farm. I want real food. Forget it.
I don't blame
replicators.
The hell is real?
Cows, beef, eggs, bacon.
Yes, but if you can take the process that created that in the first place and put it into a never-ending regenerator, you can make all the meat you want.
Boss, I said that once, and I will say it before. The only redeemable quality on Star Trek Voyager was the fact they have a kitchen. Okay. They had real food. They could not use the replicators because some damn technobabble about, oh, sorry, we can use the replicators all the time.
Well, we know that the original series had a kitchen we didn't see. We know that Enterprise had a kitchen.
Which one?
Enterprise.
Okay, the actual one have a kitchen. The first Enterprise have a kitchen. The A Enterprise have a kitchen. Maybe the B Enterprise have a kitchen.
We don't know.
When this damn replicator nonsense started, with the C or the D? My God, you can have a shopping mall on a Galaxy class ship, but you can have a kitchen. My God.
That would need to be a huge kitchen.
Yeah, the Galaxy D had a kitchen.
Oh, we know they had it on the A because wait a minute.
They probably had it on the A.
What was it?
They definitely had a kitchen on the A. It was in Star Trek 6.
That's right. It was on the A.
Yeah.
Scotty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's her name? Used the no.
Valaris.
Yeah. Valaris. Use the phaser.
Yes.
Why didn't they just vaporize them?
Yeah.
Would set off the alarms.
No.
Yeah.
But,
That was.
Who the devil fired a?
Yes. So we know there was a kitchen in the A. Yes.
Yeah. We know there was a shopping mall on the D, and a zoo, and a bar, and a bowling alley. But no
Remember,
kitchen? Come on.
In the
Original
Next
series had.
Generation episode where Worf's brother shows up, right? And he's posted to the Enterprise as part of the Klingon Federation exchange program. And Picard throws him a dinner. I'm pretty sure near the opening scene of that scene, the opening part of that scene, Picard says directly to Worf's brother, I had the chef prepare a variety of Earth dishes for you to try. And he says, I'll try some of your burned replicated bird meat. But I latched onto the fact that he said, I had the chef prepare, not I had Ensign Crusher over here replicate some turkey. He had the chef do it. If you have a chef, it kind of insinuates you have a kitchen or a galley.
Okay, so we had a kitchen on board the Love Boat. Okay.
Wow.
The Love Boat in space. Get it right. The Love Boat in space. You have to.
It's the Galaxy class. It comes with the ship. Come on.
Was that the episode where they're serving him the food and he's like, these are delicacies, and the Klingon says, how long has this animal been dead?
Yeah, it looks like it's been for some time. I will try some of your burned replicated bird meat. And he rips off some and throws it on his plate. Funny stuff.
One would wonder what's the point of having a chef if you don't have real meat to begin with.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And Klingons like fresh food.
Chef, replicator.
I'm looking at the transcript from that episode. I don't see where Picard said chef.
No.
Do you see the open?
So it's the scene's taking place in the captain's mess, and Picard is carving a roast turkey for the buffet. Kern says, "How long has this bird been dead? It appears to have been lying in the sun for quite some time." LaForge says, "It's not dead. It's been replicated. You do not understand that we cook most of our foods." Kern says, "Ah, yes, I was told to prepare for that. I shall try some of your burned replicated bird meat." Picard says, I've attempted to select a menu that will allow you to sample a variety of dishes, Commander. I see nothing about a chef again? Or a kitchen, or, I'm sorry?
Which episode was that again?
Kern, the first time we saw Kern on TNG.
Sins of the Father, Season 3, Episode 17, I think.
Let me see.
Okay, well, I'm willing to.
The only time I even saw a smidget of a kitchen is I think when Riker was making eggs for Worf.
Yeah, well, that was in his
quarters. Or his cabin.
Yeah,
he
well,
had, like,
I didn't say like a kitchen. That's the closest thing to a kitchen I could think of because he was actually cooking something.
Yeah, that was that was in his quarters.
He wasn't replicating
for the
it.
crew,
He was
making Owan eggs.
Yeah,
and everybody thought they were horrible except Worf.
Yeah, he was actually. It wasn't replicated. It was actually being cooked. So wherever that was being cooked, that's a form of a kitchen. Or
well, Riker said he was making omelets, so all he was doing was making scrambled eggs.
I mean,
and Cisco cooks in his quarters a lot too.
It still beats abortion pizza.
Ooh, abortion what? Pizza? Who came up
The
with
stuff
that?
he was making in Picard that looked like a freaking aborted fetus. What was it? Unicorn bunny pizza?
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that
Picard. In Picard, when Picard went to saw the planet, he was making bunny unicorn pizza, and he showed a plate that looked like an aborted fetus on it.
Yeah.
Picard.
Sorry,
I'm glad I didn't see that.
That shit, that I almost puked. I was like, "Are you kidding me?"
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I dimly remember that episode. He had a bitching place. I remember that. I was jealous of his place. It looked gorgeous.
A bitching place, but the only shower he had was outside in a wood stall.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those weird Star Trek oddities. You know, they could beam a shower in 30 seconds, but you know, well. Maybe they
had anti-cloaking shields and anti-cloaking whatever you call it, scanners and all that stuff on the planet. Voice activated.
Right. Well,
although I will say in the same scene with Kern, Crusher asks Kern to try some caviar, and Picard says that our replicators never have done it justice, but I managed to store a few cases for special occasions.
Okay. I'm sorry, but what was that in reference to?
Well, that's not replicated caviar.
Oh, that they have food stores of authentic, unreplicated food. Right.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm actually watching that scene right now.
At least the captain has a mini fridge on his quarters.
On the captain's mess, anyway.
Strange. It looks just like the ready room.
It is the ready room.
I will say, while we're on the subject of food in Star Trek, I kind of thought that was a wasted opportunity on the show Enterprise. They kept referencing this chef character, and I kept expecting it to be like a bit of stunt casting or something they'd pull out of their ass, where they'd have, I don't know, Mark Hamill be the chef. Nothing that extreme, but just to give you an idea what I'm talking about, stunt casting, you know?
Yeah.
Like finally introduce the chef, and you're like, oh my God, that's the chef. Ha ha ha, that's so cool, you know? We understand why we haven't seen him all this time, because he's, you know, doing other things, or he's an actor, he's with another franchise. Man.
Yeah, they did mention chef a couple times on Enterprise.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, they didn't want to show the chef because it all depends who was using the holodeck at the time.
I would have really loved it. They never would have done it, but if they could have got Isaac Hayes just for one cameo scene or something.
Man.
Hello, Captain.
Hey, that would be a hell of a chef.
Hello, Captain. Hi, chef.
Yeah, you know, Enterprise, a lot of people shit on it, but I think it's one of those hidden gems of Star. It frustrated the fuck out of me. And this is when I listen to people rip apart Discovery. I think, you know, we didn't have the internet back when Enterprise came out in, what was it, the early 2000s. I'm sure that would have got lambasted.
Whoa.
Well, we did.
Wait a minute. Internet was around then.
Sorry. I meant to say it was YouTube and sites like that, the media that we have, like Facebook and the shit, where if you were hardcore into something and you knew about computers, you would be aware that there are online communities catering to that. Much more so than the average novice might like Star Wars but doesn't know fuck all about computers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're talking about back when the internet was only used by nerds.
Yeah.
And for porn.
Like I said, nerds.
And porn.
And for porn. Yeah. Well, fair enough. Porn's a
well,
thing.
at least Enterprise had redeemable qualities. It can be salvageable. Star Trek Discovery and Picard can. It's pure trash.
Okay, but what I'm saying is with Enterprise, they fucked around with canon as much as any other Star Trek series ever, and to a really annoying degree.
They tried to do something else. Enterprise tried to do something. Enterprise tried to do something else until they give up. They try not to use the transporters. They try not to use phasers. They try not to use photon torpedoes. They try to do
Yeah.
at their best. They try to do different for the first season until they give up. They say, okay, we can't write that. We can't write like that. We are not The Expanse.
Well, there's a bunch of Star Trek fans here in the chat right now, and can any one of you remember in either the original series, the animated series, Enterprise, DS9, Voyager, any one reference of Earth being held back by the Vulcans, and that we had an antagonistic relationship with them, like a parent and a son, or a parent and a child, rather? Had anybody ever heard mention of the Xindi? This interesting race where different species evolved on one planet and then ended up attacking the Earth and causing such massive destruction it left a scar on the Earth from North Carolina to Cuba. I never heard any of that mentioned. Did any of you?
Well,
me neither.
Okay, that part can easily be addressed if you look in Andy Checker's videos for his triple timeline theory. I honestly believe that Enterprise took place in an alternate timeline.
I can second that.
But that's not canon.
That's not canon. They specifically said it was an altered. It was an altered event. That event never originally took place until the Cold War. Until the Cold Wars happened.
Yeah, the temporal Cold War.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is kind of
Which
news to
is
me.
which is why humans didn't find the Borg that was on the surface of the Earth.
That was First Contact.
Well, no, that was in Enterprise.
Enterprise.
Regeneration.
No, that wasn't because until First Contact changed the history of Earth.
That's what I'm saying. It was First Contact that affected the timeline, which was before Enterprise.
Correct.
Or did it?
Yeah, chicken or the egg.
And later Nero comes around, and suddenly the only thing in canon is Star Trek Enterprise.
It's like the chicken and the egg. I think what the captain is trying to describe is a paradox.
Yeah, anything that just says that Enterprise is in an alternate timeline, like separate from main timeline, like separate, like different universe, like not the same at all. I reject any of those theories.
Can we just purge the whole thing?
The only thing that was a different timeline was the mirror universe. Had its own timeline.
Well, Anti-Checker came up with this to explain.
Because
I'm sorry, Cap.
In the time of the original series, they were on the same timeline. It wasn't some screwed up old shit. Go ahead.
Yeah, but they each had their own timeline though.
Anti-Checker came up with this triple timeline because he felt that Discovery was outside the range of where it should be with the original series. And he's right. I mean, Discovery is way more advanced than TOS, but it took place before TOS. So he came up with the triple timeline to explain how First Contact changed the history of the Federation and Starfleet. So Enterprise is on a different timeline. Discovery, by that time, the technologies advanced quite a bit more and fits with that timeline, but not the original TOS, which is on the prime timeline, if you will. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it kind of does, but
they're on two separate timelines.
Yeah, if you go back in the past and change some huge event, the alternate universe is completely unaffected.
Can we go back there, please?
You may go.
I will rather see any fan-made series on YouTube, like New Voyager
Yeah.
something, then keep going with wherever CBS delivers.
Yeah, I can't go on enough about the fan quality, man. The fan-made series stuff that's coming out is the future of, to me, what would be canon. It's
Exactly.
fantastic stuff. It's seeing what people really think and feel, and not the writers in Hollywood or contracts, or these are real stories, and it's about the writing, it's about the story, and the fan. I can't go on enough about how great the fan stuff is. Even the stuff that started out in garages, so did bands, right? I mean, they with the aid of computer enhancement and just good writing, these people are going above and beyond what the quote unquote pros are providing, and I just love it. I just had to say that.
Yeah.
How did you guys feel about the that series that came out a little while ago with the oh shit, this is embarrassing. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It's the Grant Imahara was in it. The guy Vig Magnana. Vic Magnana.
Yeah.
Mignola. You're trying to say Mignola.
No, Magnola is the artist. Mignana, I think, is
Vic
Italian.
Mignogna.
Vic's not a great guy.
No, he's not.
Well, I don't know about that. I saw
good productions.
In fact,
good productions.
we are under the restrictions for the fan films because of him.
Well, yeah, okay, but he was part of that. But was that really his fault? He was coming out with hour-long quality episodes. If you watch the quality that went into his series, those 12 episodes or whatever it was, they were amazing.
Yeah.
They were fantastic. They had the feel, the soul of the Enterprise.
Yeah, but there's a lot more out there.
It's CBS's fault.
There's a lot more out there now,
right?
That is equally, if not better, equally as good. That doesn't have that person, and I'm not mentioning anything about it. But he's bad dude. Bad dude.
Well, yeah, to be honest,
just
I don't have any
research some stuff about him if you want. If you don't, that's cool.
Yeah, if you want to know the truth, search for it.
Yeah,
and you'll find it. Trust me, it's easy.
Well, this is becoming a big problem with entertainment in general too. Like, is it okay to laugh at old Bill Cosby material because it turns out that he's a rapist creep?
Yes, it is. And yes, the stuff that he had done, who I won't mention again. I've already mentioned his name several times. Yeah, it's good quality stuff. It's okay. It's hard to get beyond how I don't know. I agree with you. I say the same thing all the time about Kevin Spacey. It's like I love his movies. How he is as a person doesn't matter to me. This, I don't know, for some reason kind of struck a nerve because it had to do with the fans directly.
Kevin Spacey is still not guilty.
Just look it up. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. But
look
I
it
know
up.
a bit about it. And obviously, you guys are a bit more schooled to it than I am. I'm speaking purely as a Star Trek fan, and I won't belabor the point, but I will say that series completely turned me around on what is possible for fans to do. And funny enough, he got his set from the guy before him. Do any of you guys remember this guy? The dark-haired guy, James Crawley, I think his name.
Yes. Yep.
He put out a series too, and he got guys like Bill Gerard and he had a few big names come down posing as admirals and shit like that.
Yeah,
that's
like men, that kind of thing. Yes.
Yeah.
I will say there are some lesser quality fan-made films where they're trying to portray themselves as Kirk and Spock, and you got a 300-pound dude playing Kirk.
Right.
No, That's ridiculous.
I hear you, brother. I give them points for having the heart to do it, and they got
exactly. And I will say they have better stories than what CBS Trek is putting out.
Sorry, quick question: who's disassembling a Rubik's cube here? Now it's stuck. Sounded like somebody was trying to break apart a Rubik's cube or something. It was just I couldn't figure out what was going on. Sorry, Captain.
I don't know who it was.
I don't know either.
Okay, well, not that big a mystery, but
hey, son of a red shirt, have you seen Voyage Trekkers?
Voyage Trekkers? No, I do not believe I have.
Okay, it's a series and it's well produced, but it's total comedy. It's based obviously Star Trek, but it's kind of, we were talking earlier about Leslie Nielsen. It's not slapstick like that, but it's basically doofus Star Trek, but it's really well done. I think you might enjoy it. There's like 2 seasons, a couple of shows a season. It's on YouTube. You just look up Voyage Trekkers. A lot of fun. A lot of fun, but it's all slapstick. It's not to be taken seriously. There's no canon involved. It's kind of like Star Trek / Flash Gordon / Leslie Nielsen kind of stuff.
Right. There's
what about Axnar?
I will give that a shot because I'm always
Axnar is the evil one. You're right.
Axnar.
What? Yeah, Axnar is the evil one. Why?
Yeah. Well, Axnar. The stories I heard about it, and I'm probably talking out of turn here, but the guy that produced the thing, he's
all right. Well, I know him, so I can maybe help you. What's up?
Okay. Please.
Well,
go ahead.
Tell me what you were going to say.
Are you speaking to me?
Yeah. What about it being evil?
Oh, no, I never used the word evil, but I did say that. Well, no, I didn't actually say that, but in the story I heard, what's hinky is that he raised a lot of money to put out this thing, but not everything went towards Axanar production. He used a lot of the money. On one hand, I understand he built up his studio. He made his equipment better, his shit better, so he could put out a better product. But that's not what he was selling people as. He overshot the target too. He asked for a certain amount of money and it did better. So people accused him of misappropriation of funds for that sort of thing. If what I heard is true, I can see arguments both ways. The guy wants to improve his studio space and shit, but there was also some other thing. And Dave, you might be able to correct me on this. Oh shit, sorry. Oh, fuck you. What was I saying? He was also renting out the studio for other projects. So he was making money off these improvements that he did.
Those were separate business arrangements. Axanar Studios and the project of Axanar were separate business arrangements. So it has nothing to do with the other financially. I mean, the guy's not pulling down bucks, you know. He's not living large.
He's not. But so you're saying there's no credence to the story whatsoever. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Dave.
There is credence to the story. Yeah. But whether the story is absolute or not is up for question, and I don't even know the answer, and I don't pry into these things.
Right.
But you know, yeah, he's a businessman. He's had a couple of things going on. Some of them don't go well, and you make enemies, as you do when you're doing business. And he's made some good ones, or some bad ones, as it may be. But you know, it's a guy doing a project out of passion, and he's also a businessman. So read out of that what you will. I won't go into any more details.
No,
because I don't know how much you guys know about the finer points. I keep in contact with him, not regarding these details, just saying hello and stuff like that. But I have been keeping up on it, and it's not as nefarious as a lot of people would have you believe.
Okay.
But at the
what
same
you're saying is
time,
true, and it's not. Let's just say, for sake of argument, he's 100% innocent of anything anybody's accused him of that's shady or untoward, or could be used against him. Let's say he's clear of all that. He still brought the attention of CBS into the
that was coming.
community.
That was coming no matter
anyway.
what. If
That
it
was-
wasn't
yeah.
going to be him, it was going to be somebody else. Yeah, so you can't blame him for that.
He is
That's
just
that's
the name
100%
Yeah.
that was used.
CBS's fault. Don't
Yeah,
blame
if it was not
anybody
him,
for
it
the
was-
CBS rules, but CBS.
Mm-hmm.
If it was not him, it could be Bird of Prey 5.
And it's not even the fact that
What's we talking about? Sorry, I was away for a couple minutes.
just talking about what the CBS
Good
rules for
stuff.
fan trek made.
Yeah.
Basically,
The
we were
problem is you
talking
don't
about
have
Alex
anybody with
and
the
Axanar.
huevos to make a free Star Trek fan, non-profit fan film and challenge CBS to court. Would love to see it actually happen. Right now, they're just rules. There is no law. There's a simple fact that fair use is fair use, and we're just getting bullied by this stupid freaking CBS because they got little pissy because they don't know how to make a buck off fan-made films.
Well, that's what people are getting upset with him about, is the fact that it brought all this to attention, and now everybody's saying that it's his fault that fan films have limitations. It is not.
Well, of course they're going to say that, but I could say the sky is purple doesn't necessarily make it true.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a little bit his
they
fault.
they don't know how to make money from fan movies, but YouTube make money from fan movies all the time.
Yeah.
No, the thing is, they could have just hired him and bought the rights to it, and he offered that.
They didn't need to hire him, and they don't need to pay him for the rights. They already own it.
Well, right. They could have bought the story, etc. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing they
Bart.
need to buy. They just take over. It's
But
nice story you got
then
here.
why didn't they?
Because they don't want to. They don't want to produce that. They already had their own plans.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me
Yeah.
wrong. I think they should have, but they don't need to pay for it. That's what I'm saying. They, by virtue of it being Star Trek on it, they already own it.
Right.
It's a risk any fan production takes.
Right.
Would be Paramount or by CBS coming in and saying, "Hey, nice production you got here. We're gonna take it." And if your actors want to come, maybe we'll pay them scale. But if they don't want to come, that's fine. We'll just find other actors.
Yeah. That's too bad.
There's risk. There's risk to that as well too. But yeah. All right. Hey, boss. I got some things I gotta take care of.
Oh yeah.
good
Gotta take care
show.
of business always.
Appreciate it. People to help out, and I will hopefully catch you later on today's waiting room.
Of course.
Thanks everybody. Good
Thanks.
show.
Thanks, LDG.
Take care,
Have a
everybody.
nice day, boss.
Bye, LDG.
I'm gonna try. Be good. And
Kiki,
remember,
what are you talking about? Go
canon
ahead.
is what you make it. Make it a good one.
Oh, charming. I love that guy's the computer effect he had when he first came on. You know, that kind of did you see that? The I don't know how to describe it. It's a Photoshop effect. You get the rainbow lights, neon all around you.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, he
Stuff
does
I
it
can
all
only
the
wish
time.
it.
Yeah. Oh, as I introduced him, Papa Smurf.
Yeah, I remember that.
Because he looked like Papa Smurf without the hat.
Oh, the Smurf without the hat.
Yeah, and if you want to know how to do that stuff, he'll show you.
Oh yeah.
Go to the waiting room this afternoon, and he'll show you.
What is the waiting room?
That's his midday stream.
If you look in the description of the live stream, you will find. Let's see here. I gotta get to the right tab. bet you was it. There it is. You will find guests include, and I put everyone who's been on the panel who has a YouTube page. And you will see LGG Pixels channel, and then his Geeks Enjoyed Neurotica is where the waiting room usually is.
I don't know if because I'm looking on a tablet it's different, but all I see is the What the Fuck Monday Show. Guests include Admiral Oliver, Jesse Lemons, Jitsi Lemons, Bird of Prey 5.
Yeah, there should be links there beside the names.
Yeah.
There are.
Right.
Yeah, his neurotic stuff still is PG.
But is that the only handle he uses is LDG? I don't.
LDG Pixels.
Yeah, LDG Pixels channel, and then his other channel is Geeks Enjoy Neurotica, and on that channel is where you'll find the waiting room usually, as Cap mentioned, and that is where it's kind of like an in-between show where people can go and talk, and he'll announce when other channels go live and tell people head on over to Bird of Prey 5 or Anti-Trekker, or whoever is broadcasting at that point.
Like a community ombudsman for introducing people to different channels or streams or whatever.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
It's the pub at the airport while you're waiting for your flight. He'll tell you who's in flight and what's about to happen. So you'll have banners that say that so-and-so is on right now. Go over there if you want. So-and-so is coming up. Wait if you want, hang out here if you want. And it's basically just a place to hang out and see who's gonna stream. He kind of keeps a tab on who in our community is going on. It's a good place.
And not only that, he has asked people, because anyone who's a content creator can put in links because they have a wrench. He's asked people, if you see somebody who's on, post the link. So, if somebody that he's not subscribed to, but is a part of the community is having something, go ahead and let him know.
Now, his main channel, LTG Pixels channel, is where people can go and get tech help with their computers, tablets, or whatnot.
Okay, so he's a tech guy.
Yeah,
that's his thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if you reach out to him for help, he'll if you reach out to him and say, I have a question, it's not like he's going to say, okay, give me your credit card. He'll say, well, what's the problem? And probably just fix it right there.
Yeah. He does live help free of charge on air.
Yeah.
So you're telling me he's a pretty easy guy to communicate with, and if I called up looking for help and said, hey, the mailman's fucking my wife or something, he'll fix that problem for me?
Oh,
yeah,
no,
he'll fix the mailman thing, but
you
as
gotta
far
write
as
a Dear Bop for that.
Dear Bop is for that one, but
yeah, you gotta go to Dear Prey 5 stream.
Look, he's not a Gambino, okay? LDG is not a Gambino.
Not a Gambino.
Yeah.
No, that's the word, brother. Yeah.
Speaking of Dear Bop, we should have Dear Bop later today on
Yes, we should.
Prey 5's Bed Life. Excuse me, Bed Life.
Bed Life.
when does Bed Life start, Bird?
Stream by Bird of Prey 5.
Yeah, when are you gonna start your stream?
Either 4 or 5 p.m. I'm not
he's
quite
late.
sure yet. Eastern. Or sometime in between 4 and 5 p.m. Maybe just say 4:30. I don't know. What's today? Monday. So, yeah.
Come on, pick a number.
I'm going to lean closer to 4 if I can get everything I need to get finished.
Okay,
First,
let's just say 4.
Let's say 4, and if I'm late, you're gonna call me late anyway.
Yeah.
So
Right.
it doesn't really matter.
Bird, you're late.
Yeah, you're Bird. You're late to this stream. What the hell are you talking
Late
about?
au prey.
Just don't crash, okay?
Well, that's a given. That's a given.
Jesus.
Crush Prey 5.
Okay. Is there any upcoming shows you guys are looking forward to? Things that anybody watch The Watchmen at all?
No.
Yeah, I hated
Which
it.
one of them?
The
movie or the
HBO
TV series?
the one season series
Okay.
that was
I
canceled
watched-
after
I-
one season.
I think that one was pretty good.
I got one
I was-
episode into it, and I was like, never again.
Yeah,
I
that
was
that
that
show
bad.
was
I was
horrible and went-
expecting something really worse, but at the end, it was worth it. It was worth the waiting. I wish they had a second season.
Some of that writing was a little surreal for me, but some of it was, I thought, quite thought-provoking. The one thing I did like about it right off the bat, I will say, is that they didn't try. I was afraid when they said The Watchmen, they were going to try to remake the series and be different and have like Dr. Manhattan and Rorschach and shit like that. When I first heard about it, I thought that's a bad idea. But setting it 20 or 30 years down the road,
Yeah,
that
they did it.
Who's
ahead,
ever
Brett.
going to believe police are going to be wearing masks and you can't see their faces? That's just not believable.
Well, it happens.
They do now.
What are you
Yeah.
talking about?
You know,
Oh.
but there is famous sci-fi literature that goes down that path. Most famously, probably Big Brother, George Orwell's, or 1984, rather, where the police state were hidden. Fahrenheit 451, Ray Bradbury, all the firemen wore full face masks to partially hide their identity, but also not to get burned in the flames. So there is kind of sci-fi precedence for that sort of thing. But
You know what? The police may get used to it.
Pardon?
They may get used. They may get used to it. The masks from now on.
yeah, I guess if there's any time we're going to be sympathetic about wearing masks, it's now. Somebody's microwaving lunch.
No, I'm actually cooking in the oven.
Oh, good for you. What are we having?
Yeah,
I hope we're enough to share.
We are having quiche, Lorraine.
Quiche. Ooh, quiche Lorraine.
Yep.
You made kitchen enough for 7 people.
Well, it would actually serve 7 people, but it's just me and then leftovers. I got to eat something because I have to go back to work today. Later.
I wish we have transporters now.
I'd be happy to share, my friend.
Great.
So get your ass a
Actually, we
plane
have-
ticket. Get over here. There you are.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Transporter accident. You didn't get it?
No.
Well, at least it died quick.
Are you sure that's not replicated shit?
Yeah.
How do you
Better
say
check
it
that.
quick?
I want some certification on those atoms.
Yeah. You got to be good and clean.
Okay. Certified 100% fresh.
Somebody yesterday in the chat posted a link to some online Star Trek convention, possibly a science fiction convention. But yesterday, Terry Farrell, Armin Shimmerin.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
It was yesterday.
And we made fun of the fact that they had you could buy online photo ops.
Right.
And we were laughing about that so much because I can put myself in front of a starship, but I don't have to go buy a starship or a pass to go see a starship. It's like an online photo op, really. Like,
Ooh,
thanks.
and how about having a 2-minute talk for
Really?
$75?
No, thanks.
That was yeah, exactly.
I can get better things from OnlyFans.
You mean I have to pay them? Oh,
Exactly.
because I would have
No
taken the
way.
$75. You know.
You know, honest to God, guys, if it was like $20 or something, maybe I would have done it. Maybe I would have talked to Quark or Garrick just to, say hi or thanks, give me years of pleasure. I'm happy to do this. 75, that's a bit out of my price range just to, ask a fanboy question.
Don't get me wrong. I would have loved to have talked with them, but it's the principle of it. I mean, I'm actually used to celebrities, so it's like spending money to, like, even paying for concert tickets freaks me out because I never used to have to. Now that I'm retired, but like paying to talk to a celebrity, I used to do it backstage all the time. They'd give me kudos for my work. So it's like, really, here's $75. Hey, I appreciate your work. Okay, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Here's a click photo. See you later. The good ones do it for free, I mean, and there's a lot of people that still do that. Not that I like his comedy, but Ralphie May was a really hard-working comedian. A big, gigantic guy. But he would, at the end of every one of his shows, because I did sounds with him, he would go out after the long show. He's dripping sweat. He'd go out into the lobby and sign every autograph and take every photo with everybody free. He wouldn't even say go buy a hat or a T-shirt. He was like that. He's like, hey, you're my people. Thanks for coming out. We really appreciate that. And the real earnest people do that. Some people can't do that. You can't expect like Dustin Hoffman to go out after a premiere and meet like throngs of people. But he's like, hey, you paid a lot of money to come see me, so I'm gonna give you something back. And he really thought
Cap,
nothing of it.
Yeah, you got somebody backstage.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. I'm trying to edit something real quick.
Let me guess. Is Joseph?
No.
Oh God, please. Oh, it's Elihu.
Elihu.
The 49er Doctor Who.
¿Qué pasa? 49ers suck.
Oh, you're
the official.
A little bit choppy there.
I'm sorry you've been backstage so long.
That's okay.
Yeah. The official Dr. 49er.
49ers suck.
Yeah.
How about a 49er?
You live in San Francisco. That's the better I can do.
The 49ers don't play in San Francisco.
No?
Well.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, congratulations. You're officially the Dr. Raiders? Oakland Raiders?
Raiders play in Vegas.
Yeah, they moved.
What?
Yep, they moved.
They moved. Oh my God.
Yeah.
And the Chargers are no longer in San Diego either.
I am completely outdated.
Browns moved to Cleveland.
No, wait a minute. The Browns have always been in Cleveland.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought it was the Baltimore Browns.
No, they
The
renamed
Ravens.
it to the Ravens.
Oh,
when
right.
The team moved out of Cleveland,
Uh,
but it got
Okay,
renamed to the Ravens.
Okay, I am officially going back to lingerie football league. At least the girls never change.
The lingerie league, that was hilarious. What happened? Do you guys remember that Spike TV league they had? They were trying to make an extreme football league.
wasn't that like arena football?
XFL.
How much extreme?
Yep. XFL.
Define extreme.
I don't know. I think
The XFL was basically a salary cap football game. Every player did the exact amount. Everybody made millions of dollars. Everybody had the exact amount of salary. That was supposed to be fair about the XFL.
XFL. Okay.
Okay,
I don't know.
want
I
an
thought they mined the field
XXXFL.
or
I want
I
a
think
triple
they have
X
that.
fell. With mixed gender teams.
Good luck.
XFL players are not allowed to take major contracts from sporting companies like shoe companies or Gatorade or something like that. That's what makes it different from the NFL.
And that's ruined the game.
They can take soy milk contracts or something. Just not Gatorade.
Somebody have a bird chirping in the
Sounds like a
background or
bird.
something.
It's not me. I got no bird. It's raining here.
My mic's muted when I'm not talking.
Yep.
Might be something squeaking too.
Who has birds?
Hmm.
Any of you guys watch any of those Marvel series that came out a little while ago? I missed the boat on most of those. I saw some of that Daredevil series, but a little bit of the Luke Cage. Did anybody see any of those?
No.
I saw the one. What's it? With Jessica, Luke Cage, Daredevil. They did a little one series crossover thing. I saw that one.
Yeah, a team-up show called The Defenders. That was from the comics.
Thank
I'm
you.
old enough to remember that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they toned down the superheroes part. They
Yeah,
went too
well, it's a
serious.
TV budget too, right? So, yeah.
They don't have the budget for superpowers for special effects. Sorry.
No, well, that's what I just said. It was a TV budget.
They can't blow up. They can't blow up a building all
doesn't matter
every
about-
week.
It does not matter about TV budget or movie budget because the show Heroes had an average $1 million per budget.
Well,
Yeah, but
Star
Heroes
Trek TNG.
and it's a bit different than what they had today. They've done a bunch of superhero shows that came and went, X-Men
back in the
based shows
day.
and shit like that.
It's what the studios allows them to spend. You can spend $500,000 on a TV show per episode. You can spend $1 million per episode. It's what the
Look,
studios
back in
actually
the
allow
day-
the companies to do.
Back in the day, Star Trek
about,
TNG cost $1 million per episode.
Yeah, in 1988, 1989. And that was big money back then.
Did they
Yeah,
spend
huge
that much
money.
per episode?
$1 million.
Did they
No,
spend
not-
that
not-
much
not
money per
TV.
episode? I
Well,
didn't think they
for
did.
each
Not TNG,
episode
no.
No.
on TNG.
Catering, man. Catering. Catering costs a lot of money.
Sure. Roddenberry's Horrors cost a lot of money too. That's always a conversation stuff.
Yeah, that's not the kind of conversation for Captain's Track channel. Sorry.
That would be accurate. Thank you. God, why am I having to agree with you again?
Well, I take it back.
The average cost for Star Trek episode was $190,000.
You take what back, Jeff?
The City on the Edge of-
Well,
the City on the Edge of the City on the Edge of Forever cost
wait a minute.
$150,000 to make.
According to this, The Next Generation was shot on 35 millimeter film, and the budget for each episode was $1.3 million.
Wow.
Amongst the highest for a 1-hour television drama.
Right. At the time. I think now
Right.
they spent $1 million without trying.
Well, they knocked it out of the park. Good investment.
Well,
Well, Game of
before I
Thrones,
go-
okay, not every single one, but good investment. I mean, we're
Yeah.
still talking about it. We're still rewatching them. You know,
Right.
who's
No,
going
Game
to
of
go back and
Thrones
rewatch
cost about
Discovery?
$6 million. And Mandalorian cost about $15 million per episode.
Well,
What
that's what I
DS9
say. excuse me, before I went out, I just would like to say, Captain, I do my best to prove it to you I can be a worthy player. Thank you for allowing me to join, to come in.
And you have a good day. Thank you.
Have a nice afternoon.
You
have
too.
a good
Thank
show.
you.
Guys, enjoy yourselves and bye-bye.
Bye, Love Shack.
Take care, Love Shack.
Love
Bye-bye.
Shack. Take
Well,
care.
Love Shack.
Okay. Real
You
Corolla.
guys realize
Corolla
when you
lives
guys are
forever.
calculating,
Carry
Shack,
on,
you guys
Cooper.
realize when you're calculating how much it costs to make an episode of a series, are you guys including salaries or actually production?
And
So-
catering.
Oh yeah, catering would be good.
I'm not kidding about this
Well, I know.
because that's why I never after working with public television never contributed again, because working with them, the catering was amazing. I had never been treated so well. It was like going to a luxury hotel backstage, and the next day I hear the ad on the radio saying, "Oh, we really need your money. You listen to NPR because the commentators are frankly smarter than you are, and you want to catch up on what's going on." And I was like, wow. Not only an insult to my mental acuity, but also having just seen you yesterday and how you spend your money. No, thanks. They're talking about how much it costs to produce shows. No, that's how much it costs to market them. A lot of that money, and some of them, donate their money and their time. And it's like, well, that's what you're asking me to do, and I just worked your damn show. And I got some really great catering. Like, I'm talking chefs on scene and stuff backstage. This is crazy stuff that they're doing. So I don't disparage National Public Radio or public television, but they do take care of their people really nicely. And having seen it, and then them sounding like they're desperate for funds, ethically, I was just not able to give to them.
Right.
Yeah, I guess you got a point. In a way, aren't you punishing the people putting out the programs for the expenses? The excesses of middle management and people doing things that are irresponsible, like blowing on catering and shit like that.
Yeah,
That's
I
egregious.
am punishing them. I am punishing them. Yes.
But the people who are making it are also having catering. They have to have
this
catering
all
on
goes
set.
into the budget. It's just like recoupment with a music artist. Those limos aren't free. Those wrapped buses with your name on it aren't free. They come out of your royalties. You might get them if you ask for them immediately, but eventually they're going to come out of your royalties.
Mm-hmm.
So, when you hear these desperate pleas, it's not like ASPCA. That's different. When you see that, that's for real. There are dogs suffering. There are people that need to go out and basically kill the people that are doing this to dogs. But sorry, but it's true. But when I just get off of a show and I listen to them and they're like, please, the show can't go on. What you like won't happen unless you. And it's like, man, maybe you could reallocate. Like, hey, everybody, bring a sandwich and we'd reach our goal.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's part of the they take care of their people, and there's nothing wrong with that. And like I said, it was luxurious. It wasn't just like Subway sandwiches and a Coke. Oh, there's my oven. But off. And but I was kind of surprised by it. And I still keep getting letters. Hey, your pledge. I'm like, how much did this bulk mail cost?
Yeah.
And by the way, I was one of the big advocates when they canceled Hot Jazz Saturday Night on NPR here from WAMU. Mm-hmm. We rose up and were like, what in the hell's going on? Oh no, we wanted to change it back to a more, public radio kind of feel. I'm like, you're playing hot jazz in the middle of the capital of America with basically no jazz station.
Uh-huh.
You know, because there's so few. Like New York, you got radio stations left and right. Here, as far as FM broadcast, you know, I'm not talking about XM or anything like that.
Right.
And they said, "Nah, we wanna get rid of something that everybody likes. We are under new management, and we all went ape shit, and they brought it back. They actually brought it back." Ron Bramberger also does, and Admiral Doom. I've talked with him about this. He does a show called, well, there's Hot Jazz Saturday Night, and then on Sundays there's the Big Broadcast, which is where they do old time radio shows from 7 to 11.
Mm-hmm.
And it's things like that the new management said, no, we are going to replace it with like a hip, young, focused, you know, news kind of comedy show. And nobody liked it. Nobody wanted that change. It wasn't asked for. You know, they just thought that they would put their little mark on it. And everybody who was a contributor, including people who like left their like families, whose people have left their wills and stuff to them, were like, hey, this is not what, you know, what we were hoping for. And definitely my dead relatives did not want this change because they liked the stability of what you were doing.
Yeah.
And they changed it back. They did change it back. And on New Year's, they did it from 8 until 2. And then they did Hot Jazz Saturday Night after that as well. And then Big Broadcast after that. You know, so big advocate of public radio. I donated my old car to them, actually. Didn't get a tax break, but I didn't care.
Well, it was pretty
really
cool.
in a minute here. I mean, they have a jazz station with TV airs now. With the TV antenna, they have a jazz station 24/7 here in San Francisco.
Yeah, well, the one thing in DC, we're limited also by there's so much radio traffic here. As a sound engineer, it was difficult to get, you know, if I wanted to do a show that had 20 wireless mics, like a big chorus show, I actually would call up the manufacturer. I would call up Shure and say, I'm on the K band for your wireless, and here's my location. And the guy laughed and said, those shouldn't even work at all.
Huh.
Because of, this is before the frequency change thing. Okay, the FAA changed, the FCC changed the frequency bands that dealt with wireless mics and stuff like that about, I don't know, 15 years ago.
Right.
And that's when I was working with that stuff. And they said they shouldn't work, but they did. They worked fine. There was no interference. But in this area, because of so much radio activity, we only have a few FM stations that come through and like 1 or 2 AM that come through properly. But like you go to New York and it's like if you look cross-eyed at the dial, you get something completely different. You can get salsa. You can get, I mean, it's like an XM radio. You can get anything you want. You can get 24/7 jazz if you want. What kind of jazz? You want fusion jazz? You want, you know, a lounge? Do you want blues? There's a station for it, and we're just very limited by the frequencies we can use here. So it was a lacking thing to get rid of, you know, a release that everybody looked forward to, especially people that pay money on a yearly basis, and especially knowing that they're paying mostly for catering. But yeah, and Garrison Keillor and Prairie Home Companion and stuff like that, they would simulcast that stuff, and they would sponsor him when he'd come over to Wolf Trap, which is a big outdoor music venue here for things similar to that. They don't really do rock shows. They'll do like classical reggae. They'll do symposia, a lot of classical actually. But it's an outdoor place, big hill. It has a little auditorium that's covered. Well, it's not little, but it's covered. And then there's a giant hill behind it for general admission, and it all has great sound and all has a great view. And you know, to nip off jazz from the DC area was a move that was probably badly thought of by whoever's on the board. Like, we're going to try to make it more progressive. And they're like, this is not why people listen to public radio. Like, bring back the oldies. You know, they're playing George and Gracie and stuff like that on the radio
Oldies?
shows.
You mean like Guns N' Roses, Aerosmith? Oldies?
Yeah, well. I remember when that happened. It's like, when did Green Day become like an oldies band?
I know.
You know,
come on, we're oldies.
Anyway, that's my diatribe about that. I still
Winger?
support them. I still give them money. I know, but I know what I'm doing with it. You know, I know that my donation at that time when that radio show is on doesn't necessarily go right to the show. There's a tick mark they hit, but when they were going off the air, their donations like went out over the roof. Like, people were like, "Oh, we'll just give you some money and save the show," but it was already on the books. The show was going to be turned off.
Yeah.
And so they got these great donations. They're like, "Well, wow, thank you so much for your overwhelming support for the last broadcast of, you know, the Hot Jazz Saturday Night." And people just kept emailing and saying, "What are you thinking? And we hate this new stuff." And they didn't hate it, but it was like you took something out of what was a regular thing in my life, a relaxing thing, a thing that I actually counted on, and replaced it with something that you thought had vision. Well, that's great, but why don't you not replace that and do it somewhere else, or not do it and just give us what we're paying for to begin with? And they did lose some subscriptions too. Anyway, but it's still a good cause. I say support public radio, public television, or anything in your community. If there's community, you know, FM or something like that, if your county does something like that with students or anything like that, give it a listen. You might be surprised sometimes. Might not necessarily be in English sometimes too. That's one of the interesting things. It's the community stations.
I can't get a Berkeley radio.
Huh?
I can't even get Berkeley radio on my headphones.
Oh. Well, they're probably transmitting at such a low watt.
Yeah, that's what I was
A lot of
thinking. I mean,
college
they're not that
stations
far.
are like that. They're really meant for that small area around the transmitter. You know, they're not meant to be syndicated or anything. They could be using old ISDN stuff even.
Yeah, they use the low watts like the movie theaters used to use back in the late 90s. A lot of people don't remember this, but when movie theaters stopped blasting through the speakers, they used to broadcast to the radio over the airwaves.
Well, like drive-ins are doing now. A lot of drive-ins have, you know, they're usually using a Bluetooth, but they could do a low watt FM as well, because not everybody has a new car. My car doesn't have that capability, but if they said tune into, I don't know what's an unpopular station, is usually like 88.6 or something like that.
Yeah, they usually 88 something like the low bands for the movies.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I used to go when I was a kid. I used to go across the street, turn on my radio with my friends, and just watch the movie across the street.
Yeah, Kansas City has done that for years at the drive-ins. They've the low power FM bands. Each screen will have its own frequency.
Yes.
And while you can hear the other frequencies within that area, you know, like if you want to listen to screen 3 and you're sitting at screen 1, that's fine. Basically, once you leave the property, you lose, you know, the frequency is gone.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay. But I loved it because, you know,
I remember during the beginning of the movie, they used to change channels, look at the screens, like, oh, let's listen to this one. Go channel, let's listen to this one. Movie hasn't started yet. Turn the station. Turn the station. I want to hear this. I used to do that a lot.
You know what's funny is the last time I remember going to a drive-in was with my mom, late mom, and I can't even remember where the hell it was. And we must have been watching something dumb like Pete's Dragon. That's how I must have been like, here's how old I must have been, because I was really infatuated with the movie on the other screen behind us, which was Outland. The movie Outland with Sean Connery.
With Sean Connery, set on Saturn.
Yeah.
The onesie.
Yeah.
That
was all time. Sorry.
And so that was out in the theater, and I kept wanting to look and see what was going on over there, and I think we were watching some kids Disney movie or something like that. But
right,
I kept looking over there because there was like guys with sawed-off shotguns in space and stuff. Like that's better. Why can't we? You're not supposed to watch. All right.
Also, wasn't the bad guy in Outland? So he killed people by garroting them, like strangling them to death with piano wire. And I remember Sean Connery used to sport that turtleneck, and he put like a hard piece of plastic in there, and that's how he saved his life from getting garroted. Yeah.
Yeah, and he basically knew they were coming for him, and like hid like a gun here and booby trap there, and that was intense. And now I believe that was based off of. I'm positive it must have been based off of some other Western, because it was such a Western theme. It's like, okay, you're the sheriff and you're going against the boss of the town. And everybody knows the boss is going to have you killed, and everybody knows here come the riders, or on the shuttle to kill you.
Yeah.
And how everything shut down and everybody just waited.
Sure, it followed a lot of tropes from movies like High Noon, High Plains Drifter. It had a lot of. How do you say it? I said it, tropes.
But like you mentioned High Plains Drifter, it kind of reminds me of that a little. Like the citizenry knew what was going on and knew who was in the right, but were afraid, so they just cowered and waited. Like it's kind of like, hey, give me a hand, and it's like, nah, I don't want to.
Well, isn't Gregory Peck that movie where like he ends up being the sheriff? He didn't start out that way, but he ends up being the sheriff, and the whole town hides and everything, and the gang comes in, and he's got to go kind of single-handedly and deal with them.
That was John Wayne, wasn't it? I thought that was a John Wayne movie where they locked down in the sheriff's office, and the gang was coming, and everybody knew it.
He was holding the main bad guy's younger brother, and he wanted him free.
Right.
Next Generation did a takeoff on that, the one where Worf's kid goes on the holodeck in the Western.
Fistful of Datas. It was Fistful of Datas.
Yeah, it was a takeoff of that, basically.
Fistful of Dollars. I get it. Yeah.
But it wasn't Fistful of Dollars. It was, what was the name? Not Rio Bravo, not was it Rio Bravo? No, it wasn't Rio Bravo. Whatever though. Right, that precedent, that thing was done before. But they did it well again.
Yeah, it was that well-known Western theme basically, and
right.
They pulled it off, and they did it with the mining company. What was it? Something 47. I don't know. I always wanted to make a T-shirt of it, so nobody would have any idea what it was. What the hell does that mean? It's like, well, if you don't know, you don't know, pal.
I might be off here, but I think
I remember what it was. Con Am 47 was the name of the mine by Con Amalgamate. Or am I thinking of Moon 44? Yeah, sorry.
That's,
a lot of movies.
44.
there's absolutely no credence to what I'm going to say, but I did read somewhere at some point that somebody had this fan theory that Outland and Alien took place in the same universe. Aesthetically speaking, I think that's a cool idea, but no, not within canon of the franchises. Although, aren't both done by MGM?
Good idea. I don't know.
Well, they could have happened in the same universe, but the universe is pretty darn big.
Sure, of course.
You know, so yeah, have at it. Yeah, they happen in the same universe.
Well, technically, everything happens in the same universe, right? But yeah, I don't know what you mean.
Well,
world,
no,
world.
Not technically. No, Superman does not exist in the same world as Captain Marvel.
Well, technically, it does. And I'm not.
Okay, well, there's technically Captain Marvel, you have, but Shazam, let's go. Wrong word, okay? Wrong superhero, man. I'm waking up, okay? Wrong superhero.
Let me find the lid to this can of worms.
Thank you.
We'll cut that off.
I actually wanted to do something today, but I can't because it's raining too much, and I'm living tiki for that.
Raining too much. Whereabouts are you?
Yes. California.
Pardon? Oh, California?
San Francisco. I'm going to blame the tiki.
Yeah.
Why? Because he's the closest one to me.
Yeah.
It's his fault.
How is it his fault?
He lives in East Bay. That's why it's his fault. It's all his fault. He's the closest one to me, so I gotta blame somebody.
Okay, works for me.
You're off the hook, Captain.
Thank God. I was gonna say I'm way too far away.
Man, you know, when I was in the back room, I'm like, gee, it's like I'm on LDG stream. He's ignoring everybody in the back room.
No, honestly, I was listening to the chat, trying to talk, updating. I was trying to use tags, as LDG suggested, to see if that would improve anything.
Yeah, I got done right when LDG was logging off.
So,
my signal finally got strong enough to get a connection. I'm like, okay, let me hop on now. Otherwise, I would have been on around 7 o'clock this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Well, we just need to get an antenna. That's it. Sure.
Go to the dollar store. I got my antenna from the dollar store.
I meant an antenna for that would work for your phone, not an TV antenna. Yeah,
A radio for your headphones. If you're using a radio on your phone, your headphone jack is supposed to act as your antenna. Adjust your headphone cord.
That's right. But you can usually stream. If you can stream, you can easily stream radio. That's what I do all night. But there are programs, as you said, the old style that don't require you to be connected, that use your headphone as an antenna.
Yes, every Android phone has an FM receiver and chip built in, which means you can automatically pick up FM signals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and adjust your headphone cord itself if you're having a hard time with the signal on the radio on your phone.
Yep.
That's an old trick.
I remember doing that when listening to my oh my God, my Walkman with
What's a
FM.
Walkman?
Yeah.
Shut up. You all damn well know what a Walkman is.
I had the yellow waterproof one. The
Yes, so
sport
did I.
version.
Yes, black buttons. Yes.
Sports one.
Yeah, with the Habukus and the monsoons in Arizona growing up as a kid, I need something durable.
I live near a river, and we'd always go hang out on the creeks going to the river and down by the river and stuff like that. But gotta have some music with you, and the radio.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to hang out with my friends down by the riverbed by Tempe Phoenix border. Now there's nothing to hang out at. It's all built up.
No,
that sucks.
Yeah, they
messed
messed
camping
with
there. I mean,
they messed with the trails to the river too. Around here, the trails, they were well known. It says it's this trail down this creek to Potomac River, but now they've kind of gentrified them a little bit and made them so they're not a trail. So they have these wooden boardwalks over quote unquote difficult areas and things like that. They always had a bridge or two over the creek when the creek was wide, but this is like they're really inviting more people down to what used to be kind of like a hidden place, like if you know about it, you'd go there. But now they're like, hey, everybody, go down here. And I can tell you, the last time that I went there, since they had built those things, I have seen more trash down there. I mean, like litter and things like that, because there's more people going down there. Water bottles. Just drop your water bottle in a nature area, no problem. Somebody will pick it up. That's what we pay them for.
It sounds like a slide rock in Arizona.
But it did not used to be like that. It used to be just a little single track dirt trail next to a creek, and you had to have a little bit of agility if you wanted to get to the river. Now they want everybody to go down there with their families. And I guess that's great.
Yeah, when I was younger. When I was younger, I used to go to a place called Slide Rock in Arizona. Maybe 100 people show max in a whole entire week. Now you got 100 people a day. It used to be a small, little family-oriented place. You used to hang out at the river, slide down the rocks. Local called Slide Rock. This is Slide Rock. It's a local place. Now it's like Lake Havasu. 100 people show up a day.
Yeah. No, there's a lot of people in the world.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
I don't think Tiki's in the chat anymore, because otherwise he would have responded.
Yeah.
Seems there's still 10 people watching.
Yep, there are still 10 people watching, which is well, let's see here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there are probably 3 people watching.
Hello, 3 people watching.
But
what depends on if we have our YouTube page up, it counts as a watch or not.
Right.
If we do not, it's not a watch.
That's right.
What was that?
I have my YouTube page up.
You do or do not?
Although I read somewhere that YouTube won't count it as a watch if the volume is down past a certain point.
Correct. It cannot be muted. It is not a watch if it's muted.
Well,
Right.
At level
muted,
1%
but I do have it up.
has still considered a watch.
So how are you guys participating in this? Because right now I'm on StreamYard on Chrome.
Yeah.
Right. Same here.
I'm on StreamYard with the YouTube chat popped out on a separate window.
Yeah, I have it on a separate window so I can see the chat.
Right.
Well, I do that so I can
I'm
type
I'm like you. I'm on my phone and I'm using my tablet just to see the chat that's on regular YouTube.
Well, I just popped out the YouTube chat so in case I want to type something in, but I can see the chat and the comment on StreamYard.
Yeah. Does YouTube allow you a variety of things. Like I heard Hangouts used to be popular, but then Google stopped promoting it, so people had to find other platforms, other managers, or whatever you call this, what we're using, this service. Why did you choose StreamYard, Captain Trek, as opposed to Zoom, or I don't know what the hell's out there?
Well, first of all, StreamYard is the one that is the most accessible. It's the easiest to use, and it's also free, although I now have the discounted but paid for version. Because the free version,
you did not have to add. Sorry, Cap, you did not have to add or install anything for StreamYard compared to Zoom. So I had to add that in, dude.
Yeah, you don't have to download anything. You don't have to do anything. But open a separate tab.
I don't think Zoom integrates with YouTube, does it?
No, not to my knowledge. Not the last I heard.
I know there's some other services that do integrate with YouTube other than StreamYard, but I don't think Zoom is one of them.
I just said that at random. I don't know the names of all the different ones. Zoom, I've just heard recently.
I'm thinking about doing something this week. Weekend with Zoom, the StreamYard, and YouTube, like cross-platform all. I show broadcasting from Zoom through StreamYard onto YouTube. I think I have a way to do that this weekend.
Have you talked to LDG?
Nope, I'm figuring it out myself this time. I did a test video and it worked.
You need to get your
connection fixed. So I'm going to try to stream Wednesday. The what?
You need to get your connection fixed.
I know. Still roboting, ain't I?
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry, gotcha.
Sorry.
Yeah, we can understand you. It's just broken up a bit.
What is my? Let me test my speed.
That's something I agree with Anti-Trekker. Your video can be okay, even maybe not so great, but if your audio sucks, people will not watch.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it right now, I'm listening through earbuds. So like you said, the video is, it's great if it's great, but if the audio is bad, that's my main connection is the audio to you guys.
Yep. Where do you say this?
What's the point of watching if I'm talking?
I was just saying the tablet I'm watching on, I can't use earbuds with for some reason. If I put it in, I slave it to the thing. It says they're connected, but I get no sound. It's just coming out of the tiny little speaker in the tablet, which I got my hand cupped behind so I can hear you guys.
I have a laptop, and well, I have two sets of headphones, but I'm not plugging them in. I'm using the laptop speaker right now.
Oh, that's right. That's your problem. Eli Hoo-Hoo, that's your problem. You're using a Mac.
Yeah.
I'm playing, of course.
Let's see, the only internet problems people have in my area is Slack, Notion, and Indeed. Yesterday was YouTube. I'm at 15.94 download, 13.38 upload. Which is pretty good.
That's still a low download. That's a high upload, but a low download.
What's the download?
Yeah,
I'm sorry,
but it's still pretty good.
You guys?
I'm sorry. Download is 15.94. Upload is 13.38.
Yeah, the download's a little low. The upload's excellent, actually. Which makes me wonder why you're roboting.
I don't know. I just tested my speed just to make sure.
I mean, that's an excellent
Do you
upload.
have an automatic mic leveler engaged? On
hang
the
on. Let me
audio
check my
settings, there might be something like that says auto leveling. You might try shutting that off if it's on.
My automatic mic adjustment is not clicked. Stereo is clicked. Echo cancellation is not clicked.
Okay.
Okay, what the hell just happened? It just did it by itself. Unclicked everything.
A lot of static.
Echo cancellation keeps on clicking and unclicking by itself.
No, that's me.
Oh.
There's
Okay.
a lot of background noise with it unclicked.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. This should be a little bit better. Test 1, 2, 3.
No.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Camille, Fossil, Haas and Pfeff Incorporated.
We're gonna
We're the
do
boys of the
it.
chorus. We hope you like the show. We know you're rooting for us, but now we have to go.
God.
We have to go.
These are oldies, okay?
Oldies but moldies, yes.
Oldies. Oops, sorry.
And that was the last anyone heard of Either Who.
That was a good Coke.
Yeah, cheers on you, mate. I'm wrapping myself up a little something as we speak.
All right, there. Just joined you.
Always good to have a burrito, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh,
Yep.
my food.
A nice good green wrap burrito.
Yep.
All veggie. Oh, wait, we gotta cook it first. Hang on a second. Let me cook the burrito first.
Mute.
You gotta cook the ingredients before you partake.
Oh,
I don't know. This is the second time I've ever been on like a stream or anything, so I don't know the legalities or something. I accidentally slipped up before you said something. I didn't mean to, but I said a swear word or something. I shouldn't have. I can't remember. It was like an hour.
This is always marked for 18 and over.
This is not for those fucking little kids, man. Those kids can't hear those little shit little words. Little shit can't hear these words, man. No, hell no.
Right.
We don't. Yeah. We are not under any. I mean, granted, there are obviously still restrictions because of YouTube, but at the same time, because it's not marked for kids, which I wish Elihu's weren't marked for kids, because then I could get a damn notification.
Wait. I have them not marked for. Wait. Oh shit.
They're marked.
Occasionally I will swear. That's why I thought I did not mark that, because occasionally I will swear and say shit or damn.
Yep.
I'm like, I want it for everybody. I will check that back. I'm sorry, dude. I didn't realize that, man. By the educational, yeah, granted. But yeah, I will check that. Sorry.
No problem.
Well, getting back to what I was saying about what you can speak about and what not, I don't know how cautious I should be when I say something, and flag me if you feel necessary. But with the new laws in place, I don't know what it's like for you guys individually where you are, or if you partake in a little bit of the green stuff. has it become legal where you are yet? Do they have stores for it?
I can tell you this: you can legally smoke, inhale, exhale on YouTube.
Yeah.
That's actually against YouTube's regulations, but they don't really enforce it.
They don't enforce
Well, they don't know what you're actually
The
doing
other thing-
unless you say it either.
Yeah.
The other thing is, because obviously, would also depend on your location. It is legal where I am. I do not, however.
Partake.
And some people will not be okay with you smoking while they're on their stream on camera.
Yeah.
And
I totally get it if you got kids or something, that's inappropriate. You don't want to pass bad habits on the kids or whatever.
It's not a bad habit. It has nothing to do with kids.
Okay, let's put it this way. If you are partaking in something which is not intended for pain relief or used for medical purposes, then it could be, I'm saying, considered a bad habit. However, I am not saying it is. Because if I were to, it would be for pain relief. It would be for other reasons. But I don't. I choose not to.
And there's Tiki.
Well, the other thing is bad habit, by definition, refers to it being habitual.
Mm-hmm.
It does not necessarily mean once in a blue moon or once a week or something like that.
Right.
I mean, yeah, now if I go up and if I go out and beat somebody up once a week, that's a bad habit.
Yeah.
But if I go and smoke a bone once a week, that's not so bad.
No.
If you go beat up somebody once a week, that's actually assault. It's not a bad habit.
A habit is a subconscious behavior becoming conscious.
But
people say, "Hey, smoking is a habit." Some people say it's a bad habit. Some people say it's a good habit. Brushing your teeth—that's a habit. That's a good habit, right? Or some people say, "No, I don't need to brush my teeth. That's a bad habit." Like Britney Spears, brush her teeth every other day. Yeah, fun fact, by the way, she does brush her teeth every day. Some people say, "Hey, what was the other one? Chewing ice." What?
I'm sorry.
You didn't know that about Britney?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
What are you laughing about?
The Britney Spears thing. I'm sorry, that was funny. It's like, it's a well-known fact. I don't know if you knew. Britney Spears only brushes her teeth every other day.
Yeah.
Like, no, I did not know that.
Okay, like I'm saying, like chewing ice. People say it's a bad habit. Some people say it's a good habit. It helps you with your teeth and helps you stay hydrated. Some people don't like it because they think it's disgusting. Just chew ice constantly. Like me, I can't stand chewing ice. I don't see the point of that. Some people say it's a good habit. Yeah, some people say, hey, I keep hydrated this way. So good habits is a good habit to some people. Bad habits is a bad habit to some people.
Yeah.
But still, please brush your teeth every day.
Yeah, the toothbrush thing is kind of like you got to do that.
Yeah.
Well, okay, there are people that have a difficult time brushing their teeth, and it's
mouthwash. Then.
Exactly. They do.
You take toothpaste on your finger and rub your gums with the toothpaste and wash it out with mouthwash. That's what the dentist will tell you.
Yep.
You don't have to use a toothbrush to brush your teeth.
Nope. You do not. The whole point is about
Tiki. I saw what you
clean.
wrote. I do not beat up someone once a week. I was being silly. I don't beat people up at all. That is not me. I'm just letting you know. I don't pretend to be that. I am not that. That is not me.
No,
just
that is no.
Well, technically, if you beat someone up every week, doesn't mean you're a good fighter. You could get beaten up yourself again after you get to try to beat somebody up.
Right.
but I do not. So
you do not admit to it. Gotcha.
I wasn't there. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing.
I don't know anything.
Well, I admit, yeah, I tried to turn it on. Let me try it again. I'll tell you what it says. It's actually turned off
Jeff,
for content made for kids, so I can't enable the notification bell, which I think is absolutely utterly stupid. Why would you disable the notification bell for content that's made for kids?
Because legally, by federal law, you're not allowed to contact kids.
Okay, but
yeah,
what if it's an account that's an adult? I mean, they could
talk to the federal government. They're the ones who made it a law.
That's a stupid law. I understand.
There's a lot of stupid laws.
I understand the need to, control as far as contacting kids, but the accounts are marked if they're kids' accounts or not. There should be a distinct difference.
They err on the side of the caution of the kids, again, per the law. Believe me, YouTube wants to notify you because notifications equals more views, equals more money for YouTube. They're only doing it because they would get sued for a ton of money if they didn't do it, if they didn't block it.
They're indemnifying themselves against liability.
Correct.
That's all.
Yeah. I will try to adjust my settings on Wednesday.
Thank you.
No problem. Thanks for bringing that to my attention. I didn't realize that was happening. In a little bit, I'm going to go into all my videos to make sure that setting's correct.
Well, that would be a good idea. And you could actually do it just on your the channel setting themselves, and that way you could make sure that all future videos are automatically set that way.
Okay. I'll do that after I eat breakfast.
Well, yeah. You'll probably not want to be on at the time, so you. But
I'll figure it out.
Oh, I know you will. I know you. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I just looked. I hadn't realized it had been 6.5 hours. My God.
Yeah, 6.5.
6 hours, 31 minutes, 37 seconds.
Yeah, man.
That's on.
Well, let's see here, Bird. What do we got going on today?
You might have to change your name to Captain Mahler.
Just bed life some point after 4 p.m.
Okay, bed life after 4 p.m. with dear Bob.
4 p.m. Eastern time.
4 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you. Yes. 4
That'd
p.m.
be 3
Eastern.
p.m.
3 p.m.
Between 4 and 5.
Time zone.
Yes.
1 p.m. specifically 1 p.m.
No. It's 4 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern.
At 3 p.m.
Yeah, 1 p.m. specifically 1 p.m.
Eastern time.
And Elihu, what have you got coming up in the next few days?
Wednesday, I have my show at 12 noon, specifically at 12 noon. Yeah, bye-bye, Death Star.
And now I would like to thank everyone who has been in chat and who's been on the panel. I think I'm going to go ahead and call this a stream. I would like to thank everyone who's participated, and if you haven't, leave a like, share if you feel if you'd like to, and go ahead and subscribe. So
we all get tongue tied at times.
Thanks for doing this. Thanks for having me. And Bird of 5, just by luck, I'm happening to be on your page, and I'm hitting the subscribe button as we speak.
Oh, thank you so much.
And don't forget,
and also subscribe to Birdo Prey 5 X channel.
Correct.
Yes, commentaries.
That After Dark Blue Movie channel starring Bird of Prey?
No,
something like that.
It's
Something
for
like that.
extra content.
It's really the Birdo Prey 5 XXX channel, but he leaves off the final 2 X's.
No, as Bird of Prey 5 says, the Bird of Prey 5X channel is for extra content. And don't forget, for all your Bird of Prey 5
extra
needs, go to birdofprey5.com. And
it's like Skinamax, Tiki, but it's Bird of Mac. You're right.
I would like to thank everyone for being part of this whole whatever you want to call it. I don't know. WTF Monday. Have a great day.
Thank you, Captain.
Catch you out in the ether.
Thanks, Captain.
Thank you, Captain.
And we're almost.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Wait for it.
I'm waiting.
Hold on.
Wait for it.
One now.
Stop. Ham's the quote in.
It's telling you that it wasn't time to end the show.
That's right.
Obviously not, because we're still going.
The hand of fate has intervened.
Oh my God.